Siege of Dragons by Keith Robinson. Book 18 in the Island of Fog series. Chapter 1. The Dragons Are Escaping. 24 blood-red reptilian creatures corkscrewed into the midday sky, reaching for the clouds, their leathery wings beating hard. Splashes of bright orange lava spilled from their mouths as they screeched in triumph. Others among them were different colors. A flash of white here, a bright yellow there, a couple of solid blacks, a stab of blue. But there was no time to study the dragons, and no point. This group had already escaped. Better to focus on the hundreds still trapped on the island that were about to get free. Hal put on a burst of speed, heading straight for the lighthouse, where more dragons swarmed up its sides. He didn't have a plan. Perhaps try to knock them off. Though he couldn't see them in the dense blanket of fog below, he imagined dragons surging around the base of the structure, eager to clamber up its smooth walls and emerge into the clear afternoon sky. The fog inhibited their flight, but the lighthouse provided a way out. All they had to do was climb to the top and fly off. Numerous claws scraped bits of plaster loose. A dragon scrambled past a window, inadvertently smashing the glass and sending shards tumbling. Another lost its footing and fell, plunging into the fog and disappearing from sight. "Get us close!" Robbie shouted from Hal's broad back. His voice deepened even as he spoke those 3 words. When he shouted again, it was in a booming, somehow dim-witted tone. "Me knock 'em down!" Hal grunted a response, uncertain he should get too close to the lava-spitting dragons when he had 8 passengers on his back. Lauren flew alongside, while the rest of his shapeshifter friends and Miss Simone clung tight. Keeping a lookout for sprays of molten fire, he approached the lighthouse and slowed just enough that Robbie could leap into the fray. It was a crazy move, jumping off Hal's back and onto the lighthouse gallery. In full ogre form, Robbie was 15 feet tall and bulging with muscles and shaggy hair. When he landed on the narrow walkway surrounding the lightroom at the top, metal supports buckled and groaned, and railings popped loose. The gallery held for now, but Robbie's erratic movements threatened to wrench it from the wall. Hal quickly circled around. A red dragon chose that moment to scramble up past the gallery, and Robbie lashed out, punching the creature square under the chin. He hit so hard that the dragon lost its grip on the railings and toppled backward, falling into the fog with a screech. A couple of others had already passed the gallery and now clung to the roof. They had no interest in sticking around to fight. They launched and soared off into the sky. For a moment, Robbie was king of the tower, higher than any of the dragons. If he could knock them down the moment they tried to clamber up past the gallery. But he couldn't do it alone. As another roared at him from just below, a second and third threatened to scale the wall on the opposite side. "Help him!" Darcy screamed. Others chimed in, but Hal barely heard them. Everything moved so fast that he had no time to think. Though the escaping dragons had no interest in circling back and raining lava down from above, those below spat lava up through the metal railings to burn Robbie. Luckily, their liquid fire was heavy, and most of it dropped into the fog, no doubt splashing dozens of dragons at the base of the lighthouse. Still, Robbie had to hop about to avoid the sizzling spray. The railings were heating fast, and metal warped and melted, then started dripping. Hal flapped closer, aiming his fire at the topmost dragons to drive them back down the wall and save the ogre's shaggy ankles from catching alight. "I've got you!" Lauren shouted, swooping in from Hal's right. Hal veered sideways, adjusting his aim. He was trying to hover in place while blasting the nearest dragons with fire to keep Robbie safe. And if that wasn't hard enough, now he had to watch out for Lauren's feathers. "Change!" Lauren called as she extended her talons and descended on the 15-foot ogre. Ogres weren't the smartest creatures at the best of times. Robbie stared at her for a precious moment, puzzled. Then his face lit up, and he rapidly dwindled in size, and just in time, because Lauren's talons clamped onto his shrinking shoulders, and she yanked him off the gallery and into the air. The railings squealed and collapsed, in part because of the damage caused by an ogre's weight, and also from its support brackets being doused in lava. As soon as Robbie was clear, Hal blasted his fire more freely, engulfing the angry dragons. Not that mere fire would deter them. They were more distracted than anything. Once they figured out that fire posed a minor threat, they resumed climbing. The gallery broke free, and segments of groaning metal tumbled away, taking several dragons down with it. Hal's friends shouted some more, but he couldn't hear what they said. Too many furious roars and blasts of fire. Plus, he'd just had an idea. He landed on the very top of the lighthouse. He barely fit on the domed roof, but he dug his claws in and started yanking. Once he'd peeled back the old tiles and wood sheathing, he shoved sturdy rafters aside and dropped into the lightroom, mindful of his passengers as glass shattered everywhere. He held up his wings to shield them from the worst of it. Wood splintered as the damaged roofing structure twisted and collapsed. Another dragon made it to the top of the lighthouse and took flight without even stopping to glare at him. Hal tore into the flooring and forced a path down a level to the top of the old metal staircase. The outside walls began to crack. Working hard and fast, he pushed in all directions, putting his substantial weight and muscle into the task. Great chunks of masonry came loose and toppled into the stairwell, and also outward, falling onto the mass of dragons crowding the lighthouse. The creatures roared. Hal's passengers hindered him. He imagined them holding on for dear life as he strained to loosen the walls. He had to remain upright to shield his friends from falling debris. If he were alone, he'd squirm up and down without a care and probably get the job done sooner. But he was making progress. The more chunks he sent tumbling, the easier it got. With a triumphant bellow, one lucky dragon made its escape before a further section of the wall collapsed. Then concrete blocks rained down, sweeping a few other creatures off the tower. Giant cracks appeared in the masonry. The old iron staircase rattled and groaned. Dust flew, and the lighthouse seemed to give out. Hal's passengers screamed in warning. Alarmed, he abandoned his destructive behavior and flapped his wings hard. The walls shifted under his paws just as he lifted off, and with a series of pops and bangs, the lighthouse began to collapse in on itself. Hal got clear mere seconds before it went over. He glanced back and watched in awe as the familiar, trusty old tower sank into the fog, leaving a strange, murky depression in its wake. Several more dragons went with it. A boom sounded, followed by the terrible combined roar of a defeated army. Panting from the exertion, Hal rose higher, continuing to look down into the gloom, half expecting the sudden flight of determined dragons. But none came. "Go down there and check on them," Thomas shouted. "See if they all got crushed under the lighthouse." "Don't be an idiot," Abigail snapped. "The moment he drops into the fog, he'll lose the ability to fly. Then what?" "Anyway, there are hundreds of them," Emily pointed out. "One measly lighthouse would never crush them all." Hal listened to their conversation while circling the space where the lighthouse had once poked out of the fog. He and Robbie had done well to contain 800 lava-spitting dragons on the island and remove their only escape route, but it wasn't over yet. He abruptly veered toward the mainland, going after the escapees. "Hal, what are you doing?" Darcy asked a moment later. "We have to stay here and guard the island." "No, he has to go after those others before they dump lava on towns," Abigail corrected her. "The ones on the island aren't going anywhere." "Yet," Miss Simone said, speaking up for the first time. Her single word sent an ominous chill down Hal's ridged spine. She was right, though. Dragons could swim. How long would it be before scaly monsters filled the sea? It's hard to launch from the sea, though, he told himself. Impossible. Even if they all surge into the water and swim away from the fog, it'll be a while before they reach the shores of the mainland, especially with a giant sea serpent patrolling the bay. He sucked in a breath. The sea serpent. For it to patrol the bay, it first had to be brought through an underwater portal from New Earth. He'd completely forgotten about that. It was one reason he'd gone to fetch his friends from Yeti Mountain, so Emily could switch to her Naga form and talk to the monstrous serpent. He wished he could convey this to his squabbling friends. Since he couldn't contribute to the conversation, he focused on his task. In the distance, close to the high-rise buildings of Old Earth, numerous dark specks confirmed the escaped dragon's purpose to seek out and destroy humans. They had a lead on him, but he was bigger and faster. He already knew he could outpace them. He'd done so on the journey from Yeti Mountain to Carter. That had been the plan, of course, to lead the entire pack of dragons to the island, where he knew the fog would trap them as soon as they landed. They're not a pack, he reminded himself. The white dragon had used several collective terms: a clutch of eggs, a hatch of newborns, then a brood. Soon, when they completed their rapid growth into adulthood, they would be a thunder. Their rapid growth worried him. It wasn't normally possible for dragons to spring from eggs and mature so fast. They'd literally shucked off their skins in front of him, crawling out of their useless scaly layers in an oozing, slippery mess. And they were still growing. Soon, they'd be as big as him. At that moment, Lauren soared closer, still grasping Robbie by the shoulders with her powerful talons. She looked like she was tiring. Sure enough, moments later, she deposited him on Hal's back, then settled there herself. He grumbled a little at the extra weight and tuned into the conversation. "How are we supposed to fight a bunch of lava-spitting dragons?" Thomas demanded. "My poison quills bounce off. I bet my stinger could penetrate the scales, but that means getting close. None of us are a match for them, except Hal, and then it's 1 against 20. 30, Fenton said. "No, not that many," Robbie said, for once downplaying the facts. "I counted 26. "Were you paying attention the whole time, doofus?" "No, but I was right there on the top of the lighthouse when—" "Enough!" Miss Simone snapped. "Children, please, I'm trying to think." Everyone clammed up. Hal rode in silence, listening to the sounds of his own wings thumping. The city drew closer ahead, and the dark specks in the sky split up and began to circle like vultures. Miss Simone spoke again after a while. "This is extremely dangerous. Hal can't engage these dragons in the air without worrying about his aerobatics throwing us off. We'll hamper his efforts." "Thank you," Hal wanted to shout. "My thoughts exactly." He grumbled to signal his agreement. "And while his tough hide may withstand a spray of lava," she went on, "the rest of us most certainly would suffer. No, we can't be riding on his back like this." She raised her voice. "Hal, circle back. You need to put us down near Carter." A clamor of voices broke out. "Go back to Carter? But the dragons have already reached the city. They'll be attacking in seconds from now, if not already. We can't just abandon the people who live there." Miss Simone was adamant. "Take us home, Hal." That's an order. She sounds like Lieutenant Briscoe, he thought. Before he veered away, though, he studied the flight paths of the escaped dragons. They continued to circle the city, but would sporadically drop lower and spit lava. Though it was hard to see from this distance, he could tell by the flashes of fire below and the slow rise of black smoke that they were already hard at work, wiping the city clean of humans. "Take us home, Hal," Miss Simone said again. "We can't do anything about the attack just now. Besides, I already sent word to the city, so people will be on the lookout and taking cover." Hal tried counting the distant dragons, but they swarmed about the sky, constantly crossing paths. Annoyed, he angled his wings and turned, beginning his quick journey back toward Carter. "We need an army," Miss Simone continued. "I can't send Hal to fight dragons without help. But first, we have to contain the situation on the island. And how do we do that? Fenton grumbled. Molly, she replied in a grim voice. Everyone fell silent. A chill swept through Hal's body. He tried to imagine Molly whipping off her veil and turning her death gaze upon hundreds of dragons. How would she even do such a thing? She'd have to rise above them somehow and face them all at once so they didn't have a chance to close their eyes. And how much range did she have exactly? If the dragons surrounded her and those at the back were too far away. That's horrible, Lauren said. But then what? Suppose there's an island full of dragon statues for years, and then a phoenix comes along, bursts into flame and wipes out all the magic. They'd all wake up, and we'd be in trouble again. Break them into pieces, Thomas offered. Some of the others snorted at this, suggesting it wouldn't be that easy. Besides, it was horrible. Turning them into statues simply put them into suspended animation. Smashing them up would be a cold-blooded mass execution. A hideous image popped into Hal's head, the nullification of magic and thousands of small chunks of stone reverting to flesh. He shuddered so hard that his passengers paused in their morbid conversation. "All right, Hal," Robbie called. Abigail spoke up. "He's probably warning us that a portal is ahead. Duck your heads, everyone." She was partly right. A portal did lie ahead, a large one nestled in the ground. Everyone knew that a shack stood there on the New Earth side. It had been filled with geo-rocks at the time Bad Rock Gulch had exploded and set off a chain reaction across the land. Hal swooped down to it, at first planning to tuck his wings back and keep going at speed, then changing his mind and landing instead. Time to ditch his passengers. He thumped down mere yards from the smoky sphere and lay down. "Oh, is this our stop?" Darcy said. "I guess we're walking from here." Everyone climbed off. Hal noticed that Abigail didn't join them, so he carefully reverted to human form. She had no choice but to slide off his back. "I'm going after the dragons," he announced, glancing at Miss Simone. She immediately shook her head. "Not without help. We'll ask Felipe to bring dragons from the labyrinth." Hal had already considered her dragon shapeshifter brother. He was Burnflank, after all, one of the labyrinth's leaders. "It'll take too long for me to fly there and ask him, and even longer for him to convince a bunch of labyrinth dragons to join in the fight against lava-breathing types. I need to go to the city now." Miss Simone advanced on him. "Not a chance. You're heavily outnumbered. Come with me to Carter. We'll fetch Molly and bring her to the island. That's a far more important job right now." Hal clenched his fists, then peered around at all of his friends, struck by how blue their eyes were in the sunlight. Nobody had any idea what the mysterious and sudden change in color signified, only that it had happened because of the blue magic inside Yeti Mountain. Abigail shook her head. "You're not going, Buster, and if you are, I'm going too." "Me too," Robbie said fiercely. Hal backed off. "Nope, Miss Simone's right. I can't fight in the air with passengers. A single splash of lava would burn you badly. I'm going alone." Miss Simone took another step toward him. "You're not going at all. That's an order, Hal. It's too dangerous." He pointed at Emily. "Remember what I said about the sea serpent? You need to get it through the portal so it can swim around the island and stop dragons from escaping by sea." "Just like that?" Emily retorted. Then she nodded. "I'll try." Seeing that Miss Simone and some of the others edged closer as if to grab him, Hal acted swiftly. He wanted to tell them he'd been the one to bring the dragons to the island, and it was partly his fault they'd hatched. Instead, he turned and darted to a safe distance, then transformed. Amid a volley of shouts telling him not to be stupid, he launched as fast as he could. Abigail grew her wings and buzzed after him, but she was no match for his size and power, and besides, the downdraft from his wings sent her spinning out of control. "Moron!" Thomas yelled. Hal couldn't help grinning as he rose into the sky, but his grin soon faded when he angled toward the mainland. Black smoke rose from the cityscape. It reminded him of when Surt, the Norse god, had threatened to destroy the world. The sky had reddened. Now the city was under attack again. "I've got this," he thought, as he put on some speed and focused on his mission. Me versus nearly 30 smaller dragons. No sweat. Chapter 2. City Attack. Alone, Hal sped toward the city with a mixture of dread and determination, but mostly dread. As he flew low over the glittering bay, he glanced backward to get a distant view of the island. The fog was thicker than ever, spreading out beyond its shores and cliffs and rising above the highest hilltop. The lighthouse no longer projected from the blanket of gloom. Somewhere within that fog, over 800 dragons stomped about in anger, unable to fly. Hal returned his gaze to the city, focused on the mission ahead. There were more plumes of black smoke now. Dragons swarmed this way and that, diving and swooping, releasing streams of lava onto the streets below. The cleanup operation would be extensive, assuming there was anybody left to care. "They're all indoors," he told himself. "Everybody's in hiding, maybe in basements. Even lava can't burn through concrete. Right? The tall structures would be safe enough, but any wood-framed homes would be destroyed." Grimly, Hal lowered his head and beat his wings harder, skimming the water. Moments later, he rose higher to sweep up the sandy beach and clear the first line of coastal houses. Dragon screeches filled the air along with sirens from below. Hal shot over the deserted streets. He randomly picked out a dragon, making a mental vow to dispatch it as swiftly as possible. Don't overthink it. You've got this. You're twice as big. Bite into its neck. Send it crashing down. Kill it. He still had the element of surprise when he collided mid-air with the red dragon. But instead of biting into its neck, he made a grab with his claws. With a savage roar, the red dragon tried to twist around and blast him with lava, but the sizzling molten stream missed and became a harmless spray. Harmless to Hal, at least. Acid rain would drench anybody foolish enough to be out in the streets below. He tumbled through the air, holding onto the red dragon so it couldn't get loose. As it roared and thrashed, Hal finally bit into its neck. Wings battered against the side of his head as the dragon fought to free itself. Hal bit deeper, then stopped, unable to finish the job. The idea of crunching through bones and flesh, ending the life of this creature in a spray of gore, then tossing the corpse aside and letting it fall to the ground. "Do it!" the dragon-hearted part of him yelled. Still he delayed, and as precious time slipped away, his captive gradually wriggled around in his grip. It abruptly tore loose, and with a triumphant screech, the dragon sprayed lava straight at Hal's face. He was already pushing off by then, so he only suffered a few errant droplets. They stung, though, like red-hot needles. By now, several other dragons had taken note and veered in his direction. Hal flapped wildly, trying to put on bursts of speed to evade them. But he quickly realized that his size and bulk was no good in air combat. The smaller dragons were far more agile. "You're useless!" the scathing part of his mind scoffed. "Should have killed it while you had the chance. Now what are you going to do to stop them? Tell them off with some stern words?" Faced with a growing number of red dragons, plus a few in other colors, Hal quickly realized his plan to take them all down was a joke. He'd had them at a disadvantage at the top of the lighthouse, but here in the sky, they would tear him apart or sear his flesh with multiple streams of lava. Fight or flight? What's it going to be? They rapidly closed in on him, but he saw an opening and angled toward it. Then, surprising even himself, he twisted around and blasted fire in an arc. Already committed to their attack, 3 dragons plunged straight through the flames and screeched, abruptly spinning off course. The rest barely flinched. They kept on coming, and Hal braced for impact, opening his jaws to blast off another bout of fire. And then, all at once, the dragons winked out of existence. Gone. Flustered and confused, Hal lost all sense of coordination and spun around, his wings flapping uselessly and tail swinging. He began to fall, and it took all of his focus to right himself and regain control. By that time, he was so close to a flat rooftop that he thumped down on it and skidded to a halt. Breathing hard, he scoured the sky over the neighboring buildings. He saw no dragons, not a single one. He might have thought he'd imagined the whole thing if it weren't for the columns of smoke and blackened structures. Sirens still wailed, and he spotted a couple of people running across the street for cover while the sky was clear. He swung around once more, searching for the nearly 30 winged creatures that had terrorized the city moments before. What the heck? Where'd they go? Utterly bewildered, he reverted to human form. Standing in a strong breeze on the flat roof of a warehouse, he turned in a continuous circle, convinced his eyes were playing tricks on him. A bunch of dragons couldn't simply disappear. It made no sense. Where'd they go? How? And why? "This is nuts," he muttered. One of the taller buildings a few blocks away had charred streaks down its side, a clear indicator that lava had spilled from a great height. Flames licked at some of the windowsills. Directly below, several parked cars burned amid a vast circle of smoldering asphalt. A slow-moving stream of lava crept alongside the sidewalk. Fires flickered up and down the street. An acrid smell hung in the air, and Hal pinched his nostrils as a cloud of smoke drifted past. No dragons. They've gone. He couldn't decide if he should be pleased or worried. The immediate threat was over, but would they be back? Would they reappear somewhere else? How was that even possible, though? How could... The Yetis and Bigfoots. Both the white-haired Yetis and brown-haired Bigfoots were capable of transporting across distances with the help of geo-rocks. They simply concentrated and wham, gone. They could leap from one place to another, including through walls of solid rock, and they could jump across realms, from old Earth to new Earth and back again. "But the dragons don't have geo-rocks," Hal growled, his mind racing, "and if they can transport without them, then we're in even bigger trouble than I thought." At a loss, he transformed again, spread his wings wide, and launched from the rooftop. He was grateful the damage was fairly minor, all things considered. Just some deserted roads, abandoned vehicles, and seemingly empty buildings. It didn't look like anyone had been seriously hurt. But what next? If the dragons could transport across distances and even worlds, where had they gone? With no way to go after them, he flew back across the bay toward the Foggy Island. While he was in Old Earth, he'd check on the hundreds of prisoners before going off to find Miss Simone and the others. Everything seemed quiet as he flew over the blanket of silent fog. It was so thick that he couldn't see a single field or patch of trees. And if he skimmed the fog too closely, he'd feel its flight-dampening effects and come crashing down. Then he'd see the prisoners. He imagined them surrounding him, glaring balefully as he climbed to his feet and looked around. With a shudder, he veered toward the mainland again, heading for the portal where he'd dropped his passengers off. The portal led to the outskirts of Carter in New Earth. Hal reverted to human form before passing through, then ran along a winding lane among thick trees until he reached the first of many stone-walled cottages. At a crossroads there, he had room to transform and spread his wings once more. Before he had the chance to do so, a sullen-faced goblin called to him. "What are you doing?" Hal paused, looking for Miss Simone. "Well, she ain't here." She went to the lake. "Where the serpent lives?" The goblin nodded, still scowling. "If you want to help fight dragons, quit loitering and do something useful." Shaking his head, Hal muttered, Good idea, thanks. He transformed and launched. He'd been to the lake many times. It contained a portal through which the sea serpent could freely cross into the bay near the city in Old Earth. It was time to get back to work patrolling the island. Hal flew over Carter, amazed at how peaceful everything seemed. Despite hundreds of dragons threatening to escape the island, nobody appeared to care. That was because the threat was in Old Earth, not here. But people needed to realize that the danger was a mere portal away. The lake glimmered in the early afternoon sun. Though the serpent had the freedom to roam an entire ocean, it seemed to have chosen this small body of water in New Earth as its home. Nobody knew exactly why. Maybe it preferred fresh water despite having lived in the sea for 13 years. Hal immediately spotted his friends, Miss Simone, and a group of goblins on the grassy banks of the eastern shore, and a huge, winding, snake-like form in the water. The serpent lifted its head clear, its jaws gaping wide and dripping wet. Hal landed on the grass, reverted to human form, and hurried over to Abigail. "Hey!" he started. She punched him hard on the arm. Glaring, she stuck her face close to his and said, "I'm getting really tired of you ignoring us all and going off into danger like that. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Instead of apologizing, he felt a surge of frustration. "We're all dead if we don't stop those dragons." "Doesn't mean you have to stop them on your own," she hissed, trying to keep her voice low. "Quit being a hero and work with us." He bit his tongue and faced the lake. "How's Emily doing?" Abigail sighed. "Who knows? She's underwater, and the stupid serpent keeps popping its head up with a confused look on its face." "Really? A confused look?" "Well, maybe not, but it seems pretty agitated." The gigantic serpent submerged, causing waves to slosh up the grassy bank. It moved just beneath the surface with eerie grace. Then it eased to a stop, and everyone watched in silence. Hal chose that moment to speak up. "Hey, guys! Miss Simone, there's something you should know." Lauren and Darcy stood together by the water's edge. Fenton, Dewey, and Thomas sat on the grass. Robbie listened intently to whatever Miss Simone was murmuring. Abigail nudged up against his arm. Heads turned one by one. "What is it, Hal?" Miss Simone asked, sounding a little annoyed. Hal peered around at them, momentarily distracted by all the blue eyes. So anyway, I went to attack those dragons over the city, and they kind of disappeared." Miss Simone's eyebrows shot up. "Kind of disappeared? What do you mean?" "I mean they vanished, all of them at once. It was like they had geo-rocks and could transport somewhere else like the Yetis and Bigfoots." Darcy let out a gasp. Fenton growled. Thomas rolled his eyes, shook his head and said, "Of course they did. Because growing extra fast and spitting lava isn't freaky enough. So they had to add a new talent." "They transported?" Miss Simone said, paling. "Where'd they get the geo-rocks?" Fenton demanded. Hal shrugged. "They didn't have any." "How is that even possible, then?" Again, Hal shrugged. "Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you what I saw. They could be anywhere by now, in either world." Splashes from the lake drew their attention. Emily rose to the surface and slithered onto the grassy bank in her water-dwelling Naga form. She had no arms, but they quickly sprouted as she approached the waiting group. Her slender snake body thickened, and suddenly she was one of the forest-dwelling Naga, bigger and sturdier than before. "It's done," she announced, sounding pleased with herself. "The serpent will go through the portal and guard the water around the island. If the dragons try to swim, they won't get far." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Nice work," Miss Simone said, "but it's not enough. There are a lot of dragons and only one serpent. If they swim in different directions—" She gave a nod of resolution. "I sent word to Molly. Containing the dragons on the island is simply a short-term measure. So, Molly's going to turn them all to stone, Lauren murmured. Thomas huffed noisily. Yes, Lauren, we've already talked about this. They're dragons and need to be dealt with. Now it was Hal's turn to huff. I'm a dragon too. Do I need to be dealt with? Not the same thing at all. Then what about the dragons in the labyrinth? Hal's fists clenched. There are tons of them there. Do they need to be dealt with? All of them turned to stone? Miss Simone spoke, her tone much calmer than Thomas's. The ones in the labyrinth aren't bothering anyone, Hal. What did the white lava-spitting dragon tell you back at Yeti Mountain? Hal stared at her. She knew the answer, but his friends didn't. He'd told her the full story, but then he'd gone to fetch Emily and the others from Yeti Mountain and had been in too much of a hurry to go into detail, and he'd been in dragon form ever since. He sighed and closed his eyes, and the white dragon's whispered words resurfaced with full clarity. We have risen, and we will conquer. We will not stop until this land is purged. What else? Fenton said in a grim voice. We know you carried that white dragon to the island with the rest of them following. It must have said more. Hal nodded. We talked. It said nobody is safe, and they'll destroy those who stand in their way. They're a hive mind with one purpose. Several of his friends raised their eyebrows at this. That purpose being? Miss Simone prompted. Our extinction. Thomas threw up his hands in disgust. Robbie started muttering, We're dead. We're dead. Lauren clamped a hand to her mouth. Abigail gripped Hal's elbow. Anything else? After a moment, he swallowed. Yeah, so the mother dragon on Yeti Mountain only laid a few eggs, right? We know that. Abigail looked at Miss Simone. The Yetis threw blue georocks down a shaft to kill the mother in her nest, and the rocks exploded and caused a roof fall. But the blue magic mutated the eggs, and they started doubling. There were nearly 1,000 by the time the Hydra froze them in ice. Miss Simone blinked, then glared at Hal. You never told me that part. There was a lot to tell, he protested, and we were in a hurry. Seeing that everyone still looked expectantly at him, he added, The white dragons said their numbers will double again in 14 days, and then keep doubling every 14 days after that. Now that he said it out loud, that news hit him like a sledgehammer. As his friends broke out in a chorus of startled exclamations, he knew at once that Miss Simone was absolutely right. They couldn't just imprison the dragons. They had to be killed. That does it, she announced, sweeping a hand through her blonde hair. We cannot show them mercy. We need Molly. What about using Blair instead? Hal said, before he had a chance to check himself. The words tumbled out of his mouth. He can do his rebirth trick on the island and nullify their magic. The dragons will still be dragons, but unable to multiply or even fly. They'll be much less magical and much less dangerous, so... Abigail grabbed hold of his chin and jerked his head around to face her. She glared into his eyes. Is this you speaking, Hal, or the white dragon? What? Are you letting the white dragon get in your head again? He blinked and frowned. I don't think so. But even as he spoke those words, the idea of using Blair to cripple the dragons instead of killing them suddenly seemed like an incredibly weak plan. They wouldn't stay without magic forever. They'd recharge, and the threat would return. He shook his head. Okay, look, ignore me. You're right. We need Molly. Miss Simone sighed. We also need you, Hal. We need you on our side. Are you likely to cause us problems? Before he had a chance to answer, Thomas broke in. I seem to remember we had all of those dragons nicely frozen until Hal interrupted and blasted fire at the Hydra and melted the ice. They started hatching then, he pointed. It's his fault they hatched. It wasn't his fault, Abigail shouted. He had the white dragon in his head. Yeah, because he's weak. Enough, Miss Simone snapped. Bickering won't get us anywhere. She addressed Hal. Still, if there's a danger the dragon can get in your head again. There isn't. She didn't look convinced. Molly will be going to the island. I would send you with her, just as an added precaution, but with that white dragon around. There are 3, Abigail said, 2 on the island and 1 that escaped to the city. Miss Simone thought about that for a moment, then nodded. Anyhow, you can't go to the island, Hal. You need to stay well clear of that white dragon. Understood, he grumbled. While they'd been talking, the sea serpent had vanished from the lake. I hope it's not too dangerous, Emily muttered. What happens if dragons spit lava underwater? I should imagine it would burn just as badly before the water cools it, Miss Simone answered, looking distracted. She searched the sky. Come on, Molly, where are you? While she went off to talk to one of the sullen goblins, Abigail slipped an arm around Hal. Sorry about the whole white dragon in your head thing. I just felt it was important for everyone to know. It's fine, he said, forcing a smile. The last thing I want to do is sabotage anything. The dragons have to be put down. Put down. Yes. She hugged him tighter. Like rabid dogs. After a pause, he whispered, Why am I having such a hard time with this? They're killers. They literally told me they want to exterminate humans. Why am I being so squeamish about it? I've killed animals before. As a dragon, yeah, when you let the wild dragon instincts take over. But this is different. You're my sweet Hal at the moment, and my sweet Hal wouldn't harm a fly. Plus, we're talking about more than 800 dragons. I'd be worried if you thought killing them all was no big deal. Though he agreed, he couldn't help recalling his brief skirmish over the city. Even in dragon form, in the heat of battle, being showered with drops of lava, he hadn't mustered the courage to bite hard enough into the smaller dragon's neck to put it down. He'd balked, and they'd all escaped. If he couldn't kill one in the face of immediate danger, how could he possibly be okay with the cold execution of 800 or more? I can't allow it, a voice whispered from afar. Chapter 3. The Foggy Island. Molly arrived on the back of a black Pegasus. The winged horse flew in and landed at a gallop, then trotted over to where Miss Simone stood with her arms crossed. Hal and his friends crowded closer. About time, Miss Simone grumbled. Molly shrugged. Got here as fast as I could, or as fast as Orson could at least. The Pegasus whinnied, then stamped twice. He said to blame the slow-moving goblin messenger. Okay, let's get down to it. I hear there are some dragons to calcify? Miss Simone quickly explained the situation. Molly remained seated, looking down on her. With the veil across her face and a wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow, it was impossible to see her reactions to the debriefing, but her shoulders visibly tightened. Orson stood perfectly still the whole time, listening intently, his wings folded neatly at his sides. At last, Molly nodded. I see. Well, let's get moving then. Orson will take me to another portal, and we'll fly through and approach the island on the opposite side to the old lighthouse. We'll land, and— Land? Lauren broke in. You'll land? But you'll never be able to take off again. Molly shrugged. If Orson hovers above the fog, then we won't be able to see the dragons, and they won't see me. And if we switch off the fog machine and wait for the fog to dissipate, then the dragons will escape, so we'll have to land and approach on foot. We have no choice. That's so dangerous, Darcy exclaimed. Molly, you can't. Well, Orson won't be able to fly, but he still has legs. I'll wager he can run faster than a dragon, even one that spits lava. Yes, but— Miss Simone abruptly held up her hand. Enough. We're wasting time. But Robbie spoke up. Can't Lieutenant Briscoe fly over in those helicopters and drop some kind of sleep bomb? They'll all fall asleep, and then Molly can get close with no danger. That's a delightful idea, Robbie, Molly said. But if the dragons are asleep, then I can't turn them to stone. Well? Thomas started hopping about. Not a sleep bomb, then? How about a paralyzing poison? They'll all be lying on the ground, unable to move, but they can still open their eyes and look at Molly. They tossed out more ideas until Miss Simone cut through the rising babble. Quiet! Molly, are you up for this? Of course. Orson, let's go. And with that, the Pegasus galloped away. As Orson picked up speed, he spread his wings and launched into the air. He then veered off to the right, apparently heading toward a portal floating in mid-air. These were naturally unguarded, since hardly anybody could access them. Miss Simone turned to the group of shapeshifters. Now we wait. Nah, Fenton growled. She can't do this alone. We can help, Robbie agreed. Voices rose once more, and again Miss Simone called for calm. Shapeshifters, listen to me. You've always worked as a team. I'm afraid I now must ask you to split up. Lieutenant Briscoe has offered military support, but his loyalties lie with the city in Old Earth. Therefore, I've sent messengers to some of my old classmates so that we have a larger team of shapeshifters at our disposal. I don't expect any of you to engage in combat with lava-spitting dragons. I do expect you to use your abilities to assist wherever possible. Assist how? Emily asked. Well, one Naga is no match for these dragons, but an army of Nagas? Miss Simone glanced at Robbie. Likewise with ogres. Remember when the military first arrived in Carter? Remember how we gathered our forces? That's what we must do now. We use our abilities and cunning. With that in mind, we'll meet at the community hall and start handing out assignments. Thomas groaned. Meetings? Really? Let me go to the forest and round up 100 manticores. Miss Simone ignored his outburst and faced Hal. You, my dear, should leave now. Go to the Labyrinth of Fire. Talk to my brother. Gather an army of dragons. Hal felt a thrill of excitement and dread. I'm on it. Good. The rest of you, head to the community hall at once. I'll wait for Molly to do her job, and then we'll join you. The way she said it, anyone would think Molly had a quick and easy task ahead of her. Hal suspected Miss Simone had horrible doubts about the mission and didn't want everyone hanging around to find out the bad news that the resident Gorgon had been incinerated. Hal shuddered. Since he was the only one not going to the community hall for instructions, he found himself saying goodbye to all his friends. Fenton and Thomas gave him a nod. Dewey shuffled for a moment and opened his mouth to say something, then hurried off. Darcy offered a wan smile. Lauren patted him on the shoulder. Emily told him to be safe and hurry back. Robbie, with his hands in his pockets, looked disgruntled about being split up, and Abigail, lagging behind, hugged him tightly for a long while, then glared into his eyes. Don't you dare do anything stupid and get hurt. Just bring Burnflank's mob here and leave the fighting to them. They're the experts. Hal had to laugh, but then he nodded. Gotcha. See you soon. Alone with Miss Simone at last, the two of them exchanged a glance. Do you really think Molly can do this? He asked her. She nodded stiffly. Sure. Her not-so-reassuring reply stuck in his mind as he transformed and launched into the sky. He soared upward, leaving the lake behind, heading north toward the Labyrinth of Fire. Sure, she'd said, sounding completely unconvinced. Sure, Molly and Orson can land on the island and face 834 lava-spitting dragons. No problem. She hadn't used those words, but she might as well have. Hal did a U-turn and doubled back. Careful to avoid flying over the lake and being spotted by Miss Simone, he instead located one of a few large portals that hung in the air over Carter. He flew through into Old Earth. The sea stretched into the distance. The city loomed inland, with a couple of lingering columns of black smoke. The old island, smothered in fog, lay in the glittering bay. In the water around the island, dark shapes moved. Not many, but enough to tell Hal that the dragons had begun experimenting with an escape across the water. He flew lower and counted 5 or 6. Dragons weren't fast swimmers, but they had plenty of endurance and could easily keep going until they reached land, a mere 10-minute journey to the nearest shore. They could then shake their wings dry and launch, unless... Hal had once floundered in the bay near the coastal town of Broden. To get around the problem, he'd taken a deep dive, then rocketed upward. Momentum had lifted him clear of the water so he could start flapping, but barely. It was a tricky maneuver. The lava dragons might figure out this trick sooner or later. Maybe he could distract them. He swooped low and breathed fire on one. Its red scales stood out as a shock of color, like a dark stain of blood in the otherwise blue-green water. The creature screeched at him and ducked under, then resurfaced with an angry spray of lava. Other than a distraction, it seemed pointless to breathe fire when the dragons could simply duck and avoid it. Hal patrolled the fringes of the fog, where several more dragons emerged. They swam with their wings extended for extra buoyancy, just as Hal would. Their tails moved from side to side, and he imagined their legs paddling furiously. Slowly but steadily, the dragons would make it to the mainland if nobody stopped them. At that moment, a much larger underwater form wove into view. Hal mentally punched the air. The sea serpent had arrived. The giant, ominous shape moved in a gradual arc, at first aimlessly. Hal could imagine its nostrils flaring at the scent of dragons, or perhaps it picked up vibrations from their thrashing limbs and tails, or maybe heard them. Either way, the serpent took a sharp turn and cut through the sea into the thick of danger. It never hesitated. The serpent lunged, and one of the calmly paddling dragons erupted in a mass of flailing wings and limbs amid a white froth that slowly turned red. Hal, still flying in circles above, averted his gaze for a moment. When he looked again, the serpent had left the bloody mess behind and picked out a new target. As horrible as it was, a sense of relief swept over him. He'd feared the dragon's lava spit and sheer numbers would overpower the serpent, but judging by how swiftly it dispatched them, the problem seemed under control. He left the serpent to its work and flew low over the island while keeping the blanket of fog well below in case it reached up and nullified his flight. What a disaster that would be! It was difficult to judge his location without the lighthouse for reference. It had forever stuck out of the fog, and now it didn't. But he still had hills to go by. The fog clung to them, thin and grey on the higher slopes, pure white in the shallow valleys. And there was a swath of treetops as well, likely black woods. Oddly, the fog seemed a little thinner there. As he neared what he judged were the meadows surrounding the old school building, a voice whispered in his head. "I sense you, Hal." He groaned. "I saw a white dragon escape earlier. I thought that was you."
"It was not. But our mind is one, Hal."
Talking to this dragon was a strange experience. Its words echoed in his head from afar, and though Hal spoke aloud in a series of grunts and snarls, it was his thoughts the dragon heard. "I'm going after those who got away," he warned. "You can tell them that. I won't stop until they're dead."
"Brave words, young human."
After a pause, the voice continued in a slightly darker tone.
"The island appears to be guarded by an underwater enemy. My numbers are diminishing one by one as we speak. Is this your doing?"
"I have powerful friends," Hal said, then cringed at how much that made him sound like a comic book supervillain. He'd read 1 or 2 years ago, dog-eared copies that Dewey's dad had stashed in a closet. "Look, why can't you just agree to leave us alone? There's plenty of room for everyone. You can all go off to some forest or mountain and keep to yourselves, and..."
We are here to purge this land, Hal. We serve no other purpose.
Hal veered right, trying to guess what lay under the blanket of fog. He could make out the dark outline of the rocky coast, so the lighthouse ruins had to be there somewhere. What do you mean? You serve no other purpose? When the white dragon replied, its voice was notably louder and clearer.
You are close. Come to me. We will talk.
No, Hal retorted. Answer my question. Why do you serve no other purpose?
It is our destiny. The total cleansing of humans from this world is our sole reason for existence.
Says who? After a pause, the white dragon whispered,
Our mother.
Hal flew in tight circles over the silhouette of the rocky outcrop, where the fog hung listless and silent. Your mother? She was dead before you were born. The white dragon seemed to scoff at the notion of a parent.
Her thoughts lived on, as do the memories of all living creatures. The magic of the mountain is in our veins, Hal, and we are strong. This is humanity's final breath. We will multiply and grow and soon overrun the earth. We will raise your towns to the ground and...
I don't understand, Hal yelled. His dragon roar sounded oddly muffled in the sound-dampening fog below. If you're so amazing, why can't you get off this island? Why were you stupid enough to let me trap you in the first place? He mentally bit his lip. Taunting the white dragon probably wasn't the smartest move.
We will escape. Join us, Hal. You are only half human. We may accept you as one of our own if you prove your worth.
What, by killing people? I'll never join you, and you're never leaving this island.
I sense a plan unfolding among your kind,
the white dragon murmured.
Open up to me, Hal. Let me search the recesses of your mind. What do you have in store for us?
He jerked and shook himself, then flapped hard to rise higher into the sky. Wouldn't you like to know? This is your last chance, white dragon. Surrender or die. It was a disappointingly trite ultimatum. The white dragon chuckled quietly, and the conversation lapsed. It didn't matter, though. Nobody would accept a surrender from these dragons anyway. The voice in his head dimmed a little the higher he rose.
We are a hive mind. I saw what happened over the human city. Some of our brood relocated. They are out of range now, but they are out there, and they will survive and multiply. You will never be rid of us, Hal.
Shut up! He yelled. He was distracted after that. While the white dragon muttered on for a while longer about destiny and cleansing the earth, Hal focused on the Foggy Island directly below. He was high enough to see its entire pear-shaped geography, its edges blurred by the fog. It struck him as odd how the dull whiteness seemed thinner over black woods. The trees stood out like a dark stain on an otherwise pale grey cloud. A chill swept through him. Had the dragons blocked the foghole? We're running out of time, he growled to himself. Swooping around in gentle circles, he tried to remember how quickly the fog had dissipated the first time he and his friends had blocked the foghole. It hadn't taken long. And the flight-dampening effects would wear off equally fast. Once the fog thinned around the lighthouse. Or maybe the dragons would make their way to Blackwoods first and escape even quicker. A group of the creatures had to be in the center of the woods already, having worked hard to stop the fog from pouring out of the tunnel. They could be flexing their wings right now, testing the air, repeatedly trying to get off the ground, perhaps finding that they could leap a little higher each time. The moment one triumphantly launched into the sky, it would send a message to the rest of the brood, and then they'd all surge to Blackwoods to escape. "Come on, Molly," he groaned. "Where are you?" He flew low, heading for the woods. The darkest spot, where the fog was thinnest, likely marked the exact location of the foghole. If he were strong enough, he'd crash down through the trees, dispatch one or two dragons, and block the hole again. But it would be certain death if he faced a dozen or more and couldn't fly away. So he remained airborne, vowing to fight any dragons that launched. Maybe he'd pick them off one by one. And then, once dealt with, he could land in the woods and remove the blockage from the fog hole. The threat had to be contained.
How?
The voice mocked him from afar. "Get lost," he muttered. He waited anxiously, growing weary of the constant hovering. A splash of blue moving among the trees indicated one of the rare non-red dragons. Hal swooped lower, trying to get a good look, but it was impossible to make out anything of interest. The forest was dense and dark, the fog worryingly thin. He sensed more movement out of the corner of his eye, and he spun around and breathed fire in a fit of panic at the sight of a dark figure flying toward him. But it veered off the moment he faced it, and it was only then Hal recognized the black Pegasus and its rider. "Molly!" he yelled, his voice roaring across the treetops. The Gorgon, perched on Orson's back, waved at him and shouted, "Quit that nonsense! It's only me!" "Sorry." The Pegasus slowly arced around and flew past. Orson seemed incapable of hovering in one place, so he circled Hal at a leisurely pace. "I see the fog is clearing," Molly called as she peered down at the trees. "Perhaps this will be a good place to start, with hopefully just a few dragons, not too many to handle at once. Then we can take it from there." She patted Orson on the side, and the Pegasus began its descent. Their bravery astonished Hal. Yes, she had a powerful weapon in that death gaze of hers, but just one random lava spray would burn them alive. Yet here they were, dropping into the heart of danger. With a tremble of fear, Hal followed her down. Chapter 4. Molly's Awful Task. Plunging into the fog took every ounce of Hal's courage, because there was no coming back from it, at least not right now. Below, Orson flapped hard to control his descent. Although the fog had thinned somewhat here, its flight-dampening ingredient still caused him to spiral faster and faster. He thudded down seconds later, and a terrible crack echoed through the trees, followed by a scream of pain as the Pegasus collapsed forward and pitched Molly from his back. Hal had no time to fret about it, because he'd already begun spiraling out of control himself. He had a vision of Lauren leaping from the lighthouse gallery when she'd first demonstrated her harpy form. She'd plummeted through the fog and barely pulled out of her dive in time. Now it was his turn, and he roared in fright as he crashed through treetops. His wings did almost nothing. They helped him veer slightly, but flapping them was pointless. He closed his eyes and hurtled through branches and vegetation in a shower of leaves, finally skidding down on rough ground and colliding with a tree trunk. Almost instinctively, he reverted to human form to stave off the pain from any broken bones or open wounds, just in case. He quickly checked himself over and found no injuries. And then his attention switched to Orson, who was still groaning in agony. The man had reverted to his human form as well. He sat in a pile of leaves, leaning back and allowing Molly to examine his broken leg. "Yeah, that's gonna smart," she muttered. "Can you shift a few times?" In human form, Orson was far less impressive. He had a scruffy beard and long hair, and wore a baggy shirt and loose-fitting pants. "I'll try, but watch your back, Molly. I see movement." Molly stood and swung around. She removed her wide-brimmed hat and tossed it aside. Almost instantly, her dark curls sprang into life, becoming a mass of slim, shiny snakes that hissed and spat. Slowly, Molly reached up and began to remove the gauzy veil that covered her face. "Hal, you know the drill," she whispered. Hal backed off so he stood behind her, safe from her deadly gaze. She took the veil down, clutching it in one hand at her side, while she stared into the gloomy woods. A low branch wobbled, a twig snapped, and a flash of red appeared. The dragon moved surprisingly fast, tearing through the undergrowth toward her as it opened its mouth and spat a stream of lava. Hal had a horrible thought just then. What if Molly's death gaze didn't work? But a second later, as molten droplets sprayed the ground, the dragon came to a grinding halt. With an eerie grating noise, the creature's limbs froze up, and the vivid red scales quickly grayed. In an instant, a statue stood motionless in the woods, even while lava continued to sizzle and smoke on the ground at its feet. Hal shuddered at the sight of the seemingly lifeless figure. A certain phoenix could revive it. But that wouldn't be happening. Molly's snakes writhed. She straightened up and flexed her bony shoulders. "I'm going to stay right here on guard," she said quietly, "because those critters move faster than I expected. Orson, fix your leg." Orson broke from his paralysis and nodded. He transformed into his Pegasus form and clambered to his feet, then growled and lifted one rear hoof. He shifted again, reverting to his hermit self, at which point he staggered and had to grab for Hal's shoulder to lean on. "Oh, man," he hissed. "As you get older, healing gets harder." "Is it better than it was?" Hal asked him. "Maybe. Let me shift a few more times." While he did that, Molly panned from side to side, waiting for further attacks. None came. "All right," she announced. "Let's head for the fog hole. Hal, you know these woods better than I do. Which way?" He tried to get his bearings. "To your right, I think. I hear a stream." With Molly in the lead, Hal close behind, and Orson hobbling along at the rear, they stole through the woods on the lookout for attacking dragons. It meant stopping now and then to listen for noises. It was ominously quiet. "Go downstream," Hal whispered, when the running water appeared ahead. He knew the stream led to a cliff edge and a 50-foot drop to the sea, but first it would pass by the fog hole. The fog dissipated as they followed the bubbling water and was completely gone by the time they reached the clearing. And no wonder. As expected, the dragons had blocked the large hole in the ground so that no fog could belch out. "Well, that's a problem," Molly said. She carefully donned her veil. Her snakes stopped hissing and reverted to curly black hair. She absently patted her pockets, then clicked her tongue. "I left my hat behind." The fog hole hadn't simply been stopped up with branches and leaves. The dragons had spat a deluge of lava down inside, where it had solidified. Hal stared down into the hole, fascinated. Breathing fire was one thing. Molten rock, on the other hand, cooled and solidified. How could these dragons spit out unlimited amounts of magma? It filled the hole and blocked the tunnel so completely that no amount of digging would ever remove it. "I'd hoped to clear the blockage," Molly said wistfully. "Guess that's not going to happen." She glanced around. "So where are they? I expected more." Hal nodded. "So did I, unless—" Orson poked him. "Unless what?" "Unless they flew away already." They all looked up. With no fog here, it was entirely possible they'd flown the coop, and since it was impossible to unblock the tunnel, the fog would continue to clear until it was gone from the rest of the island. "Well, it doesn't matter," Molly said at last. "It doesn't change our plan. Now we need to head to the lighthouse as fast as possible, on foot, and turn as many dragons to stone as possible." They set off at once, walking single file with Molly in the lead. "What's your range?" Hal asked her. She shrugged. "You have to actually look into my eyes for my power to work. Looking in my direction doesn't cut it. Otherwise, there'd be far more statues in the world. The range is however close you have to be to see into my eyes." She paused, then added, "I accidentally calcified an eagle once. It was flying high above looking for rodents. Amazing eyesight." Orson winced occasionally, and Hal suggested he take a moment to shift a few more times, but the man assured him it wouldn't help. There's a point where it's about as healed as it's gonna be. Us old folks can't rejuvenate our bodies at 100% like you young scallywags. So we're stuck with your limping and whining, Molly said with a chuckle. Yep, at least I can walk, though. Fog resumed drifting through the trees as they left the vicinity of the fog hole. The farther they walked, the thicker it grew, and by the time they reached the outskirts of Black Woods and peered out across the fields, Hal felt like he'd gone back in time. Still, it wasn't as dense as usual. They could see far enough ahead that it would be hard for dragons to get close without being seen. The thinning fog helped them. "Can I ride on your back, Orson?" Molly asked. "Sure thing." As soon as he'd transformed, Molly climbed up and made herself comfortable. "Hal, I can't look out for you when I take off my veil and calcify everything I see. You need to stay behind us. And when the trouble starts, be a dragon and breathe fire. Protect our rear." "Will do," he said. "And if I shout 'watch out,' you'd better close your eyes, all right?" They resumed their march, with Hal on foot, but easily keeping up with the limping Pegasus. Overhead, he glimpsed 4 dark shapes as they flew over. He groaned. They had to be the other dragons from the fog hole. "Get lost," he muttered. Molly spoke without turning. "Did you say something, Hal?" "No, I was just—" Then he frowned. "Actually, yeah. I have the white dragon in my head. We're getting close." "You're talking to him?" "Or her," she snorted. "You don't know the difference between males and females of your own kind?" "Well," Hal blinked. She had a point. "I think it's male."
I sense your approach, Hal.
He said nothing.
You bring assistance, a winged horse, and a human woman?
"Yup," he agreed. After a pause, the white dragon spoke again with amusement.
How do you expect to prevail?
An image of a dragon statue sprang to mind, and he quickly pushed the thought away. "I'm done talking to you," he said instead. To his surprise, the white dragon's presence began to fade. Molly called over her shoulder. "What did he have to say, Hal?" "What? Oh, nothing interesting. I think he's busy underestimating us." "So he doesn't know about my power?" "No, he can't read my mind. Or not all of it, anyway. I talk aloud because, well, it's like he can hear what's going on at the front of my mind, but not the back." She nodded. "Got it. We retain the element of surprise." Hal grew excited. "Yeah, and even though these dragons have a hive mind, and they all knew instantly when the serpent attacked, apparently they didn't get the message when one of them turned to stone." "Gorgon calcification is fast," Molly said. "All right, watch out ahead." "I see movement." A sense of dread crept through Hal's body as at least a dozen shadowy figures loomed out of the fog from various directions. He immediately reverted to his dragon form and prepared to attack. Orson kept moving. The hulking shapes began to materialize, taking on dragon forms. One by one, they came into full view, mostly blood red. One of them, vivid yellow, seemed a little more worked up than the others and hissed continuously. In darting movements, it approached Orson and Molly with its wings half extended and tail swinging restlessly. The yellow coloring stood out bright against the gloomy backdrop. "Steady," Molly said in a low voice. Her hair had become a writhing mass of snakes again. "I want to get as many as I can." "But don't let them get too close," Hal growled in his dragon voice, wishing she could understand him. One spit of lava. She seemed to realize this and reached for her veil. Before she could whip it off, the yellow dragon spat. Instead of lava, a glob of nastiness struck Molly full in the chest. The moment it hit her, she flung her veil aside and leaned forward. And the yellow dragon abruptly froze. Even as it solidified into stone with that eerie grating noise, the red dragons beyond also became still, quickly graying. As the rest of the creatures snarled and surged forward, she turned to the left and caught 6 more in her gaze. Then, when they abruptly halted, she spun to the right and caught the others too. In a matter of moments, it was over. 13 statues stood in silence. Then Molly gasped and fell forward. "What did it spit on me?" She slipped sideways off Orson, stumbled, then fell onto the grass and lay panting on her hands and knees, her snakes still writhing. Hal reverted to human form and rushed closer. "Don't come near me," she croaked. "It's some kind of poison." Orson shifted to his hermit self and knelt by her side. "Let me see." "No!" Molly yelled. Fumbling for her veil, she clasped it to her face and held it there. "Don't get this stuff on your skin." "Back off and let me transform. Don't look into my eyes." Abruptly, the woman underwent a rare full transformation. She resembled Emily in Naga form, only thinner, and with a robe clinging to her serpentine body. Her scales were dark green, her lower half and tail adorned with slim yellow stripes. Hal stared at those stripes, thinking how the vivid color warned of her death gaze, just as the dragon's stripes signified some kind of poison. Molly poked and prodded at the center of her chest, then nodded. "That's a little better. I'll live. Now let's get this done." Still holding the veil to her face, she peered through it at Orson and Hal. "I'm going on alone. I can move faster like this." "Molly, no!" Orson protested. She hissed. "I can't have you around, Orson. You'll either get burned by lava or calcified. You'll be in the way. Please let me do this." She then addressed Hal. "And you, boy, I'd like you to go back toward Black Woods. Take flight as soon as you can, where the fog is cleared. Then fly over here and distract the dragons from above. Maybe breathe fire while I creep up behind them." Hal shook his head in dismay. "But that's—" Again she interrupted. "No arguments. Go, the 2 of you. See you on the other side." And with that, she faced the other direction, carefully stashed her veil in a robe pocket, and slithered off at a rapid pace, a sinister figure that was quickly lost in the gloom. Orson hung his head. "That woman will be the death of me." Then he chuckled at his own pun. "All right, Hal, you heard her. We need to distract the dragon so she has a chance to get close. Let's go. On my back." When he transformed into his Pegasus form, Hal clambered aboard, with some difficulty. "Molly made this look so easy," he grumbled once he got situated. "But Orson, your leg, I'll manage." The winged horse began trotting, heading toward Black Woods. After a while, he picked up his pace, a slow gallop with a distinct limp. Judging by his groans, one of his rear legs hurt badly. His nostrils snorted hot breath as he went. Hal marveled at the enormous feathered wings. Black and shiny, they were neatly folded but slightly open, as if he were preparing to leap into the air. He didn't try just yet, though. The fog remained too thick. By the time a tree line appeared ahead, the fog had thinned to almost nothing. Orson let out a whinny, then spread his wings wide. Hal hunkered down and gripped the flowing mane. When the Pegasus leapt, the wings thumped downward, then pumped hard. "You're doing it!" Hal shouted with excitement. Orson snorted and panted with exertion. It appeared the fog finally relented, because he suddenly shot upward at such a speed that Hal felt his stomach sink to his feet. Breathless, Orson rose above the fog and circled around. Flight was easy now, and it showed. He beat his wings slowly and soared higher as he headed toward the tip of the island where the lighthouse used to project above the fog. "Down there!" Hal yelled, pointing. Orson couldn't see where he pointed, but it didn't matter. He swooped a little lower to where a mass of shapes moved in the gloom. This was the leading edge of the dragon army, still immersed in thick fog, and Molly would be approaching shortly. It was time for Hal to do his thing. "See you later," he called. Taking a deep breath, he swung his leg over the side and threw himself off Orson's back. He'd done this kind of thing enough times that he wasn't too worried. He transformed, spread his wings, arrested his fall, and skimmed the top of the fog with a savage roar. His blast of fire tore into the gloom and bathed the mass of dark shapes in an inferno. The shadowy dragons roared back, their combined noise much louder than his. Jets of lava shot up out of the fog, but instantly fell back to earth in a molten shower. It looked like a series of volcanoes erupting simultaneously among the clouds. Hal flew around in a wide arc, blasting the fog with fire and smiling grimly at the sprays of lava. Some droplets reached high enough to sear his hide, and his smile faded.
How?
He groaned and refrained from answering.
You brought a Gorgon.
This time he responded, "Yup."
You are decimating my numbers.
"That's the idea."
This must end.
"Oh, it will." On his next pass, the massive dragon-shaped figures at the leading edge were absolutely still, just like statues. But there were plenty of others in motion, and it was these Hal hit with another blast of fire. He imagined Molly weaving in and out of the statues, looking for a fresh wave of live dragons to hit with her glare. It would take a while to get through all 800 or so, but she could do it as long as—
This will stop now!
About to blast more fire into the fog, Hal checked himself and flew harmlessly overhead. A wave of energy had swept through him, tickling the tips of his wings and tail. "It will stop now," he agreed.
You will turn no more of my brood to stone.
"Definitely no more." Hal shook his head. Why was he firing on his own kind? Had he lost his mind? The thought of so many calcified dragons appalled him. What was he thinking?
You will direct your fire at the enemy.
That made much more sense. "Will do." He circled around again, determined to right his wrong. He might have been helping the humans before, but he was done with that. It was time for the Gorgon to roast in the hottest fire he could muster. "I'm coming for you, Molly," he growled. Chapter 5. The Enemy Must Die. Hal aimed his fire toward the calcified dragons, knowing he couldn't hurt them and that the Gorgon hid among the statues like a coward. He blasted dozens at a time, then circled around and blasted dozens more. Roars of encouragement lifted from the fog, further bolstering his resolve.
She is here,
the white dragon urged.
We see her cowering but fear her power. Burn her.
"Point me in the right direction," Hal growled. He breathed more fire into the fog, then added, "Am I close? Which way? All I see are shadows."
Toward the east.
He was about to turn in that direction when a horse neighed from above, distracting him. Orson shot past, and though his actual words were indecipherable, his questioning tone was obvious. Angrily, Hal tore after the Pegasus with fury burning in his chest. He pumped his wings hard to catch up. Still some distance ahead, Orson glanced over his shoulder with fearful eyes. He snorted and whinnied, as if to say, "Why are you coming after me?" Fire threatened to erupt from Hal's throat, but he held it in check, saving it for when he got close enough to incinerate the winged horse. He imagined a burning carcass spinning out of control and plummeting to the ground, trailing black smoke as it fell into the fog. Orson neighed again, climbing higher into the sky. His hooves flashed and tail swished, and sweat shone on his flanks. He snorted and huffed, nostrils flaring. Abruptly, Hal's fury deserted him. He eased off, allowing the Pegasus to escape. After a moment of confusion, he realized what had happened. The white dragon had snuck into his head again. Now out of range, the grip on his mind had relaxed. "I'm sorry," he called after Orson. "I can't go back there again. I need to stay away." Whether Orson understood or not was unclear, but he flew around in circles high above, looking down with obvious suspicion. Hal turned, undecided on his next move.
How?
"Nope," he growled. With nothing to do except watch from above, he felt completely useless as Molly, somewhere amid that thick fog, continued turning dragons to stone. He could make out the unmoving army of shadowy statues, with more added every second. The rest had fallen back. Dark figures surged away from the statues, putting distance between them and the deadly Gorgon. "Go get 'em, Molly," he muttered. "So sorry I nearly burned you." Anger rose in him again, only this time directed toward the white dragon. If he could only isolate that enemy. But then what? Have his mind hijacked again? Become a fire-breathing puppet for the brood? Miss Simone had been right to insist he steer clear of the island. And what had he done? Ignored her wisdom and nearly killed Molly. Dismayed and angry, he headed off toward the sea. In the distance, Orson watched him warily. Hal let out a roar, trying to convey a goodbye as he went. He felt like such a loser. Poor Molly was down there, taking on endless dragons all by herself. And what could he do to help? Absolutely nothing. He'd be better off tracking down the escapees. A distant voice whispered through his head once more.
How?
"Leave me alone."
The Gorgon has incapacitated a third of our brood. Stop this madness.
"Madness," Hal roared. "She has no choice. You'll kill us all if we don't kill you first." The white dragon's whispery voice returned after a pause.
I said she has incapacitated a third of our brood. They are not dead. They are simply suspended.
Hal feigned scorn to hide his jolt of dread. "Well, aren't you smart? How'd you find that out?"
I sense the presence of powerful magic.
The voice was so distant now that Hal naturally began to veer in a wide arc, a casual U-turn that would take him around the outskirts of the brood rather than directly away. This re-established the connection with the white dragon, whose voice then grew stronger by the second.
And that magic suggests life, not death. It means our brood, even though incapacitated by the Gorgon, will merely sleep for a while. The rest of us will persevere with the extinction of humans in this world, and our remaining numbers will grow exponentially every 14 days.
Yeah, Hal grumbled. "So you keep saying. Why are you gloating about this? Are you trying to set me off? Make me do something stupid?"
I wish only to bargain with you. You are a half-dragon, Hal. Work with us, and I will ensure that you alone survive human extinction.
"Oh, that's great, thanks," Hal scoffed. "What an offer." He suddenly realized the white dragon's voice was loud again, which surprised him. "Where are you, anyway?"
I see you flying over at this very moment.
Hal scoured the fog, seeing only a mass of moving figures. "I thought you were over on the other side, near the Gorgon."
I am in 3 places at once.
Realization struck. "You're one of 3 whites."
We are the leaders of the brood, 3 parts of the same mind. The rest of the brood, listen and obey.
Hal found that strange. As if a hive mind throughout the brood wasn't enough, 3 smarter white dragons shared the same interconnected thoughts, each capable of continuing the conversation no matter which one did the talking. 2 were here in the fog. The third had escaped earlier that morning. "Why are you telling me this?"
Let us forge a partnership, Hal.
The sense of urgency was hard to miss now.
I will not harm you. Join me, and quickly. For the Gorgon has incapacitated 321 of our brood already.
And she'll do the rest shortly, he said, trying to contain his glee.
It will not come to that. Our warriors are stubborn and refuse to avert their gaze, hence the swiftness of their demise thus far. But even they are realizing the folly of their courage and the necessity for retreat. Your Gorgon's work will fall short, Hal. She will be left stranded among hundreds of living dragons who refuse to look at her, who will blindly spew lava in her direction. Do you think she will survive, Hal?
Hal circled around again. He still couldn't see the white dragon in the gloom, but he somehow sensed his location. Does your hive mind work without you 3 white dragons? After a pause came a suspicious-sounding answer.
That is not relevant.
Are all the other dragons as smart as you? Or do they just take your orders without question?
Why do you ask?
Hal chose his words carefully. If I'm to join you, I need to be sure the rest of the brood won't turn on me if you 3 white dragons aren't around.
In our absence, the brood will be free to choose its own destiny. But their icy hearts are set on the destruction of humankind. Do not think killing the 3 of us will alter that, Hal.
I wasn't, he protested.
I offer only mercy for yourself if you order your Gorgon to desist.
Hal bit his tongue as he flew in a tight circle. What kind of backstabbing coward did this dragon think he was? It wanted him to tell Molly to stand down so they could walk up and annihilate her? Then live happily ever after with the remaining dragons after they exterminated humans across the world? I accept, he said with a throaty growl. He could almost hear the white dragon's surprise.
Then do it. Tell the Gorgon to desist.
Hal scoured the fog-smothered fields below. I'm going to land near her. Tell your dragons to hold their fire, I mean lava. Don't kill me. She won't stop until I become human and persuade her. Understand? You need to give me a minute.
I understand.
The white dragon almost purred with anticipation. Knowing he had one shot at landing in the right place, Hal studied the shadowy figures all around and descended with his wings spread wide. As soon as he plunged into the fog, all wind resistance and aerodynamic lift fled in an instant, and he might as well have been a wingless creature dropping from the claws of a rock. He crashed down hard on the grass and let out a grunt of pain. Laying still for a moment, he mentally checked for damage before surveying his surroundings. In front of him, a wall of living dragons hunkered low, glaring with fangs bared and wings partially spread. Most were red, but a blue and a black stood out among the crowd. Hal slowly swiveled to face the other way, where dozens of statues stood motionless. Among them, a solitary figure lurked. Hal averted his gaze at once. "Hal!" Molly hissed, her voice somehow undercutting the brood's combined growls. "What are you doing?" Knowing the white dragon could easily betray him, and probably would, Hal slowly reverted to human form. This caused a silence to fall. His transformation surprised even the dragons. He stood shakily for a moment, reassessing the damage. No broken bones, clothes intact, sanity definitely impaired. Glancing over his shoulder, he quailed at the sight of the formidable dragon army and fought the urge to run. "Molly," he called, "I need you to desist." After a long pause, she said, "Hal, I've put my veil on. Look at me." He swallowed and peered into the gloom. Sure enough, the Gorgon had donned her veil. As large as she was, her sinister serpent form easily sheltered behind the bulky statue of a lunging dragon. Snakes whipped about on her head, continually hissing. "Talk to me, Hal," she whispered. "Why are you getting in my way?" "Because you won't make it across the island. You won't be able to turn them all to stone, and then—" "I seem to be doing pretty well so far," she argued. "The idiots just keep right on charging at me with their eyes wide open." "And they're starting to wise up," he countered. "Pretty soon, They'll all have their eyes closed, and then you'll be useless against them. But they can still go after you, and they can still spit lava. I'll die trying, she growled. Hal took a few steps toward her. No, I'm asking you to desist. Though she wore a veil, he could see her forehead crease into a frown. As he'd hoped, his use of the rather stuffy word desist puzzled her, a word she knew he would never normally use. After an agonizing moment, she nodded. Fine, I'll desist. Now what? Breathing a sigh of relief, Hal again faced the wall of dragons. He raised his voice. The Gorgon has agreed to stand down. She's wearing a mask, so it's safe to approach. Several red dragons surged forward. Hal backed up in a hurry with his hands held high. Wait, not you! I meant the white dragons. If we're going to have some kind of truce, it has to be between leaders. Otherwise, I'll just tell the Gorgon to keep on turning you all to stone. Despite the obvious discontentment among the brood, a voice whispered through Hal's head, one intended for the dragons, but which he overheard. It spoke differently, using basic, rudimentary words. The reds and other color dragons were like ogres, he guessed, strong and loyal, but pretty dim-witted. They settled down and waited until their leader, one of the whites, emerged from the gloom and stamped into the open. Then they rallied around him, protecting his flanks, snorting and hissing threateningly. Now what? Hal said, trying to keep the stammer from his voice. He was within range of a casual spurt of lava from the brood. The white dragons stared at him, and though his mouth didn't move, the words were loud and clear.
The Gorgon must show herself with her mask intact.
Hal nodded and addressed Molly. He wants you to come out with your mask on. And why would I do that, boy? It's the only way this truce will work. She tilted her head. This truce? Molly, listen to me. Come out here with your veil on, then revert to your human form to prove you're willing to make this truce work. After that, well, you won't need the veil anymore, because you won't be dangerous then. And we can all talk freely, and everything will be fine. Right? He held his breath. She slowly nodded. I'm coming out. Shakily, Hal spoke to the dragons. She's coming out with her mask on. Then she'll turn back to human form so we can all talk safely. Okay?
That is acceptable,
the white dragon agreed. If he had hands, he would be rubbing them gleefully right now. Molly slithered into full view, cutting across the grass the way Emily did in her Naga form, only larger and somehow more sinister despite the odd-looking robe that clung to her like flapping dried skin. It was the snakes on her head that gave him the heebie-jeebies. She oozed creepiness, and if she didn't wear that veil, Hal imagined her eyes would be blazing yellow. Though Hal hadn't instructed it, she eased across the grass and stopped mere yards from the white dragon. After a moment, she reverted to human form and stood with her head bowed until her snapping vipers morphed into curly black hair and went still. All around, dragons sighed with obvious relief. The white dragon growled and bared his teeth.
You did well, Hal.
Okay, good. Now let's talk nicely, shall we?
There is nothing to talk about, Hal. We will keep you alive for now as promised. But this Gorgon human must be incinerated.
A collective rumble of agreement swept through the ranks. Chests began to glow as red dragons slowly reared up and opened their mouths in readiness. The white dragon stood calmly, his teeth still bared. It's time to talk, Hal called, growing desperate. Molly, take that veil off so we can talk. With her head still bowed, Molly calmly removed her veil. Stay back there, Hal, and let me do the talking. Okay? Get on with it then, he yelled as dragons rose higher and tilted their heads back. Molly lifted her chin and barked a word so loudly that it cut across the field. Dragons! Every dragon present automatically glanced at her, and every one of them grayed and solidified. The white dragon, who stood directly in front of her, had no chance. A wave of calcification spread quickly through him and his army, going back a dozen rows or more with an eerie, creaking, grating noise. Mere seconds later, the field fell silent. Farther out, a cacophony of distant roarings started up. Her death gaze had spared those dragons, but now they couldn't get past the solid wall of unmoving statues, so Hal and Molly had time to flee. With her veil back in place, Molly turned and screamed at him. "Run to Black Woods!" He ran alongside her, dodging around endless stone figures. Her robe flapped like crazy, and she stumbled twice. She had long legs, but was a couple of decades older than him, and she fell behind. But she yelled at him not to wait, to keep moving and get to safety. Lost in the fog, dragons thundered after them. They had a handicap, though. The gaps between the calcified obstacles proved too small to squeeze through, whereas Hal and Molly weaved easily. The unmistakable sound of statues falling and breaking struck Hal with horror. The incapacitated victims might not have been fully dead a moment ago, but they were now, and many more would suffer the same fate as the angry dragons clumsily pursued their prey. "We have to fly," Hal said as he slowed for Molly to catch up. "The fog's too thick here," she gasped. She was right, of course, but it was definitely thinning. "Soon," he promised. "Orson managed it okay." They left the graveyard of statues behind, and the field opened up before them. Black Woods lay quite some distance ahead, visible from farther away than before. The fog was clearing rapidly. Soon, all the calcified victims would stand under a blue sky, casting shadows in the sunlight. And after that, those remaining would find themselves bursting out of the gloom. Then they'd be free to launch, and all would be lost. Molly must have had the exact same thought, because she grabbed Hal's hand and slowed. Panting, she stared through her veil at him and shook her head. "I can't leave, Hal. I have to finish this. If they get off this island—" "I know," he agreed. "There are still 400 or 500 left." She hissed, as if stung by a wasp. "It's impossible. I can't make them look at me. And I doubt we'll be able to trick them again." They stood still, catching their breath, with Black Woods just ahead and an approaching army at their backs. As they waited, the sky suddenly brightened, and a ray of sunshine fell across Hal's face as the fog rolled away. He squinted upward. "We're in the clear," he mumbled. "We can leave any time." Molly nodded. "And so can the nearest dragons in just a minute or two." Hal made up his mind. "On my back, Molly. I'll fly around, and you turn 'em to stone." It only took her a moment to consider the idea. "Fine. We stay near the receding edge of the fog. We move with it and take out dragons the second the sun falls across their nasty faces." Hal transformed, and as soon as she'd climbed aboard, he launched and soared upward, grateful to be airborne again. A quick glance down clearly showed how the blanket of fog had an increasingly large hole in its center, originating at the fog hole in Black Woods and spreading wider by the second. He circled the air where the fog was thin. Below, dragons advanced out of the gloom and into the sunlight. As they paused in surprise and began to flap their wings, Hal flew by in front of them, and Molly, on his back, whipped her veil aside and screeched at the top of her voice to get their attention. A wave of grey swept over the dragons. Hal daringly skimmed the fog to begin another pass. By the time he circled all the way around, new dragons had appeared, and again Molly calcified them with a well-timed shriek to get their attention. But this trick was only effective once more. On the fourth pass, dragons refused to look up. They kept their gazes down and avoided Molly's death stare, and when Hal had flown on by, they emerged fully into the sunlight and began to launch. Hal felt a surge of dread. 10 or 15 dragons lifted off the ground with triumphant roars, flapping their wings and spewing lava in all directions. They were escaping. "Get us closer," Molly ordered. Understanding her plan, Hal put on speed and flew toward the red-winged, scaly creatures. He blasted fire, and those he came upon had no choice but to look his way, and instantly turned to stone. The result was catastrophic. Statues dropped from the sky and shattered in the field below. Suppressing his rising horror, Hal darted about among the rest of the lava-spitting dragons. Molly shrieked, heads craned their way, and more stone figures dropped out of the sky. Some landed on top of a fresh wave of escapees, killing them instantly, yet more eagerly launched, corkscrewing upward and trying to avoid looking at Molly. Hal found himself largely ignored. None of the fleeing dragons came at him. They simply ran to safety. He had to fly after them and attack their rear or side swipe them, if only to get their attention for a second. When they grayed and went still, he immediately focused on others, not bothering to watch the statues dropping to the ground. And on it went. Chapter 6. New Talents. Hal lay on the grass, breathing hard, staring up at the blue sky with the distant drone of helicopters heading toward them from the mainland. Beside him, Molly sat upright with her veil safely in place, a light breeze tugging at the gauzy fabric and her windswept, curly black hair. "We did it," she whispered, "every last one of them." "Except for the bunch that escaped from the lighthouse this morning," Hal corrected her. "And some more that got away from us. We need to go after them. And we will. But for now, take a look, Hal." He slowly sat up. He'd landed in the grounds of the lighthouse, where it had all started. Though he knew hundreds of statues littered the island, it was relatively clear here among the rubble. The falling tower's walls had killed a few, but the vast majority stood unmoving out in the fields. A deathly silence had descended on the island. Hal could almost feel its sorrow, so much death and destruction in a short time. "They're not dead yet," he said. "Molly, I know we can't leave them alone in some walled garden like you did with all your human accidents." "Ouch," she murmured. "But the thought of breaking them up into pieces." He shuddered. Molly patted his shoulder. "My dear, that is not something you need to worry about. You and I have done our duty today. We deserve a rest. Lieutenant Briscoe and his soldiers will break the statues up when they arrive. That's something we can't prevent, even if we want to." Hal climbed to his feet and looked wistfully at the pile of rubble that had once been a lighthouse. "They were scared, you know." "The dragons? Well, we had them on the run, so... they were really scared." He spoke in a monotone, reliving the awful event. "They're not all that bright, which is why they kept coming at you. They finally wised up and tried to stay out of sight. But the fog rolled aside and we picked them off, so they ran away, hoping to stay under the fog. But they ran out of places to hide," Molly continued. Hal squeezed his eyes shut. "I heard the white dragon." Molly faced him and tilted her head. "There are 3 of them," Hal clarified, shielding his eyes as he watched the approaching helicopters in the distance. "Were, anyway. One escaped this morning. You turned the second to stone after we pretended to surrender. The third held on until the end. He tried to talk me out of this. I had to shut out his voice because if I got close and listened too hard, he might have changed my mind, and then you'd have let them all escape." Molly sighed and patted his shoulder again. "Let's not dwell any more on this, my dear. It's over. We have hundreds of statues to break up and numerous half-eaten corpses in the sea. This is a huge cleanup operation, and we're having nothing to do with it. Okay? You and I are done here." Also in the sky, much closer, was a dark-winged creature. "There's Orson," Hal muttered. "Frantically searching for us, I should imagine." Molly nudged him. All the more reason for us to stop moping around here. Get us airborne, Hal. Let's show Orson we're okay, and get back home. Though still weary from flying around in circles, turning dragons to stone, his well-deserved rest had worked wonders, and he felt ready to take to the sky again. Just before he transformed, he asked Molly if she were tired, and she laughed softly. It was only then he realized how unsteady she was. Calcifying so many at once has given me a brain ache, she joked. My eyes feel like they're hot little embers. I'd asked Dr. Kessler to take a look, but, you know. After a pause, she added, I really don't feel too well, to be honest. Hal immediately decided to take her to Miss Simone's science laboratory. Orson joined them in the air, and together they headed for a portal. Hal fully expected to return to Old Earth soon, on the hunt for those missing dragons. But for now, he was glad to see the back of the place. They received a warm welcome in Carter. Goblins had sent word ahead of the returning heroes, and Miss Simone gracefully allowed a lot of backclapping and cheering from a massive crowd of townsfolk before her patience ran thin. All right, enough celebrating, she complained above the noise. We still have work to do. The mood sobered dramatically after she explained that the remaining lava-spitting dragons in Old Earth could arrive over Carter once they fully understood portals. People shuffled away, and talk of evacuation sprang up. They could be in New Earth already, Hal pointed out, as Miss Simone led him and his friends to the town hall. They might have figured out portals already. In fact, I wonder. He paused in the entranceway to the town hall, and Abigail frowned at him. You wonder what? He was about to reply when Miss Simone called from inside. Children, get in here so we can get started. Quit blocking the door, Thomas called from the back of the group. They all filed into the hall and found a place to sit together, their parents clustered in rows farther back. A few council officials and numerous random townsfolk took up many of the remaining seats. Goblins lined the walls. Though Miss Simone had given up her unofficial role as town leader to return to her work as a scientist, she seemed to have adopted the mantle once again. In times of crisis, everyone naturally looked to her. She stood at the front with a pained expression as probably 100 logistical problems ran through her mind. First priority, she started, is to find the escaped dragons. While we're doing that, the military will begin dismantling those on the island. Dismantling, Hal thought with a shiver. And then what? A man at the back called. He was a familiar face around the town. What are you going to do with all the chunks of stone? Build houses? This caused a slightly awkward chuckle of laughter, but it soon died away when Miss Simone glared at him. Absolutely not. Can you imagine what would happen if a powerful phoenix is reborn in these parts and nullifies all the magic? Try to picture what would happen to all those chunks. I would think they'd... Can we move on? Darcy's mom, Mrs. O'Tanner, interrupted. We don't need to think about that in too much detail, thank you very much. Miss Simone nodded. The debris, she said with disdain, will be carted away and dumped in the sea. If a phoenix nullifies our magic in the future, the fish will have lots to nibble on for a while. Again, nervous laughter swept through the hall, mixed with mutters of disgust and horror. Now, on to more urgent matters. How do we track down the escaped dragons? As I understand it, there are 30 of them, and... 26, Robbie called. Miss Simone paused for a second, then shrugged. 26, then. More than that now, Hal said, feeling a little guilty. Some escaped Molly's stare. They went off in all directions. Not many, though. Maybe an extra 10. Judging by the grumbles, nobody considered an extra 10 as insignificant when each was incredibly dangerous. Forget those for now. Where's the group of 26? Miss Simone asked. Any ideas, Hal? You saw them last. Hal blinked, then squirmed in his seat as dozens of eyes fixed on him. Well, no, they disappeared. But, spit it out, doofus, Fenton muttered. Well, the Bigfoots and Yetis could use geo-rocks to jump across distances without creating portals. Not just distances, but across realms too. When the mother dragon was there inside the mountain, the Yetis tried to destroy her and the eggs by lobbing blue geo-rocks down the shaft. We think the blue magic got into the eggs and caused them to mutate, Abigail offered. Yeah, mutate. So they multiplied and grew and multiplied and grew, and suddenly there were over 900 of them, and we're pretty sure they have magical powers that most dragons don't. We are? Thomas said. Hal ignored him. If the dragons traveled, if they're somehow able to jump across distances like the Bigfoots and Yetis can, well, how do they do it without geo-rocks? Maybe that power is built in. I think it surprised them too. They all vanished at once, and I swear they were as shocked as me. The hall remained silent as everyone digested that news. So they could be literally anywhere by now, Miss Simone said. And in either realm, Hal added, old Earth or new Earth, just anywhere. Split up or all together, someone farther back called out. Hal twisted around, but couldn't see who had spoken. Don't know, but they all left together, so maybe they stayed together. Maybe the other 10 will join them later. I don't know. Miss Simone sighed. We have no reports of lava-spitting dragons causing mayhem and destruction in either world, but news might take a while to get to us. She stared at Hal. If I understood your account of everything that happened at Yeti Mountain, you were exposed to the same blue magic when you blew up some geo-rocks, correct? Yeah, Robbie answered. We threw some at the dragons and your collective ocular anomaly proves this, she went on. She glanced around at the audience. In case you haven't noticed, all 9 of the shapeshifters now have blue eyes. This comment sent a wave of murmurs throughout the hall. The parents knew, of course, but it was news to the townsfolk. I knew something was different, a lady pointed out. I was talking to young Emily outside, and I kept thinking, did she change her hair, or what? Miss Simone ignored her. Is the eye color significant? Do any of you young shapeshifters feel altered? Dewey raised a hand. Miss Simone, are you saying we could be mutating the same way the dragons did before they hatched? Will we multiply? Thomas exclaimed, looking shocked. Another ripple of consternation. Miss Simone raised a hand to shush everyone. I have no idea, but please bear it in mind. Be on the lookout for changes. In the meantime, is it possible to use geo-rocks to hop vast distances so you can go after those dragons? Hal almost leapt out of his seat. Yes, I was going to suggest that. I've done it before, and I know I can do it again. Well, I think I can... But so what? Thomas challenged him. Even if you can leap 100 miles, how would you know where to leap to? It's hard to explain. Aware that everyone watched him intently, Hal struggled for the right words. Willow Stump showed me how to... Who's that? Someone called from the back row. He was one of the council members and seemed as confused as his colleagues nearby. And what's all this about leaping distances? I feel we're missing some information here. Judging by Miss Simone's eye roll, she had no patience for explaining every tiny detail to a council. Still, she gave Hal a nod. Willow Stump is one of the Bigfoots we met on Bigfoot Mountain, Hal clarified. Bigfoots and Yetis can transport from place to place with geo-rocks. They just focus on a distant point and bam, they vanish and reappear where they want to. And you can do this? The same man asked, looking incredulous. Our shapeshifters can teleport now? Simone, why didn't you mention this? This is significant. It dramatically increases their ability to be where we need them as soon as possible. For instance, if there's a problem in the north... Seeing Miss Simone's growing ire, Hal quickly interrupted. The big difference is that Bigfoots and Yetis can do it without draining their geo-rocks. When I tried it, the rock instantly went dead. Anyway, maybe that doesn't matter right now. The thing is, I can follow the dragons. But how do you know where they are right now? Thomas asked again. I don't. But the Bigfoots and Yetis don't always know where they're leaping to either. They have to kind of guess, and they do it by visualizing where they need to be. Maybe I can... Hal trailed off, realizing his explanation was sadly lacking in logic. Look, get me a geo-rock and I'll show you. They put the meeting on hold while someone rushed to fetch one or two. During the delay, with a constant buzz of voices around the room, the shapeshifters huddled together. You can't come with me, Hal told them all. Same problem as before. I can't have you on my back when I go up against 30 dragons in the sky. Agreed, Darcy said, nodding vigorously. We're not standing by while you do all the work, Fenton said, with a fierce scowl. Abigail held up a hand to get their attention. Miss Simone already explained what we need to do, remember? Gather armies, Robbie muttered. She smiled. Exactly. Hal is supposed to be on his way to the Labyrinth of Fire by now, enlisting some helpful dragons. After that, maybe he can track down the nasty lava-spitting ones. Meanwhile, the rest of us can get to work. Emily, go fetch your winged naga. Lauren, see if the harpies will be interested in helping. They won't, she said flatly. Well, ask. We need winged creatures. Thomas snapped his finger and thumb and sat up straight. You know, the manticores in the forest don't have wings, but the ones in the mountains do. Everyone stared in amazement. Wait, what? Dewey gasped. Winged manticores? Seriously? Thomas shrugged. So I've heard. Before anyone could utter another word, a man returned clutching 3 geo-rocks. He nervously approached the shapeshifters and handed them over. There are more if you need them. Hal nodded and took one in his hands. I'll definitely need more. One leap will drain it instantly. So do it, someone shouted, sounding excited. I gotta see this. Is it something anyone can do? Hal stood and nodded. I don't see why not, but... He shrugged. Anyway, here goes. He focused on the rear exit door in the wall opposite. It was closed, and he knew that outside, a short path led through a hedgerow to the street. He put himself in the mind of a Bigfoot, remembering how he'd done this trick up on Bigfoot Mountain when tracking down the fugitive Wendigo. I want to be outside the building, he exclaimed, holding the geo-rock aloft and staring at the closed door. I want to be outside. The rock flickered slightly, but nothing else happened. Trying to ignore the weight of stares around him, he closed his eyes for a moment to clear his mind. When he reopened them, the geo-rock glowed softly in his hand as always, an orange light that signified a full charge. That was about to change. He imagined the energy transferring to his mind, to be redirected at the door opposite, and he said in a loud, authoritative voice, I want to be outside. This time, the rock flashed, and as it did so, he felt a tug deep inside his gut. For a moment, he was weightless and rushing through the air as if yanked on a super-strong length of elastic. An instant later, his feet slammed down on a hard pathway, and he blinked in the sunshine. He was outside. The hedgerow stood before him, and the path led through to the streets of Carter. He spun around to face the rear exit of the town hall building, the door still firmly closed. Feeling triumphant and a little smug, he twisted the doorknob, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. An audience of startled faces with open mouths stared back. He closed the door behind him and shrugged. See, it's easy when you know how. Only thing is, it's going to use up a bunch of... To his surprise, the geo-rock he held up had already regained its glow and was back to full strength. Well, that's weird, he muttered. I must be getting good at this. Abigail leapt to her feet. You're like a Bigfoot. She clambered past her friends and the rest of the people on that row, her face red with excitement. This has to be something to do with the blue magic we were all dosed with. Maybe now you can transport everywhere using one rock, just like the Bigfoots and Yetis. Hal frowned. The Bigfoots don't use blue magic. She waved off his inconsistency. We don't really know that for sure. The point is, you've learned how to do it without draining the rock. So now you can jump about everywhere. She faced Miss Simone and the rest of the startled crowd. We all have work to do, and if we can learn how to jump like Hal just did, then we can get to places much faster. And her eyes widened. When the Bigfoots and Yetis showed us how it worked, we linked hands so they could drag us along. Meaning... She trailed off, clearly lost in a state of wonder. Emily was the one who finished her thought. You're saying we can raise our armies of dragons and naga and manticores, and as long as we link hands, then we can all transport together and get back here super fast. No way, Robbie whispered. What's the range? Thomas demanded. How many can we carry on one geo-rock? A rising chorus of voices broke out, with suggestions to test the theory and warnings of terrible danger. What if someone let go? What if the magic only partially worked and unknown forces tore the group asunder? What if this? What if that? Hal considered the possibilities with growing excitement. If he could leap to the labyrinth of fire and enlist an army of dragons and then somehow get them all to link up by biting each other's tails, then he could take that army straight into battle within moments instead of after hours of weary flight. They could appear out of the blue and use the element of surprise to overpower the lava-spitting enemy. Let me try, Robbie exclaimed, reaching for one of the spare geo-rocks. We have to learn this now. Hal, show us what to do. Ignoring Miss Simone, the shapeshifters surged for the door, eager to go find a geo-rock and start practicing. Slow down, she called after them, as parents and council members rose to their feet. Hal found himself grinning despite the seriousness of the task ahead, a new magical talent. Chapter 7. Thinking as One. Hal and his friends quickly raided a small geo-rock store 2 streets over. They hurried away just as their parents and Miss Simone came around the corner. Sorry, Dad, gotta go, Fenton yelled when Mr. Bridges called to him. With armfuls of rocks, the shapeshifters gathered at a quiet memorial garden behind a row of cottages, away from onlookers and passers-by. Hal immediately began the lesson, not that he had much knowledge to impart. It's like Willowstump said. You think of where you want to be, and imagine yourself being there. But you have to really want to be there, kind of like when we first transformed and learned to fly. Easy for you to say, Darcy grumbled. My first time transforming was when I was knocked unconscious and woke up invisible. And when you tried to drown me, Emily said, giving Hal a half smile. All right, so let's all try to leap to the other side of this garden. Last one to the wall is a giant steaming loser. This was exactly the encouragement they needed. Everything went quiet as 9 shapeshifters, each holding aloft a glowing geo-rock, focused on their task. Hal deliberately held back to give the newbies a fair chance. But when nothing happened, he went ahead with his own leap, amazing himself at how easy it was. His rock flashed, his stomach lurched, and suddenly he was across the other side of the garden, standing near the wall, while his friends remained 30 yards away by the stone monument at its center. How did... Dewey began, staring in wonder at Hal. Shh, Dewey, Emily told him. Focus! Robbie's geo-rock flashed suddenly, then went dim. He remained where he was. Then Lawrence flashed, and she frowned and shook it. Nobody else had any luck. Robbie peered at his dead geo-rock, then smiled as it slowly brightened again. Lawrence did the same moments later. Come on, guys, Hal said, already growing impatient. You've got to try harder than that. Get over here. To further encourage them, he leapt back to where they stood. Darcy squealed because he materialized so close that he stomped on her foot. Still, It was a good lesson, and they all doubled down on their practice, enthused by the ease at which Hal could jump from place to place. He was pretty excited himself. Transporting like this was a game changer. If they'd been able to master the ability 2 years ago, they wouldn't have needed to ride on Blacknail's steam-powered buggy for 10 hours or in the death-trap rickety airship, and they could have reached the Sea of Legends in no time. Well, maybe. The point of sailing had been that the edge of the world only presented itself to those at sea. But it begged another question regarding what types of things could be transported. If our clothes leap with us, he thought, then it means other inanimate objects can too, right? Soldiers and military weapons popped into his head. What if an entire platoon of soldiers stood in a line, gripping shoulders, with rocket launchers and grenades strapped across their backs? Hal shook his head. He was getting ahead of himself. Right now, he was the only one of them that could leap. Come on, guys, he thought, his patience beginning to wear thin. They still stood with frowns on their faces, glaring at their rocks, then glaring harder at the target wall, teeth bared, as if that might help. It'll be quicker to walk at this rate. We're not all as clever and amazing as you, Hal, Thomas snapped. Yeah, quit being so negative, Lauren complained. You're supposed to be teaching us, so teach us. Sorry, Hal muttered. His friends resumed concentrating, and a couple more geo-rocks flashed and went dark for a few seconds before coming back to life. Fenton and Darcy grinned at each other, quietly celebrating their successes. Then Dewey's rock flickered, but Hal was frowning. How come you heard me complaining just then? I'm pretty sure I didn't say that aloud. I wish you'd stop talking for 1 nanosecond, Robbie's voice whispered in his head. We're struggling here. Hal blinked and stared hard at his friend. Robbie squinted at the geo-rock in his hand, and then, just like that, he was gone. He reappeared by the wall across the other side of the garden. He gasped, spun around, looked down at his feet, snapped his head up to stare at Hal, then began jumping and laughing. I did it! I did it! This broke everyone's concentration, but they all grudgingly admitted it was a great thing Robbie had done. It meant the ability wasn't limited to Hal. Anyone could do it, or at least anyone magical, like a shapeshifter. Magical like a shapeshifter, Hal thought again, studying his line of friends. And like Yetis and Bigfoots. Yetis lived in proximity to the blue magic inside their mountain. But what about Bigfoots? They had no such blue magic, yet they could transport just fine. Maybe it was because all the giant cryptids used to live together on the blue magic mountain before the Bigfoots migrated to the neighboring peaks. Hal suddenly realized something that made him gasp. He'd been gazing absently at his friends, from Robbie's point of view by the wall, on the opposite side of the memorial garden. His friends stood in a line next to the small monument, glaring at their geo-rocks. And on the end of the line was Hal himself. He reeled in shock. The moment he snapped out of his reverie, his mind somersaulted and whipped across the garden, and he was back in his own skull a split second later. Breathing hard, he staggered and clutched at his head. "Guys," he croaked. "Oh, do be quiet," Emily groaned. "Every time I get close, you butt in and spoil my concentration." "Yeah, but—" "Quiet!" Fenton roared. "Gah! If you and the beanpole can do this, I can too, but not if you keep yapping." Hal fell silent, but as he gazed along the line at numerous pairs of bright blue eyes, something clicked into place. The blue magic of the mountain, which they'd all been infused with. It had definitely changed them. "Can you hear me?" he thought. "Guys, can you hear this?" A collective sigh went up, and a few eyes rolled. "Yep," Thomas muttered. "And I'm going to sting you in a minute, so you sleep for an hour." There. Confirmed. Like the lava-spitting dragons, the shapeshifters could hear each other's thoughts. And more than that, for a moment, Hal had accidentally popped into Robbie's head and viewed himself from across the garden. He was hearing and seeing his friend's thoughts. Perhaps the ability would develop further, but it seemed clear all of their minds were meshing together, joining as one. A hive mind, he thought with a shudder. I don't like it, Fenton grumbled when Hal explained the situation. The last thing I want is all of you inside my head. Yeah, if only Darcy saw what you really think about dating her, Thomas said with a grin. The things he says. Quit lying, you red-headed moron, Fenton snapped. Darcy, he's joking. She narrowed her eyes. I know. I can read you. That comment drew a shocked intake of breath. Then Abigail laughed. Oh my goodness, this is awful. If a boyfriend and girlfriend can't have secret thoughts between them. She sobered quickly and looked at Hal. Just for a fleeting second, her thoughts were loud and clear as she scolded herself. Put a lid on it, girl. Don't you dare let on that you can't wait to marry him. He jerked backward, then smiled. I assume that's me you're thinking about, right? Her eyes widened and she reddened. Get out of my head. They forgot everything else while grappling with their new talent, if it could be called that. Fenton thought curse was a more appropriate term. It transpired that only some of them could read minds, and even then it depended on how loudly those thoughts were spoken, or how clearly or to whom it was directed. Maybe they weren't quite a hive mind yet. Still, they all vowed to keep their thoughts guarded. Then again, Abigail said, it could be useful if we're separated. Like if one of us is taken prisoner, we could let the others know just by thinking about it. Taken prisoner by lava-spitting dragons? Thomas scoffed. No, I mean like on future missions where... Let's get back to business, Emily interrupted. Miss Simone and our parents are probably wondering where we've got to. We can't stand around here staring at geo-rocks and trying not to think. I vote we split up and do what we're supposed to be doing. Don't forget those dragons are out there somewhere. They might be spitting lava on villages as we speak. She was right, of course, and so they hurried off to find Miss Simone. They caught up to her, hurrying along a busy street, and she halted at the sight of them. Since their new talents were spotty at best, they didn't dwell on them too much. She listened with interest as Hal explained how he and Robbie could leap while others would keep trying, and how they were all hearing each other's thoughts. She looked for a moment like she wanted to sit down and run a series of experiments, but then she shook her head and got down to business. All right, split up and get help, she ordered. I want dragons, naga, ogres, harpies, centaurs, and flying manticores. Where we rendezvous depends on whether we locate the lava dragons or not. She shielded her gaze against the sun. It's early afternoon. I want this situation contained by nightfall. Is that understood? We must hurry. Does everyone have a geo-rock? All right, now go. Fenton, you're with me. A little surprised, Fenton waited with her as the rest prepared to leave. Their farewells were strangely muted. This was possibly the most dangerous threat they'd faced yet, and they were going off on their own. Hal looked around for his parents, but they weren't in sight. He almost suggested going home to find them, but that would likely delay their missions by an hour, so he bit his lip and sought a clear spot to transform. Abigail tugged on his hand. An army of fairies isn't going to be much help, but I'm still going to talk to them. I figure if anyone knows about blue magic, it's them. Oh, good idea, Hal agreed. Yeah, I want to know if it's permanent. I hope so. She gazed at him. Be careful out there. Don't get, burned or melted. I'll try not to. The shapeshifters parted ways. Clutching his geo-rock in one hand, Hal transformed and launched into the sky. He looked down to see a variety of creatures going in all directions, most on foot, and a couple flying. The huge ogre stood there for a moment and then simply vanished. Hal gasped. How did Robbie pick up magical abilities so quickly? Where had he actually leapt to? There was no sign of the ogre in any of the nearby streets. I'm in the woods, Robbie told him. Hal gasped again. Already? This is amazing. Well, not really. I was aiming to head southeast to where the ogres live. But you... Hal almost forgot to flap his wings in his excitement. This is so weird. I'm talking to you from the sky, speaking aloud and grunting like a dragon, and you can hear me and understand me even though you're... How far away? I'm not sure. Hang on. My geo-rock is recharged again. Be right back. Still reeling in amazement, Hal focused on flying north to the labyrinth. It was a clear day, and he expected the journey to take a couple of hours, unless he could leap. A few seconds later, Robbie spoke again, only this time his voice was decidedly fainter. That's better. I see the ogres up ahead. Speechless, Hal felt a wave of respect and awe for his friend. He'd always been the best at doing partial transformations, and now he led the group in his ability to leap, despite only just learning the technique. You're awesome, buddy, he said. Man, that's incredible. I'm going to work on it myself and see if I can get to the Labyrinth of Fire super quick. I doubt we'll be able to speak, though. You're already faint. Yeah, I noticed. Well, good luck. See you soon. Hal reached out to his other friends one by one. Abby, can you hear me? At first, there was nothing. Then, Hal, is that you? Her voice was even fainter than Robbie's, even though she hadn't even left Carter yet. Apparently, physical distance only played a partial role in the magical connection between the 9 friends. Yeah, it's me. Are you big or small? Where are you? I'm big, obviously, otherwise I couldn't carry my geo-rock. I'm buzzing along the street, heading for the nearest fairy glade. They'll be asleep, so I'll have to wake someone up. It's a shame Phobel's glade is so far away. Hal frowned. That dapper fairy was a little big-headed, but he was magically talented. He'd called himself the best of the bead weavers and had shown them the process of creating gloom globes and realm orbs. You could get there quickly if you'd learn how to leap. I know. That's what I'm going to try as I'm buzzing along. If not, there are other glades that are closer. Well, if it helps, you should know that Robbie has met up with the ogres. Didn't take him long to master this transporting thing. Abigail was quiet for a moment. Okay, I'm going to focus. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, and I have a labyrinth to get to, he started to say, but she'd already gone. Chapter 8. The Labyrinth and Beyond. Flying over the peaceful landscape at a steady pace, Hal reached out to some of the others and heard nothing, but he was eager to get where he was going, so didn't dwell on their silence. All right, he muttered to himself. Let's leap. I have my geo-rock. The Labyrinth of Fire is a long way north, but I can get there instantly. All I need to do is... go. Nothing happened. The second time he tried it, he didn't bother with the words and focused more on where he wanted to be, visualizing it in his mind. The chasm cutting across the flat, featureless plains, the volcano rising in the background, the streams of lava oozing down its sides, and of course the dragons who lived there. He felt a lurch, and suddenly the same volcano appeared just ahead, dormant but ominous, like an angry welt on the landscape. Yes! He roared in triumph. Trembling with excitement, he again forgot about the dangers of his current mission and thought only of the future and how easy it would be to get about and stay in touch with his friends. The blue magic coursing through his body would change everything. He didn't care about having disconcerting blue eyes staring back at him in the mirror if it meant he could leap from place to place in an instant. As he approached the chasm, his excitement faded. Okay, now he had to deal with the local inhabitants again. They didn't care for him, and never would. Luckily, the one known as Burnflank was in charge, and Burnflank was Miss Simone's twin brother, Felipe. "Guys, can anyone hear me?" he called as he swooped in to land at the edge of a cliff. "Fenton? Darcy? Anyone? Just wanted you to know I'm here at the labyrinth. Hello?" Nobody answered. He figured he was well out of range by now. On a whim, he tried something else. "Felipe, are you there?" Again, no answer. Well, that was hardly surprising. Hal perched and waited, knowing that several dragons had already spotted him. They moved about in the numerous cave openings in the sides of the chasm wall opposite. Tunnels and lava tubes riddled the entire cliff. Deep inside lay chambers and caverns inhabited by dragons. One of these creatures, a large one with many scars and missing scales, circled around and descended on him with massive claws extended. It thudded down nearby and snarled, immediately adopting a hostile pose, but Hal knew it was mostly bluster for the moment. If it had wanted to attack, it wouldn't even have bothered to land, and would have engulfed Hal in fire. "I came to speak to Burnflank," he said in a cool tone. Then, remembering that he himself had come up with that name, and that other dragons might not use it, he added, "Your leader."
"Speak to me instead,"
the dragon grumbled. Hal shook his head. "The last time I was here, your leader insisted that I speak only to him about important matters. If I talk to you, he'll probably tear your wings off in anger." The dragon hissed and spat and hunkered lower as if to charge. His wings spread wide and his tail whacked against the rock. With the amount of damage on the top of its neck and spine, a name like Roughback seemed apt. Hal waited calmly, fighting the urge to retreat. This dragon was bigger and likely tougher, judging by its numerous injuries. "Look, if you want to fight someone," Hal said, seeing that he was getting nowhere, "then how about a lot of lava-spitting dragons? They want to kill everyone and everything." That wasn't strictly true, but close enough. "Unless you'd rather fight me? I'm bigger than they are, but nowhere near as fierce. Maybe I'd be an easier target for you." Predictably, Roughback snarled.
"Persist in speaking to me in that manner, and see what happens."
A little surprised, Hal adjusted his attitude. "I'm here to let you all know that around 30 dragons are likely to invade this territory. They're south of here at the moment, but why wait? Maybe you can lead an attack on them?"
"They are not our problem unless they come here."
"True, but if they do come here, you'll lose the element of surprise, and they'll throw lava everywhere and kill you all." He realized he was sounding less like a dragon and more like a human, so he clammed up and awaited a response. Roughback glared at him for a long while. Then he slowly folded his wings and sat upright.
"I will inform our leader and recommend a preemptive attack, assuming you speak the truth."
Again, the brutish dragon's well-spoken manner surprised Hal. He'd obviously misjudged Roughback's intelligence. "Thank you. Let me pinpoint their exact location, and then I'll return and lead you straight to them."
"We will meet you halfway."
Roughback agreed. Then he unfurled his wings and shoved his snout closer.
"But make no mistake, whelp. I will tear you apart if you are lying, or this so-called threat does not meet expectations. They spit lava, you say? Ha! That will be something to behold."
Hal bowed his head. "I'll be back." Then he launched, grateful to leave the ornery, blustering dragon behind. He was sorry not to have met with Burnflank, but it sounded like Roughback was eager to pass on the message and join in the fight. As he left the labyrinth behind, it occurred to him he'd lazily said the lava dragons were south of here. But that could be completely wrong. They could literally be anywhere, and in either old or new Earth. He had to find them. "White Dragon!" he called, trying to clear his mind of everything but the brood. Were they still a brood? They grew fast. They could be undergoing further changes right now, maturing into full-sized monsters. Then, according to the collective minds of the 3 white dragons, they'd be a thunder. Only one white remained, but it would be like talking to the same creature as before. "Are you there?" he called again, projecting his mind across the landscape. "Talk to me, you cowards!" Nothing. Where were they? They'd left the island, attacked the city on the mainland, and then vanished. Could they have crossed realms? It was highly possible, but Hal felt it more logical to search Old Earth first. With no other plan coming to mind, Hal squeezed the geo-rock in his paw and tried leaping, not just a vast distance to the east, but across realms as well. It was a complete stab in the dark, but what else could he do? His stomach flipped, and a thin layer of clouds whipped past him like white streaks. The flat plains instantly became a series of rocky hills near the coast, and the ocean glittered in the sunlight. Gasping, Hal swooped around in a casual arc, soaking up the breathtaking scenery and marveling once more at his newfound magical talent. How far had he come? And how quickly would he get himself hopelessly lost if he kept leaping from one random place to another? "White Dragon!" he roared. "Where are you?" No answer. But this, he realized, was still New Earth. He saw no high-rise buildings anywhere, and instead spotted trailing wisps of smoke from chimneys within a straw-thatched village. Feeling the warmth in his geo-rock and knowing it had recharged, he transported again, this time heading south and thinking hard about the cities of Old Earth, hoping to cross over. After the usual stomach-churning lurch, he flapped dizzily for a moment before taking in his new surroundings. More coastline, nothing particularly familiar, and still no telltale high-rise buildings or Old Earth-style houses. He spotted a second quaint settlement farther inland, with stone cottages and thatch rooftops, confirming that he hadn't switched realms. With the expansive forests and rolling hills, he felt he might be closer to home now, though he could also have overshot. "Where are you, White Dragon?" he roared again. Still no answer. In the far distance, a purple outline of jagged peaks caught his attention. Could that be where Whisper Mountain stood? If so, he was still well north. He glided slowly and tried to calm his body and mind. No more long-distance leaping. He had to cross over into Old Earth. Finding a portal was an option, but not a convenient one, not when he had a geo-rock grasped in his paw and the magical ability to transport. If only he could master the skill. "Old Earth, Old Earth, Old Earth," he muttered as he swooped around in a lazy arc over a range of pretty hills. He imagined those hills full of ugly buildings and roads, then tried leaping. This time, it felt different. There was no forward lurch because he barely moved. Instead, he felt like he'd slammed against a spongy invisible wall, which held for the briefest of moments before letting go, and then he popped free. Below, rows of houses appeared. They weren't as ugly as he'd imagined, but they were definitely in the Old Earth style. Roads curled between them, stretching for miles, and not too far away was a larger built-up area with truly nasty structures that ruined the scenery. Old Earth! He'd actually crossed over, with nothing more than a geo-rock in his hand and a strange new ability. Awe swept over him once more. This trick would never get old. "White Dragon!" he roared in a moment of exhilaration.
How?
A coldness gripped his chest, and he almost fell out of the sky. It took a moment to coordinate his wings and resume a gentle glide high above the rooftops.
"We did not detect your presence until a moment ago,"
came the White Dragon's faint, whispery voice.
"I am curious to learn what the mountain did not tell us."
Hal had to think about that for a moment. He focused on the direction of the voice and veered toward it. "Do you mean to tell me you're not as all-knowing and smart as you thought? See, that's what happens when you hatch and fly off before you're ready. There's a lot you don't know."
"Such as?"
Again, Hal paused. They were unaware of the twin realms. This would be a learning experience for the dragons, and he might put that to good use. They would find out about portals eventually, and would learn of the two worlds. It might as well be now. Besides, as much as it unnerved him, he needed the lava dragons back in New Earth if he and his friends were going to pit several armies against them. "There's a second realm," he said carefully.
We have no knowledge of this.
Well, you hatched inside a mountain in a realm we call New Earth, then crossed over into a second realm called Old Earth. That happened when I led you outside and took you to the Foggy Island. You passed through a portal, a sort of gateway. It was embedded in the mountain wall, a big black smoky thing, remember it? A silence followed. Hal gently beat his wings, peering down at a solitary car, moving slowly on the winding hilltop road. His shadow passed over it, and moments later the car veered off the road and stopped on the grass.
2 realms.
Yep, and now I'm going back to the other realm. Follow me if you can, morons. Mentally crossing his claws, he transported again into New Earth. The car, the road, and houses vanished, leaving a far more pleasant landscape untouched by civilization. Hal flew slowly, waiting. Would they take the bait? He needed them to, because the alternative meant transporting dragons, naga, ogres, and so on into Old Earth. That felt wrong, especially as the brood had hatched inside Yeti Mountain. This battle belonged in New Earth. Come on, he muttered. All at once, dozens of dragons surrounded him in mid-air. They appeared out of nowhere, each making a soft popping noise as they materialized. Hal flailed in shock as vivid red, scaly bodies and wings hemmed him in so tightly that he barely had room to flap. He spun around, but the dragons pressed in, snarling and snapping, clashing with each other in their effort to get at him.
Secure him!
A clear voice boomed. The mass of dragons instantly quit trying to bite and claw him. Instead, they threw their weight on his back and forced him into a spiraling fall. Panicked, he struggled to get free and even blew fire in their faces. But at least 6 of the lava dragons were attached to him, making it impossible to use his wings. He plummeted. Seconds later, he crashed down through the treetops. Branches splintered, thickets exploded into a shower of twigs and leaves, and then he thudded to the ground and had the wind knocked out. Writhing bodies fell on and around him, tails and wings smacking him in the face. Then everything went still, and he groaned. Buried under several lava dragons, he was almost afraid to move in case he'd broken some bones. To his surprise, he discovered several pairs of jaws clamped onto his legs and wings, restraining him. When he tried to open his jaw to breathe fire, another dragon fell upon his head, and suddenly he was in darkness, completely immobilized and unable to see beyond the scaly hide pressed to his face. Well, this is new, Hal thought. He lay still, knowing that to move would only result in jaws biting harder into the most fleshy parts of his armored body. The fangs pinched bad enough already without making it worse. He wished he could see. Heck, he wished he could breathe. His smothered nostrils forced him to sneak air through the side of his mouth. "Oomph!" he growled. "Let me up!" The voice of the white dragon boomed in his head.
I think not, Hal. We will be in a state of change soon. Afterward, we will discuss these realms you speak of.
No chance, he muttered.
Then you will serve no purpose and will die.
Okay, I might be in the mood to chat after all. He squirmed, but the sheer weight of at least half a dozen bodies bore down on him.
Ice or lava?
The white dragon asked. What?
Ice or lava? Choose.
Hal frowned. I don't know what.
Then lava it is.
Something was happening at his back end. He felt weight lifting, as if dragons had released him. His tail was suddenly loose, and he flicked it from side to side. Behind him, a strange noise gave him pause. It sounded like digging. Yes, 1 or 2 dragons were busy clawing at the ground and yanking dirt and rocks out. Then they gripped his tail, pushed it into the hole, and held it there. What's going on? He mumbled from under the oppressive bulk sitting on his head. A splash and sizzle followed, and then pain lanced into the tip of his tail. He roared and thrashed. but the dragons held him still. The pain crept upward, but it was the club on the end of his tail that took the brunt of the attack. It hurt so bad that he cried out and blasted fire even in his confined space. A reasoning voice in the back of his head suggested he revert to human form. Humans didn't have tails. If he shifted, he'd be free in an instant, except the weight of all those dragons would crush him. He groaned and squirmed as the pain intensified, and then he blacked out. Chapter 9. Metamorphosis. Hal awoke on his belly, unencumbered by the combined weight of red-scaled dragons. Late afternoon sunlight filtered through the trees. He was deep in a forest somewhere. Dragons surrounded him, too many to count from where he lay, yet paying him no heed. They were in deep slumber, the sides of their chests heaving slowly in and out, and their scaly skin beginning to crack and peel. Underneath the dried-up layer was glistening red skin, new and perfect, oozing a slimy substance. Hal watched with a mixture of terror and fascination. They were growing. He guessed this was their final metamorphosis. After shucking their skins in the heat of battle, this time they needed rest. It had to be a substantial change if it meant hiding away in the woods for a while. Groaning, he pushed himself up onto his forelegs, slowly lifted his wings, and realized they were broken in several places. It was a simple repair, though. A shift or two would take care of the problem. He tried to climb to all 4 feet, but found his back end weighted down. No, not his entire back end, just his tail. Hal tugged to no avail, then carefully twisted to peer along the length of his body. He gasped at the sight of his poor tail embedded in a small pit of basalt, the dark, igneous rock that lava became after cooling. Great. Now he had a giant deadweight attached to him. Not only that, it was firmly embedded in the ground, and he couldn't shift it an inch. He lay still, thinking. Shift. Now's your chance. Be human, then stand up and walk away. Easy, or transport. You can go anywhere. Leap your way out. That second idea worried him. What if he tried to leap, only to find his tail left behind? That would be horrible. Besides, he realized with dismay that he'd lost his geo-rock. The first idea, then, transform and escape. He was about to do just that when a familiar voice called to him. Hal? Are you there? Robbie, he grunted. Where are you? On the island. Hal frowned. Did you fetch an army of ogres already? Not yet. They're being awkward. I just wanted to check on the statues in case the soldiers needed my help. Turns out they do. We're about to smash some. Want to join us? He shivered. Not really. Anyway, I'm kind of stuck. Robbie seemed too preoccupied to ask about Hal's predicament. This is going to be brutal. You should see this. The prospect of smashing hundreds of statues filled Hal with horror. I saw enough already. I was there when Molly turned them to stone. Yeah, but you should see what the soldiers are doing. Hal was so filled with curiosity that he put aside his problem and focused fully on his friend. He found that, by reaching out with his mind, he could see flashes of what Robbie saw, first a close-up of a dull grey statue, then more as his friend moved about. The thudding of helicopters intruded on the vision, and then an image of soldiers weaving between dozens of calcified dragons. Look, Robbie said, his voice clear and loud now. The soldiers have grenades. They're going to blow them all into pieces. And my job is to load all the chunks into trucks. See the trucks? The giant helicopters are carrying them. Hal had no other choice but to follow Robbie's gaze. The massive twin-engine helicopters dangled sizable vehicles underneath and were in the process of landing them at the outskirts of the statue battleground. Lieutenant Briscoe didn't mess around. The first grenades boomed, making Robbie jump. He moved into a better position just as the second and third booms filled the air, and this time he witnessed statues splitting into several pieces. Not a million small chunks, but 6 or 7 identifiable parts, like a head and neck, a part torso with a front leg, a back leg, and section of tail, and more. More booms, lots of voices, and shouted commands. They're wondering if the grenades are powerful enough. Those are some pretty big dragon chunks, but I can lift them. You know, as an ogre, I'm 15 feet tall and stronger than 50 men put together. Hal had stopped listening. He watched, through Robbie's eyes, as explosion after explosion rocked the field, sending up plumes of dust and debris. Soldiers dashed about, issuing warnings before throwing the next series of grenades. "They're setting up bigger explosives," Robbie said, shielding his eyes against the late afternoon sun. "Oh, I'm being called. Guess I'd better get to work loading the trucks. They're going to tip them off the cliff. The statues, I mean, not the trucks." Hal retreated from the scene. He felt rather like a ghost, watching from the sidelines, and now he was done. Robbie continued to talk as he walked away, and he'd realize in a moment that Hal was no longer with him. But even as the scene faded, Robbie's voice drifted into his consciousness again. "Gonna take a while to get all of them dumped in the sea. We'll be here all night. Well, the soldiers will be. I have to go back to the ogres and convince them to help us. The main thing is that the dragons are all blown to bits, so that even if they come back to life—" "Hal? Are you still there?" "I'm here," Hal murmured, glancing around at the sleeping figures in the woods. "I'm glad you're taking care of the statues. We still have some dragons on the loose, though. I'm here with them now. They kind of glued my tail into the ground." Robbie was so quiet that it seemed they'd broken their connection. "Glued your tail into the ground? What do you mean?" Giving his tail a gentle tug, he winced and lay still again. "They dug a hole, stuck my tail in it, and poured lava in. Once it cooled—" "And you let them?" "I was outnumbered." "Did it hurt?" "Of course it hurt. They spat lava on my tail." After a moment he added, "Luckily the end of my tail is all bone, just a giant club to whack things with." "I can't feel it much." Robbie huffed with annoyance. "You're still there?" "Shift back to human form and escape." "I was about to." Still, Hal prolonged the moment. "So isn't this cool? We're talking to each other with our minds." "Yeah. But Hal, I have to transform now. They want me to start loading. I gotta go, okay? Be human and get out of there. I'll check in later when I'm not an ogre." "Okay, see ya." Robbie was silent after that, the connection broken. Steeling himself, Hal slowly, carefully, reverted to human form with all his attention on his tail. It hurt for a moment, and then the pain subsided. When he was fully human, he lay still and took stock. He had a pretty severe ache in his lower back, perhaps lower. Yeah, definitely lower. He figured it had to be his tailbone, the very tip of his spine. Was this a case of phantom itch? He felt as though the end of his tail hurt, only he didn't have one anymore. Either way, it made him wince when he slowly climbed to his feet. He stared in horror at the mound of smooth, grey, solidified rock. It had a deep impression in it, the inverted shape of his tail end. When they'd asked him to choose between ice and lava, he should have said ice. He imagined the rare blue dragon would have been called on for that, though it struck him as odd that they'd bothered to trap him at all. Why not kill him outright? Was his knowledge of the two realms really worth keeping him alive for? Standing absolutely still, Hal studied the dragons that surrounded him. They seemed bigger now, and not just because he was in human form. Their old scaly skins hung loose, rapidly drying up as they sloughed off and revealed vivid new skin beneath. Most of them sat on their haunches, heads lolling forward, wings loosely spread. Faint steam rose from the feverish bodies into the cooling evening air. Logic suggested he transform again and fly away. But then what? Go fetch armies of creatures and return later to do battle with much bigger lava dragons? Or do something now? Hal moved slowly, cringing every time a twig cracked. While the brood of dragons surrounded him in a rough circle, there were plenty of gaps to tiptoe through. Ready to shift and launch at the slightest sign of a waking dragon, he snuck between the nearest sleeping pair. They smelled like sulfur and sweat. Slime oozed from their slick new skins and spattered on the ground, while swaths of dry tissue peeled away. Then Hal was through. He picked up his pace and only breathed a sigh of relief when he'd put plenty of distance behind him. He ducked behind a tree, then winced at the pain in his lower back. Now what? He spied on the dragons from his hiding place. Occasionally, he heard a plop and sizzle as lava dripped from slack-jawed mouths. A curious creaking noise made him think the dragons were undergoing yet another sudden growth spurt. When would they be done? How big would they get? "Abby," he called softly. "You out there somewhere?" No answer. "Anyone? Dewey? Fenton? Emily?" Still no answer. If indeed he and his friends shared a hive mind, its usefulness seemed a little sporadic. He thought about his missing geo-rock. If he had that, he could leap to the north again to check on his army from the labyrinth. This would be the perfect time to attack. But the rock could be anywhere, and he didn't relish the idea of creeping about among the sleeping lava dragons. "Thomas!" he called. To his surprise, a distant voice rushed into his head, growing quickly in volume. "Who's that? Did you say something?" "It's me," Hal whispered, ducking low and cupping his hands over his mouth. "Can you hear me okay?" After a pause, Thomas said, "Yeah, but where are you?" "In a forest. What about you?" "On my way up a hill. Somewhere west of Carter. Orson's carrying me. It'd be a day's walk otherwise. There are manticores down there somewhere." "Winged manticores?" "Apparently." Hal closed his eyes. "Show me." "Huh?" The blackness in Hal's mind opened up to reveal a landscape of wooded hills. The range of low peaks looked like the jagged spine of a dragon. From Thomas's viewpoint, he sat upon a black horse, with a mane of long hair flicking up in his face. Great wings flapped at a leisurely pace. Thomas's pale hands held tight to the mane as the Pegasus banked to stay aligned with the meandering ridge. "Not sure what I'm going to say when we find them," he said, sounding a little nervous. "Now I know how you felt when you had to go into the labyrinth for the first time, and you didn't know how to fly." Orson's ears kept twisting this way and that. He snorted repeatedly as well. "No idea what he's going on about," Thomas muttered. "Hey, did you find the lava dragons?" "Yeah, I'm hiding behind a tree watching them, except, well, right now I'm watching you." "Let me see them," Thomas demanded. This should be a two-way thing, right? Unsure, Hal retreated from Thomas's head. His mind snapped back to his body, and suddenly he was alone, blinking absently into the trees. "Hal?" Thomas called. "Where are you?" "Here." It took a while, but Thomas finally found his way into Hal's head. He exclaimed loudly, as if he stood just a few inches away. "What the heck? Are the dragons growing again?" "Yup." The two of them peered through the trees at the sleeping dragons. A faint steam rose from their hot, quivering bodies as they shucked off half their old skins. They squirmed and trembled in their slumber, oozing slime and dribbling lava. "I wish you could be here right now," Hal muttered, "with your army of manticores. Think they could do some damage?" Thomas snorted. "Yeah. If we could get close enough and penetrate the scales, we'd go for the underbelly with our stingers. And in case that doesn't kill them, we could. I don't know. Tie them up?" It was Hal's turn to snort. "Tie them up? No. We'd need a more permanent solution than that, although I guess we could tie them up and then go fetch Molly." "That's what I meant." "I wonder how Robbie's doing, breaking them up into pieces. Hal couldn't get over the weirdness of having a conversation with Thomas, as if the two were hiding behind the same tree. He kept glancing about, expecting to find the boy lurking nearby. There was no sign of him, of course, yet his voice boomed in Hal's head. "Robbie's not breaking them up," he murmured. "The soldiers are. Robbie's helping to load the chunks into a truck so they can tip them off the cliff into the sea." Thomas had to think about that for a moment. "He told you that? Or you saw it?" "I saw it. Like I'm seeing what you're seeing." It wasn't a question, merely an awed comment. "I'm going to try to connect with Fenton. See ya." Hal opened his mouth to respond, but abruptly Thomas was gone, leaving him alone with his thoughts and indecision. The lava dragons continued to grow. Hal huffed with frustration. He had to do something, but without his geo-rock. Creeping out from behind the tree, he tiptoed into the clearing among the dragons. He walked past first one, then another, gazing up at the creatures and shuddering at the sight of steaming orange liquid oozing from their open mouths. Their eyes were closed, mostly. Some lids were half open, their eyeballs rolled back. Their posture was relaxed, but upright, ready to spring into action at the slightest sign of trouble. This would be a good time to confirm their numbers. Robbie had counted 26 escaping from the island, but there had been maybe 10 more after that, during Molly's attack. He had a feeling they'd come together here in the woods for their growth spurt. Hal swallowed and kept easing around the clearing, his eyes on both the dragons and the ground. He came dangerously close to nudging up against one of the many bright red creatures and grimaced at the dangling sheet of dried skin that hung near his face. He ducked under and continued his search, counting as he went. A vibrant blue dragon caught his eye, toward the rear of the group. He studied it intently, noting with interest the glistening jaws. No lava, but icicles. 32, 33, he whispered, 34, 35, and 36. There it was. He and Robbie had counted exactly right. 36 dragons. His gaze fell on a soft orange glow among some leaves. His geo-rock. With a stifled cry of relief, he bent to pick it up, then froze as he spotted the white dragon standing off to one side of the clearing. He, too, was in a trance-like state, but his presence filled Hal with fear and loathing. He immediately tried to lock down his mind and prevent access, though he had no idea how.
How?
He gulped and said nothing, frozen to the spot, and gripping his geo-rock, he stared as the white dragon's eyes slowly opened and rotated to fix on him.
You and your kind have exterminated most of the brood. I saw it. The calcified remains broken into small pieces for disposal in the ocean water. In the meantime, your friends seek to gather information and armies to act against us. Thank you for imparting your thoughts so clearly.
Hal clenched one fist and gripped the geo-rock tighter in his other. Get out of my head.
I will not. You are an open book, Hal. The magic of the mountain empowered you, but that same magic connects you to us, for you are of dragon blood.
So what am I thinking right now? Hal challenged, aware that some of the sleeping creatures around him were waking. What am I going to do next? He fought to block his mind and hide his intention, but it was difficult to think of anything else.
You wish to transport and take me with you.
Hal let out a breath. You got me, but you know what? Even though you know what I'm going to do, you can't stop me from doing it. In one smooth motion, he transformed, spread his wings, and reared up over the smaller dragon with a ferocious roar. With the geo-rock gripped in his paw, he lunged at his enemy and sank his teeth into its somewhat slippery, slimy neck. As the two went down, the white dragon roared. And then Hal leapt to a location far, far away, and the scenery changed. Chapter 10. Leaping.
Where are we?
Hal grinned to himself. No idea. The woods had gone, replaced with an empty field of long grass that ruffled in a cool breeze, and craggy mountains all around. Hal's captive, the white dragon with a trailing second skin, crouched motionless beneath him. Hal released the dragon from his jaws and shuffled backward. Still gripped in his paw, the geo-rock had dimmed and seemed to be struggling to recharge. But for now, he'd successfully separated the leader from his pack. The white dragon slowly regained his footing, flicked his tail, and unfurled his wings. He paused, sniffing at the air and glaring about.
I do not understand. What is this place?
Hal grunted softly. Don't know, don't care. We're 1,000,000 miles from your brood, where you can't talk to them.
In which realm?
Distracted by the question, Hal studied his surroundings more carefully. One field was like any other, but if he were to guess, he'd say they were still in New Earth. He didn't recognize the craggy mountains. They struck him as ominous, somewhat foreboding, especially with the dark clouds scudding across the sky. He saw no reason to share his thoughts with the white dragon. Oh, are you lost? What a shame. Question is, can you find your way back to the brood? The white dragon shook his wings, then wriggled and shucked off great swaths of skin. Slime oozed down his body.
I detect no beacon. If I cannot hear my brood, then...
He trailed off, then bared his teeth.
Take me back.
Hal had been quietly watching his geo-rock. It had returned to its former glowing state, and relief flooded through him. Sorry, gotta go. He leapt again, this time without the white dragon. The lurch in the pit of his stomach was stronger than ever. A second later, the scenery changed again, and he plunged into the sea. Sinking below the surface, he spread his wings and beat them to stay afloat. Then he rose and poked his head out of the water. Flicking his tail, he splashed about in a circle to find absolutely nothing but empty ocean. Panic surged through him. He couldn't launch. Well, not easily. He let out a strangled laugh. This felt like some kind of payback for what the lava dragons had dealt with on the island. Gasping, he focused on his geo-rock again. Its glow was barely perceptible at the moment. Come on, he murmured through bared teeth, causing bubbles to rise from his mouth. Don't let me down now. It looked like he was going to have to dive as deep as possible, then shoot to the surface and hope he had enough momentum to launch. It was tricky, but not impossible. Then he could soar high and look down upon the world to get his bearings. But what if there was no land in sight? Just an endless ocean. His last 2 leaps had been long, the first deliberately random to throw the white dragon off his game. But now he was lost. Without his friends to latch onto or any sense of direction, he would continue to leap blindly across the world, perhaps farther away each time. His geo-rock slowly brightened. A new worry gnawed at him. What if he ended up halfway across the planet and then had to fly all the way home because his transporter rock failed? Ah, what a nuisance that would be. As he waited for his geo-rock to fully charge, he took another look around. The sun shone down over there, which had to be in the south or southwest since it was the middle of the afternoon. And since the sea lay to the east of Carter, that meant... He turned slightly to the right, roughly west. Land had to be that way. His logic might be vaguely reasonable and was definitely better than a random guess. He focused his attention on the horizon, imagining land just out of sight over the curve. Anywhere would do. His geo-rock was ready. Hal swallowed, mentally crossed his claws, and leapt. The sea disappeared, replaced by an impenetrable blackness and utter silence. Breathing hard, he stood still for a moment and watched as his geo-rock dimmed and went out. Come on, he urged again. He waited for several seconds. The rock remained dark. Genuine panic set in, and he breathed fire. His flames lit up solid rock walls that glistened with moisture. He was in a chamber not much wider than his wingspan, with no apparent exit. "I'm underground," he muttered after his fire died away. His rumbling voice echoed softly. The only other sound was the trickling of water. This was way worse than floundering in the ocean. What if he was trapped in a random chamber far beneath the surface? What if? What if his only way in and out was to transport, and he'd gone and drained the geo-rock? He lifted the rock. He couldn't see it in the pitch-black darkness. It had no glow whatsoever. "No, no, no! Come on, please! Recharge!" Tired of his dragon growls rumbling all around, he reverted to human form and stood still on the slanting floor. A chill crept in, and he shivered. Cold, damp, absolute blackness, and no hope of escape. Nobody would ever find him. He didn't know where he was. His fate was to die a lonely death, and for his bones to lie forever in this utterly depressing hole under the earth. He fought to control his thudding heart. Needing light, he breathed fire again. Though his flames were smaller, he easily lit up the chamber and peered all around, frantically looking for an exit, however small. Nothing. Almost in tears, he sank to his knees and glared at his geo-rock. Or the darkness anyway, since it still had no glow. Literally, his only course of action now was to wait. Maybe the rock would recharge. Settling against a cold wall, he rested the geo-rock in his lap and hugged his knees. Being so completely blind was almost suffocating, so he closed his eyes. Oddly, that helped, because his brain expected it to be dark. "Can anyone hear me?" he called in a shaky voice. "Robbie? Thomas? Abby?" He listened. "Darcy? You out there somewhere? Emily? Fenton?" Nobody replied. "Dewey?" he called. "Lauren?" He sucked in a breath at the sound of a whisper. No, not a whisper, but a distant voice. "Lauren?" he shouted. "Is that you?" After a pause, a faraway but distinctly female voice came back. "Who's that?" Hal yelled as loud as he could. "Lauren, it's me! Hal, where are you?" "I'm flying over a bunch of rocks by the sea. There's a nest of harpies here. I reckon they'll do as long as they have some harpy nip to create storms with." Bursting with excitement and relief, Hal barely registered what she was saying. He only cared that he could hear her. "Lauren, I'm stuck underground somewhere. Can you follow my voice and try to get closer?" "Well, sure. Keep talking and I'll fly around." So Hal talked, using the opportunity to recap his encounter with the lava dragons in the woods and how he'd separated the leader from the brood. She gasped when he explained his predicament with the dead geo-rock and being trapped in a rocky chamber. "Oh, Hal, that's terrible. Look, I'm flying in the right direction, I think. Your voice has been getting louder." "Yours too," he agreed. "Keep going." "I'm flying along the coast. There's nothing much here, just some low cliffs and seawater crashing against dark rocks. I think Broden is south of here, but I can't see it from this height, probably not too far ahead. But right now—" "Wait, stop! You're getting quieter again. Turn around." Moments later, Lauren spoke again. "How about now?" "Yes, okay, you're pretty clear now. How high are you?" "Swooping in for a look-see. How's this?" "Any lower and I'll scrape across the rocks." Hal almost jumped to his feet in excitement. "This is so much better than being completely alone down here. Thanks for flying by." "Sure thing. I'm going to land for a minute." "Okay, let me see if I can see what you're looking at." "Huh?" The darkness, whether his eyes were closed or not, actually helped him project into her mind. He'd have to remember that. It was easier to focus when surrounded by pitch-black solitude. He blinked in the sudden daylight and focused on the sea churning against the rocks he stood upon, or rather, the rocks Lauren stood upon. "Oh," Lauren said, her voice now sharp and clear. "Hal, is that you? I can feel you inside my head." "You can?" She winced. Don't shout. Sorry, Lauren, this is amazing. It's like you're right here by my side. I am. You're the one who's not. Can you turn around so I can see everything? Lauren rotated slowly, her gaze sweeping across the bleak, coastal landscape. There really wasn't much here, just rocks and more rocks at the foot of a cliff. It stretched a long way in both directions, though he couldn't see beyond it from this vantage point. And what about straight down? Okay. It was a weird moment, peering through her eyes at what seemed like his own bird-like talons. Well, I guess I'm underground somewhere, he said, a feeling of desperation bubbling up again. Lauren, how am I supposed to get out? If someone could drop a geo-rock down a crack or something. Yeah, sure. Just tell me where that crack is, and you can have mine. Her hands came into view as she fumbled in the pocket of her silky green dress. When she extracted her geo-rock, a wave of envy washed over Hal. He almost drooled at the sight of her healthy, glowing rock. But the reality hit home again. I have no idea how to get that down to me, he wailed. After a moment, Lauren hefted the geo-rock and twisted it around in her palm. Do you actually have to be holding it? Well, yeah, he said, puzzled. The Bigfoots and Yetis had to hold them too. But the lava dragons don't. That stumped him. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, at least mentally, before responding. I mean, they're special. They were hit by a lot of blue magic when they were just eggs. We were too, she argued. Not when we were eggs, but, well, you know what I mean. We exploded a few rocks over their nest and that magic washed over us. We have blue eyes now. And anyway, remember that the first time you transported was on Bigfoot Mountain, before we got a dose of blue magic. You used the geo-rock then, but now we all have blue magic in us, like the lava dragons. And if they can transport without geo-rocks, I can as well, Hal finished, his heart beginning to thud again. Whoa, my brain's spinning. Hold on a second while I think about that. Why bother thinking about it? Lauren tucked her geo-rock away. Get on up here, Hal. Stop wasting my time. I have harpies to recruit. And those lava dragons aren't going to sit around in
As
the
she
woods
continued
forever.
talking, Hal
Soon
retreated
they'll
from her
finish
head.
growing,
He
and
ended
then
up in
they'll be off
blackness again,
bigger than
and her
before,
voice faded to the back
looking
of
for
his
some more
mind.
town to drench in lava.
Hal tuned her out and thought hard. Then he carefully placed the dead geo-rock on the hard floor next to him. Empty-handed, he stood up. Just follow my voice and hurry, because we have work to do. I can do this, he muttered. Who needs a geo-rock anyway? I have blue magic in me. He listened to Lauren talking. She was doing so deliberately, giving him a solid beacon to latch onto, a target to aim for. All he had to do was... His stomach lurched, and suddenly seawater sprayed him in the face as he blinked and gasped in the open air. Next to him stood a beautiful harpy, her white feathers gleaming in the sun and her wings folded but fluttering gently. She hadn't spotted him yet, as he was a couple of paces back from her. Seriously, Hal, she urged, if you can still hear me, follow the sound of my voice and come to me. I'm right here, and all you have to do... He tapped her on the shoulder. She jumped and whirled around, her bright blue eyes widening. Oh, how did you... Grinning and almost overcome with relief, he hugged her tight. Burying his face in her pure white hair, he said, Thanks, Lauren, you saved my bacon. And guess what? He eased back and held her at arm's length. Now we have even more power. We're shapeshifters, and we can transport to other places at will. No geo-rocks needed. This is incredible. He realized she was squinting at him, her head tilted. It's a good thing Abby's not here to see you hugging me. She'd kill me. Hal made a scoffing noise and let her go. Where are these harpies? She gestured vaguely toward the cliff. There's a nest over there. I figured a change of weather might help if the dragons start spitting lava at us. A tornado, maybe, or a typhoon, if we're near water. Sounds like a plan, and Thomas is tracking down some flying manticores as we speak. And Abby?
Annoying the fairies, probably. He frowned. Haven't you been able to talk to anyone? With my mind, you mean? Lauren sighed and shook her head. Only you. And that's you, talking to me. How come you're always the special one? Try harder. She punched him lightly on the shoulder. Get back to work, Hal. He nodded, staring absently over her shoulder toward the horizon. The lava dragons have probably left the woods by now, bigger and stronger. I'll check, but I doubt they're still there. The good news is that without the white dragon, they might be a little confused, maybe aimless, and a bit stupid. Stupid enough to let Molly look at them? Hal grimaced. Not a chance. That whole thing on the island is seared into their memories. They'll smell her a mile off and fly away. So, what then? He thought long and hard. I need to lead them into a trap, he mused, to a place where we can all gang up on them with our armies of manticores, harpies, and labyrinth dragons. Where we can surround them, fight them until they're worn down, and deal with them once and for all. We can't let any survive, he added, a sick feeling creeping into his gut. If any survive, they'll multiply in a couple of weeks from now, and multiply again, and we'll be back to where we started. We have to kill them. Lauren's blue eyes gleamed as she nodded and bared her white teeth. I'll spread the word so we all come flying in at the same time to ambush them. Just say when and where. She was right. Timing was important with any ambush, otherwise the lava dragons would disperse before the armies even arrived. Miss Simone said it had to be today, Hal mused. So let's say sunset. I'll tell Burnflank and you tell the rest. Then I'll track down the lava dragons and somehow make them follow me to our battleground. Question is, Lauren said, where should that battleground be? Hal shrugged. How about right here? It's as good a place as any. There are harpies just over the cliff, and they can use the seawater for their typhoons. He nodded and drew himself up. Mark this spot, Lauren. This is where it ends. Chapter 11. Gathering Armies. Freed from his underground prison on the coast, Hal felt renewed determination as he headed north, but mostly he was relieved. The panic and dread had been very real. Lauren had saved his life. Finding the lava dragons in the woods proved difficult, but he finally spotted dashes of red in the trees below. He'd half expected them to be gone by now, but here they were, still undergoing a metamorphosis. Feeling bold, he swooped down into a nearby clearing and sank his claws in the soft dirt. Then, reverting to human form, he snuck through the undergrowth and quietly approached the sleeping brood. As he drew near, he realized they were no longer asleep. In fact, they were getting stirred up. Great swaths of dried, scaly skin lay all over the ground. Spread out among the trees, 35 dragons stretched their wings, flicked their tails, and stared balefully around. Their hides shone with vibrant color and energy, and when they opened their mouths, bright orange lava dripped freely onto the ground and sizzled noisily. Smoke quickly rose to form an acrid smog. They were definitely bigger, much bigger, nearly matching his own size. Hal tried to listen to their thoughts, but nothing came to him. He figured he'd taken away the conduit. The white dragon alone possessed the ability to talk to the brood and to Hal, and that beast was no longer here. The waking dragons seemed angry and confused by their leader's absence. Hal crossed his fingers, hoping their lack of direct orders would paralyze them into a state of inaction. Instead, a red threw back its head and roared, then spread its wings and launched. The rest immediately followed with a flurry of leaves, cracking branches, flapping wings, and angry screeches. Hal still couldn't read their thoughts, but he didn't need to. They'd finished their growth spurt and were hell-bent on destruction. No, 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 Hal muttered as the mass of shiny red bodies tore through the canopy and into the sky. A flash of blue and yellow caught his eye, but then the dragons were gone, leaving trembling treetops in their wake. He transformed and went after them. Staying well back, he trailed the brood as it headed north, then veered west. Wait, they're not a brood now, he thought, remembering their leader's strict observance of group names. They're a thunder of dragons. To his horror, the dragons descended toward a small lakefront settlement, and there was nothing he could do about it. They dive-bombed the unsuspecting residents, and streams of molten liquid splashed down on the wooden rooftops. People ran screaming from their homes. Smoke engulfed the enclave in seconds, but that didn't deter the dragons. They circled like vultures, taking turns to release more torrents of lava that vanished into the billowing black clouds and lit them up with flaring orange light. Hal approached, frantically trying to formulate a plan. Fighting these dragons was out of the question, and luring them away seemed doubtful even if he attacked one and made it angry. Besides, it looked like it was already too late. The dragons continued to circle, no longer spewing lava, but watchful. All had gone quiet down below. As the black smoke slowly cleared, Hal gasped at the damage. The settlement was gone, reduced to a charred, steaming, unrecognizable mess. He saw no sign of movement and could only hope that the people who lived there had escaped into the nearby trees to lie low. Either that or... Sickened, he retreated before the dragons spotted him. "We need to take them down," he told himself out loud. "We need our army now." As he headed north, all he could think about was this terrible threat storming the countryside, burning every village in sight, leaving a smoking trail of death and destruction everywhere they went. And worse, their numbers doubling every couple of weeks. Any qualms he'd had about showing mercy and sparing them had evaporated. He couldn't afford to be lenient. Even with just 36 dragons, a year's worth of multiplying would be unimaginable. He went through the math, extending clawed digits to indicate each 2-week period. 36, 72, 144, 288, 500 and, something, and then over 1,000. And that's only about 12 weeks, which is 3 months? "What are you mumbling about?" "Huh?" Hal said. "Who's that?" "It's only me." "Thomas, how are you doing with your manticores?" "Better than you with your dragons, sounds like." "Take a look." Hal frowned. Taking a look was easier said than done in mid-flight. Then again, it wasn't like flying in a straight line taxed his mental abilities. He stared ahead, checked his course with the distant terrain, then considered what would happen if he popped into Thomas's mind and forgot to keep flapping. How long before he crashed down? He doubted he'd end up in a tailspin. More likely, he'd glide for a while, descending slowly. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. "Keep flapping," he told himself. "Go straight, don't stop." It took a long while to relax. Once he did, he reached out to Thomas. Whoa! His friend's eyes revealed an astounding sight. A mass of red-furred, lion-like creatures perched all over a craggy ridge that dropped off steeply on both sides. Manticores! There had to be 20 or more, and they had wings. Some sat, others stood. Most had their wings folded, but one or two spread them lazily and gave them a gentle shake. Thomas studied the group from a distance, as a spectator who hadn't been invited into the circle. All the manticores listened intently to the words of one proud beast. "What's he saying?" Hal muttered. "Get closer." "No way. I've been told to stay here, so I'm staying. These guys could rip me to shreds. They're bigger than forest manticores, and you know they have wings. So they're faster too. It's not fair." He sounded so disgruntled that Hal chuckled softly. "You're jealous." "Of course I am. They have wings." Maybe you can grow wings too. Emily did once she met the third kind of Naga. Thomas snorted. That's because Miss Simone made her that way, a mix of all her kind. She didn't do that with me. I can't grow wings. Hal sighed. Sorry. So what's happening? Thomas's gesturing hands came into view. I walked up here and was ambushed by that giant manticore, the one who's talking right now. His name's Finn, after the first human he slaughtered. He gave me... Wait, what? Did you say the first human he slaughtered? Yeah, so what? Well, I mean, it's a rite of passage up here in the mountains. Humans don't come here often, and when they do, these manticores play with them for a while, talk to them, steal their knowledge, eat them, and take their name as a token. He was Dustfoot as a cub, but he's killed many and taken their name each time. Right now, he's Finn. It's like a badge of honor that he's smarter than before because he absorbed the human's thoughts. Got it? It's normal. Anyway, he gave me... Normal? When you say he played with the human, I assume you mean he tormented him? Sure. Same way cats play with rodents after catching them. Can I continue? Speechless, Hal simply shrugged. Thomas must have sensed that shrug because he went on in a low voice. So Finn gave me about 3 seconds to explain what I wanted, and I told him, lava dragons, we're all dead unless we stop them. And that got his attention. I said we need to work together and kill the rest, or there'll be 1 million of them next month. After digesting this, Hal nodded to himself. Got it. So you lied. Well, maybe not 1 million, but not that part. You lied when you said we're all dead unless we stop them. We will be. Hal shook his head. Humans will, not manticores. These dragons are specifically going after humans. Thomas paused. We can't be sure about that. True. And anyway, I guess these manticores wouldn't have a reason to help if they thought it was only humans in danger. Right. Thomas sounded a little more smug now. Good thing I thought of that. Now we have an army of manticores. I reckon they can do some actual damage. Hal had no doubt. He watched with interest as the creature finished talking and awaited a response. At first, there was nothing but a collective stare. Then, a few manticores began licking their paws, while others yawned and stretched. Segmented scorpion tails rose into an arc and bristled with poison-tipped quills as if ready to fire off a mild rebuke. In the end, manticores began to leave, a couple walking stiffly and several scampering down the steep cliff. One launched straight into the air, and Hal marveled at the magnificent but terrifying sight as the sunlight filtered through its bat-like wings. The manticore named Finn shrugged at Thomas. They have no interest in fighting dragons, he called in a surprisingly deep voice. Out loud, Thomas said, They have to help. They have no reason to, Finn countered. Dragons are hard to kill, but more than that, they're simply not interesting. There's no conversation to be had, no knowledge to learn. Hal spoke quickly to his friend. Tell him these dragons are different. If they help us, we'll hand over the white dragon. You wouldn't believe the amount of knowledge that one has, from listening to the mountain itself, with thousands of years of stories and history from those who visited. Thomas repeated his words verbatim, calling out to the manticore from where he stood at a respectful distance. Finn listened, with his head cocked to one side, his blue eyes piercing, and then grinned a toothy smile. He faced his fellow manticores. "Did you hear that?" he roared. "If it's knowledge you want, the white dragon has more than you can possibly imagine." "Then bring us that white dragon," one of the audience growled from the craggy rocks. "Why should we fight for it?" A ripple of agreement spread among the crowd, but there were counter-arguments too. "When did we become so lazy and complacent?" an older manticore bellowed. "Where's our self-respect? I say we fight and earn ourselves a feast of knowledge afterward." Hal listened to them arguing, finding himself more and more amazed. He didn't remember the manticores of the forest being quite so discerning, though he could be wrong. They liked to hunt and eat, and they liked conversation before they devoured their victims. But these winged creatures seemed to crave the knowledge more than the meal itself. "So who was Finn?" he asked after a while. Thomas seemed confused. "I told you. He was Dustfoot's most recent victim." "Right, but where did Finn come from? What was he doing here? How did he end up high in these hills? Was he alone?" "How should I know?" "You didn't ask? Aren't you even interested?" Thomas shrugged. "Feel free to have a nice long chat when you meet the manticores in person. Until then, stop badgering me." "Fine." Hal sighed. "Well, it looks like they're coming around to the idea. Thomas, listen. I'm going to lure the dragons somehow to a place Lauren and I decided on. You need to take the manticores there and be ready to pounce." "Where? When?" "At sunset. Go to the coast. There's a rocky place just north of Broden. She'll be there somewhere, watching out for you." Thomas snorted. "A rocky place on the coast? Well, that narrows it down." "Fine, we'll see you there." Hal quietly withdrew from his friend's mind. As he snapped back into his own head, he gasped and flapped rapidly to avoid hitting a stand of trees. Despite telling himself to keep going straight and stay aloft while he'd been with Thomas, he'd gone into a sleepy, aimless gliding mode and lost most of his altitude. A minute or two longer, and he'd have crashed down. "Don't do that again," he thought. He scoured the landscape. He really couldn't be bothered to fly all the way to the labyrinth just to see how far Burnflank's army of dragons had come, and if he transported, he might leap right past them, or end up somewhere else entirely, like inside another exitless chamber. And what if his power chose that moment to wear off? He shuddered. Leaping was amazing, but so dangerous and scary. Grumbling with impatience, he stilled his wings and glided. It was so far to the labyrinth. He could put his time to better use, surely. He'd check back in an hour. By then, Burnflank and his dragons would be closer. He steered toward Carter. "Anyone out there?" he called. "Fenton? Darcy? Emily? Dewey?" He heard a faint whisper, and again stopped flapping to listen. "Hello?" he said again. "Say something." This time, Emily responded. "Hal?" "Hey, where are you, Em?" After a pause, she said, "This is so weird. You're like a gnat at the back of my head." "A gnat? Seriously?" He laughed. "Did you find your silver friends?" "Found them? Yes. Convinced them to help us? Not a chance. I'm scared, Hal. I don't know why I thought I could do this. Last time we were here, they nearly tore us all to pieces and fed us to the Ouroboros." "In that order," he agreed absently, his gaze fixed ahead. He thought he saw movement, a kind of dark stain in the sky. A flock of birds? His gut told him otherwise. "I'm in the tower," she went on. "It's weird being here again." "I'm standing right where we had the Kraken's eyeballs set up, and we're peering down into the splintered eye." He remembered it well, the giant, cracked shaft in the ground where 1,000 Naga lived. If you're not sure, then don't do it. They're not exactly friendly." "But we need the help. We have dragons on their way, and Thomas has persuaded a bunch of flying manticores to help. We're doing okay." Emily paused. "He actually found some? That's cool. But we need to make sure we have all the help we can get, right? Imagine a swarm of Naga joining in. The lava dragons wouldn't stand a chance." Hal squinted. The dark stain in the sky was definitely the thunder of lava dragons. "Listen, I gotta go. Don't do anything that gets you killed, okay?" "What are you doing right now?" He sighed. "I just watched a small village get totally pulverized by lava. It looks like the dragons have a new target. I have to do something." Emily shuddered, which he felt rather than saw. "Be careful yourself. See you soon." She faded, and he put on a burst of speed toward the distant dragons. He couldn't stand by and watch settlements and villages burn. What if it were a large town? Carter wasn't far enough away for his liking. He didn't know what he could do to thwart 36 deadly dragons, but he had to try. He rocketed forward and focused on gathering an endless supply of fire that he could blast them with. By the time he caught up to the dragons, they were in a dive bomb formation, taking aim on a village nestled in the foothills somewhere to the northwest of Carter. He'd never visited, but he seemed to remember it was called Dawson, a new community of mostly old Earthers. Nobody in the streets appeared to be aware of their impending doom, and Hal frantically roared to warn them. That was all it took. A woman carrying a bundle of sticks across her back looked up, gawked for a moment, then screamed. Others glanced at her, then up. Fingers pointed. Then it was pandemonium. As people fled, Hal realized the lava dragons had noticed him as well. They remained in attack mode, but several peered back at him with a mixture of puzzlement and annoyance. Lava started spewing. The dragons peeled off in a graceful arc, spreading across the width and breadth of the village and dousing it in torrents of steaming molten liquid. It splashed down and immediately set fire to structures. Again, the black smoke started rolling, and screams and yells filled the air. Furious, Hal slammed into the nearest red dragon. He still outsized them despite their recent growth, and he knocked the creature off course and tumbled with it, getting his wings and feet entangled with the others. Amid screeching and flailing, Hal shoved himself free and twisted away, then flapped hard to circle around as fast as he could. It was nowhere near fast enough, though. By the time he was in position for another mid-air collision, the dragons had already passed over the village and spread wide to begin doubling back. Hal went for one of them anyway, snapping at its tail and hoping to catch hold. Even as he was gnashing his jaws, he couldn't help feeling how hopeless the situation was. 1 against 36 just didn't work, especially as he couldn't hit hard enough to take even one out of commission for more than a minute. He was nothing more than a yapping dog, biting at the heels of an army. The lava dragons knew it too, judging by the way they ignored him and got on with their mission. Hal watched in horror as the village of Dawson burned amid screams of terror and anguish. Chapter 12. The Blue Magic. Hal flew low across the countryside, shaken and alone. New columns of black smoke rose behind him, joining those already in the near distance. As the afternoon wore on, there'd be more destruction across the landscape, and more death. Breathing hard, he tried to shake off the sounds of screams. Could he still hear them, even now? Or was it his imagination? How many had died? He badly wanted to find out, but he also dreaded knowing. "This has to stop!" he bellowed, fire blasting from his throat. "Hal?" That small, calm, familiar female voice caught his attention. He sucked in a breath and listened intently. "Abby? Ooh, you're close. Was that you roaring just now? Wait, I see you!" Hal faltered, drawing up his wings to slow a little. He began to turn. "You're down there somewhere?" Yes, keep turning. Come back this way. There's a small lake in the trees. Do you see it?" He scoured the patch of forest. Sure enough, he spotted a mirror-like surface in a clearing, and he descended toward it. "Which side are you on?" "Go to your left a little. See the boat? That belongs to a fisherman I talked to about 10 minutes ago. He lives alone in these woods and says he's seen fairies here. Go left a little more. Yes, land there in front of you." Bemused, Hal splashed down at the edge of the lake and sank into silt, stirring it up so quickly that the water instantly turned brown. He waded to the grassy bank, hauled himself out, and shook himself dry. At that moment, Abigail came buzzing toward him. She was a sight for sore eyes. Relieved, Hal reverted to human form and dashed toward her. The two collided with arms outstretched, and he hugged her tight, even as her wings stilled and slowly retracted. When she pulled away, she peered into his eyes and took his chin in her hand. "You've seen something horrible," she said, nodding. "What was it?" Unable to prevent tears springing into his eyes, Hal told her what had happened. 2 small villages completely destroyed. I don't know how many died. Maybe they all escaped, but... He swallowed and shook his head. And this was just a few dragons. Abigail's jaw had tightened. She glared fiercely at Hal. "Where's Lieutenant Briscoe? Why is nobody else helping?" "He was on the island, getting rid of Molly's statues. After that, well, I guess they're more interested in protecting the cities of Old Earth. And what can anyone else do? What can Miss Simone do? What can a Pegasus do? What about an elf, and a unicorn, a goblin, and a griffin? What's the point of all of us shapeshifters if we can't do anything to help?" "Shh," Abigail said, gripping his shoulders. "Hal, calm down. We're doing what we can, right? Robbie and the others have gone for help. You've already asked Burnflank to bring dragons from the Labyrinth, yes?" "Yeah." "Okay, good. So we're doing what we can, and we have to trust that people hide themselves away when dragons show up, as they always have. Houses can be rebuilt." She took a deep breath and released him. "Now look, I'm going to talk to the fairies and see if they know anything about blue magic." Hal shook his head. "But why? Why bother? What's the point? None of this will stop these monsters. We need to fight them. Hal, stop!" She poked him in the chest. "Listen, Buster, it isn't like you to get all whiny, so quit it. Shake it off. Wipe your tears away, Snowflake." She looked so fierce that Hal blinked at her. Her words stung, and he wanted to retort in a fit of anger, but then he saw the concern in her glistening eyes and realized she was simply trying to snap him out of it. "Whiny," he repeated. "Snowflake?" She let out a breath and smiled. "Call yourself a dragon, honestly? Keep up that bawling, and you'll end up dousing your own flames." That made him chuckle. "That's going a bit far. I can't have you falling apart on me, Hal. We all need you more than you know. So, take a moment, okay? Get your head straight while I talk to the fairies. Maybe this is pointless, but..." She spread her hands. "I'm a fairy, Hal. What else can I possibly do to help?" He immediately felt bad, and his face heated up. "Of course. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. I'll sit here on this log and wait. Go talk to the fairies. I'll listen in, okay?" "Sure." With that decided, she smiled and sprouted her wings. Then, with a soft popping sound, she instantly shrunk to 6 inches in height and zipped away with a high-pitched buzzing into the trees. "Snowflake," Hal muttered. "She called me a snowflake." Still, he felt better. She was right that individual shapeshifters could do little to stop these dragons, but an army was gathering this very moment. They just needed to be patient and wait for the allies to arrive. Sunset was a few hours away. In the meantime, Hal perched on a fallen branch at the edge of the trees. With the lake at his back and a cool breeze ruffling his shirt, he listened to the sound of water lapping against the banks and stared into the undergrowth. Though he couldn't see her, he reached out to Abigail with his mind. She was receptive, and he found himself inside her head as she weaved between trees at a dizzying speed. "Hello," she said. "How'd you know I was here?" "Because you're stomping around in my head like an ogre in a closet." She giggled. "Okay, so listen. That nice fisherman I spoke to said he often sees fairies when he's out at dawn on the water. They flit around him without fear. I guess they see him as part of the wildlife. I knew there was a fairy patch here somewhere. The trees looked gigantic from her point of view, especially when she dropped low to the ground and nipped under bushes at breakneck speed. Before long, she slowed and approached a curious sight. Dozens of tiny figures laid out among the leaves, shoulder to shoulder, all sleeping soundly to the tune of soft snores and grunts. A handful of fairies remained awake, strategically placed around the patch, on guard for predators. Most of them sat on clumps of toadstools and held tiny spears, probably the size of toothpicks, and looked surprisingly fierce for such diminutive and pleasant creatures. What struck Hal as curious was the gentle glow of white light emanating from their sleeping forms, almost like a fine mist. Abigail buzzed over to a guard. "Hi." He glanced at her with a bored expression. "Why aren't you sleeping?" "Because I wasn't at the party last night," she explained. "I don't live here. I'm visiting." The guard squinted harder at her. He had soft features and flowing, shoulder-length brown hair. "Not the best time to visit, sweetie," he said in a kind tone. "Come back tonight." "I can't. We'll all be dead by then." The guard's eyebrows shot up, and he slid off the toadstool to face her. "Dead? Why?" "It's a long story. I'll just say 2 words. Lava dragons. Now, I need to speak to the wisest of the Fey folk, someone who knows about blue magic." The guard scratched his head. "Blue magic, you say? Stitchmitch is the one to talk to about that." Hal could sense Abigail's surprise. "Stitchmitch? Okay then. Is he awake?" "No." "Which one is he?" The guard frowned and gestured. "You can't miss him. Talks in his sleep." "Thank you. But hey, don't go waking him up." Abigail had already moved on, picking her way around the edge of the fairy patch and peering at the sleeping figures as she went. They were an odd bunch, dressed in patchwork clothes made from silks and cottons. Hal wondered briefly who made such small clothing and where the material came from. He imagined a traveling fairy on a cart pulled by a groundhog or— "Do you think it's him?" Abigail suggested. Hal followed her pointing finger, then grinned. "Obviously." The fairy in question fidgeted noisily among the rest. He lay on his back, eyes shut, with his arms crossed over his chest and his knees drawn up, and his lips moved constantly. He had a mop of curly white hair and a wispy beard, which waggled up and down as he muttered. "Stitchmitch," Abigail said in his ear as she leaned over him. "Wake up. I need to ask you about blue magic." The incoherent mumblings rose in volume slightly, and then the words blue magic began to repeat over and over. Suddenly, the fairy sat bolt upright and gasped. "Blue magic!" he barked. "Shh!" Abigail hissed. Around them, other fairies stirred and rolled over, grumbling about the noise. As they settled, Stitchmitch glared at Abigail and narrowed his eyes. "What do you know of blue magic, lass?" "Not much." "That's what I came to ask you." He studied her. "Your eyes are blue, and you reek of blue magic. You've been infected, haven't you?" Along for the ride, Hal remained silent in her head. Infected? That didn't sound good. Actually, he found it strange that he could understand the fairies at all. Every time he'd been in Abigail's skull and listened to them, their language had been nonsensical to him. Yet it appeared he could understand these just fine. "What do you mean by that?" Abigail asked, sitting down alongside the gruff, white-haired fairy. "My friends and I got a dose, yes, and it turned our eyes blue. Why do you say infected, like it's some kind of disease?" "Because it is. It's dangerous." "Ask him what's so dangerous about it," Hal urged. She leaned a little closer. "Stitchmitch, why do you say that?" "How would you know?" White eyebrows waggled at her. "Because I've seen it. Oh, yes, with my very own eyes." He faced her directly and grabbed both her shoulders so hard that she flinched. "Young miss, I can tell you're not a real fairy. You're the shapeshifter known as Adelaide, yes?" "Abigail," Yes, indeed. I can smell the human in you. And that's the only reason you're still alive, young lass. If you were a real fairy, no taller than you stand right now, the magic would have overwhelmed you. Your gargantuan proportions have saved you thus far. Gargantuan proportions? Abigail repeated. Hal could hear the smile in her voice. Yes, yes, humans are far larger than us, but not as large as cryptids. Wait, what? Cryptids? Do you mean Yetis and Bigfoots? Stop interrupting. It's important that you listen to me. I am listening, she protested. On my travels in my younger years, I once saw a very large cryptid vanish, never to be seen again. Blue magic had infected him, as with all on the mountain, but he was careless. Rather than use a grounding rock, he transported without one to an unknown place far away. Years later, the bones of that same cryptid were discovered at the bottom of a lake, fused into the bedrock. That's where he'd ended up, you see, underwater and completely stuck. He panicked and couldn't transport out of that situation, and he drowned. Transporting even with a grounding rock is risky. Transporting without one is highly erratic and usually deadly. But that's not all, my dear. That's not all. He paused for breath, finally releasing Abigail from his grip so he could glance around at the sleeping fairies. Once he'd assured himself nobody was listening, he lowered his voice and whispered fiercely. Blue magic is too powerful to be contained within a small body, and even one the size of a human is at risk. If it infects a living creature, first it will turn your eyes blue. He gestured at her as if she didn't already know. Second, it will grow and offer you powers. I assume you can read minds? Abigail struggled to answer. I mean, we're getting better at... And you can transport without a grounding rock? She nodded. Some of us, but these powers, this infection, will soon grow beyond your means. It will manifest, then take over your mind and body. You won't be able to stop it. You must get rid of it now, young miss. How? She stammered. Hal listened with rapt attention, his mind whirling, questions ringing, and a bad feeling creeping into his chest. Stitchmitch took her hand, suddenly calm and composed. Give the power back to the mountain you took it from, or face the consequences. With those ominous words, he shook his head and sighed, then reclined as if to resume his slumber. Give it back how? Abigail urged. I don't know. Ask the cryptids. The Yeti people? Yes, yes. The fairy closed his eyes. Now, human fairy, I am weary. I wish you the best of luck. And do not remain in that fairy form for long, or the magic will overwhelm you. It seemed he was officially done talking. Abigail slowly got to her feet and tiptoed away from the snoozing figures. She gave a nod to one guard as she passed, then slipped into the trees, heading toward the lake. Well, that was... something, Hal muttered. Yeah, she said, once more in her inner voice. So it turns out lava dragons aren't our only problem. Now we're going to die from an overdose of magic. Hal's mind churned. If we're in danger from overdosing on blue magic, the lava dragons are too. Maybe we don't need to do anything except wait for their magic to manifest and take control. She snorted. Yeah, right. After burning half the continent? No thanks. And what if this manifested magic makes them worse? Stitchmitch mentioned grounding rocks. I guess he meant geo-rocks. The Yetis had ones that glowed blue. They used them to transport, even though they have enough magic inside them to leap about all over the place. Right, and Yetis are massive, at least 8 feet tall, which is why the blue magic is not overwhelming them. Abigail stopped at a thorny bush, then sprouted her wings and buzzed over it. They seem pretty well grounded to me. They're big and smart and have learned to live with their blue magic. And the Bigfoots stay away from it, using orange geo-rocks instead, Hal agreed. But we humans are puny and small, Abigail mused. Some of us, like you, are even smaller. Hey! She giggled, then quickly sobered. The others need to know about this. We should all get our heads together. Well, guess what? We can. Really long distance can be a problem, but if we're fairly close, we can have a conversation using our magical minds. She scoffed at that. Magical minds. But yeah, we all need to work on that mind talk thing, and transporting. I still can't do it. You can, Hal insisted. You just have to learn how. They arrived at the lakeside. Hal got a shock when he saw himself sitting there, perched on a log with his head dipped forward in a trance. So weird, he whispered. That's Hal, my boyfriend, Abigail said with a smile. I admit he's a little weird, but quite nice when you get to know him. I'm going to zip back into my head, okay? See you in a minute. When Hal released his mind, he felt the usual tug, as if a giant were whipping him through the air. And then he blinked awake, staring at the ground where he was seated upright and leaning forward. He snapped his head up and found Abigail over by the fringe of the woods, staring at him. So weird, he said again, out loud this time. She stuck her hands on her hips and mock-pouted. Oh, I'm weird now. But Hal's sense of humor had deserted him, and he could only offer a polite smile, which quickly faded. He stood up. Back to work. New plan. We have to warn everyone about their blue magic. Abigail counted off on her fingers. So our to-do list? Gather armies without dying. Get rid of our blue magic also without dying. Battle lava dragons without dying, he finished. It's generally a long day of trying not to die. He stared into her blue eyes. He wasn't sure about the magic itself, but an ominous feeling in his chest had definitely taken hold in the past few minutes. It felt like the icy hand of the Grim Reaper was squeezing his heart, harder and harder. Chapter 13. In Mortal Danger. They needed to eat as well as let Miss Simone know their plans, so Hal headed home with Abigail perched on his back. As he flew in, it perturbed him to see a few people in the streets, strolling around as if it were business as normal. The lava dragons are out there, he and Abigail complained in unison to Miss Simone when they finally located her hurrying toward her science laboratory. She spun around to face them both. Report, she demanded. Did you hear me? He urged, hopping up and down on the gravel path. I've seen them pulverize 2 villages already, and they're probably attacking more right now. What if they head back to Carter? He frantically waved his arms about. There's people everywhere. If the dragons drop lava on the town... They're marshals, she said calmly. I've ordered the entire town to evacuate. People are on their way to the mines, in small groups, sticking to the trees, moving with haste. Lieutenant Briscoe is organizing it. Hal and Abigail glanced at one another. He's still here? She said. For now. He finished dumping broken statues in the sea and then came to assist us. Once our people are safe, he's off to Old Earth to oversee the city's defenses. He said they won't go into hiding so easily, and anyway, the population is spread thinly over nearly 100 square miles. She swept a hand through her blonde hair. Now talk to me. Hal couldn't help feeling impressed at how calm she seemed. I have dragons on the way from the Labyrinth, and Thomas is hoping to bring the flying manticores. Emily's with the Silver Naga right now, but she's not sure they'll help. Robbie's with the ogres. Oh, and Lauren's recruiting some harpies. Everyone's going to meet at a place on the coast at sunset, and I'll try to lure the lava dragons there then. Miss Simone's eyebrows rose bit by bit, and she nodded slowly. That's good. Very good. For a moment, she struggled with the right words to use. Then she blew out a breath and looked off into the distance. Actually, none of this is good, and you're all putting yourselves at risk to save a great many people. Even the lieutenant has doubts about bringing down those dragons. He talked about shooting at them from helicopters and firing missiles, but those creatures are so much more maneuverable, and they simply have to rise above and dump lava, And then everybody dies, Abigail muttered. He feels this is a task for the people of New Earth, Miss Simone went on. Specifically shapeshifters and the armies they can muster. I sent word to Charlie, but I doubt he'll raise an army of griffins. They're few and far between in this region. So once again, we're relying on you. We've got this, Hal assured her before considering his words. Privately, he quailed. We'll do what we can. Miss Simone looked from Hal to Abigail, deep in thought, then abruptly shook herself and gestured toward the science building. I was just heading inside to talk with Blair and some others. I'm afraid Molly is severely worn out from her work on the island. Orson is circling the town, on lookout duty. Blair's on standby if we decide it's worth trying to nullify the dragon's magic. What do you think? She sounded so earnest, actually asking for advice rather than making all the decisions herself. Abigail replied first. I think that could be worth a try. But even if it's not... She glanced sideways at Hal before continuing. The thing is, Miss Simone, I spoke with a fairy, and he told me that our blue magic is dangerous and we should give it back to Yeti Mountain before it overwhelms us. But nullifying it might be an option too, so maybe Blair could be on standby for that? Miss Simone nodded vigorously. Certainly. A distant horn sounded, and she sucked in a breath and cocked her head. Seconds later, the horn sounded again, accompanied by yells. That's the signal, she growled, suddenly furious. The lava dragons are coming. Everyone knows to take cover, and thank goodness most people are already on their way to the mines. But we're in great danger here. She gestured toward the science building. And I have patients we cannot move. And doctors that won't leave them, Abigail gasped, suddenly wide-eyed. Is Mom inside too? She is. Let's hope the dragons spare this one building. They won't, Hal thought in despair. He had a fleeting image of the entire town in ruins, blackened and smoking, every home a charred mess, fire everywhere, molten liquid oozing through the streets, choking fumes, screams of anguish, the town of Carter destroyed. Hal's own home, gone, and he didn't even want to entertain the idea of the science building going up in flames with all those helpless people inside. Anger rose in him. As Miss Simone crunched up the gravel path toward the entrance to warn everyone, Hal nudged Abigail away from him and stepped back onto the grass. Get to safety, he warned her. I have to do something. She quickly grabbed his shirt. Hal, remember they're just buildings. Protect this place and the patients and doctors inside, but don't take risks all across the town. It can all be rebuilt. Sure it can, he growled. Do me a favor. Use your magic and get in touch with everyone. Make sure everyone knows the plan. See you on the cliffs. He broke free of her grip and retreated from her. She nodded and waved, then sprouted her wings and zipped away, leaving him alone to transform. Shooting straight upward, he spotted the dragons immediately, heading his way. They spread across the sky, side by side, their wings flapping at a steady speed as they began their descent toward Carter. Not this time, he thought. But what could he do? He'd already proved to himself that he was absolutely no match for all these dragons, especially now that they were bigger and faster than before. What could he do to stop them? Gunfire rang out. Not just a few bangs, but a barrage, an endless rattle that sent a shiver down Hal's spine. He was used to the roar of dragons and other fearsome beasts, but Lieutenant Briscoe's men were spraying the air with their own lethal brand of fire. For a moment, nothing in the sky changed. The dragons kept on coming, but then, assaulted by the continuous hail of hot lead, they jerked and flinched, and their steady formation began to break apart. They started veering off, some climbing higher, others diving. One or two spun and screeched, then spewed bright orange streams, which scattered and became a deadly rainstorm. Moments later, some of the gunfire abruptly ended, replaced with shouts and screams. By this time, Hal had covered half the distance and was passing over the empty market square. The one and only blue dragon spotted him and roared, then barreled toward him in attack mode. With adrenaline surging, Hal lowered his head and prepared for a mid-air collision. He told himself he was bigger and stronger, but the fast-approaching blue dragon wasn't exactly small. Butting heads was going to hurt. Hal roared and breathed fire as hard as he could. The flames leapt far ahead of him, but at that moment, the blue dragon blasted a powerful jet of water that spread wide and completely doused his inferno in an explosion of sizzling steam. Momentarily blinded, he pulled to the left and glimpsed a flash of blue as his opponent veered right. Their wings came within inches of colliding. A flailing tail whacked Hal on the underbelly. Then they were both circling around to attack. Again, Hal's mind screamed at him, "This is pointless! You can't take them all on! Get out of here while you can!" These thoughts distracted him enough that the blue dragon snatched an advantage. It banked far sharper than him, twisted, and suddenly it was snapping at his tail, matching his pace every step of the way. He couldn't shake it off no matter how hard he tried. Another blast of water hit him, a thin, powerful jet that cut deeply into his side and elicited a yell. It would have kept going, slicing him in half. But instinct took over, and he transported away in the blink of an eye. He found himself high above an unfamiliar landscape of sparsely wooded hills. It hurt to flap his wings, so he paused and glided, breathing hard. When he glanced down, he was shocked to find blood dripping from his deep wound. And the moment he saw that, the pain caught up to him, and he gasped and roared. With his strength failing, he aimed for the ground in a controlled dive. Moaning and groaning, he landed roughly and skidded to a halt on dry grass and scrub. Dust flew up around him, and he collapsed with his wings spread wide. Panting and wheezing, he didn't dare look at his wound again. He'd been seriously hurt several times, and this ranked among the most painful. He squeezed his eyes shut and reverted to human form. A moment later, he yelled out and rolled onto his back, clutching his side. He transformed again, uncaring that he probably looked ridiculous, flailing about with his paws in the air. He shifted again and again, grateful when the pain began to subside. When he was done, he lay still on his good side, staring at a spot on the ground in front of his face. He stayed like that for a while. "Oh, man," he muttered. He slowly sat up and examined his injury. His smart clothes were perfectly intact, but he had a pretty nasty raw spot on his side, just below his ribs. He touched it tenderly, wincing. The mostly healed gash stretched from front to back, nearly a foot long in all. That jet of water had sliced into him like a knife through butter, and it was clear the blue dragon had intended to cut him entirely in half. Now he had a scar. More shifting would likely heal it, but for now, he wanted to conserve his energy. "Where the heck am I?" he wondered aloud. He gingerly stood and rotated. Hills, hills, and more hills. In fact, despite shielding his eyes and scanning the horizon all around, he saw no sign of life anywhere. No distant towns, not even trails of smoke. "Guys," he shouted, "can anyone hear me?" When nobody answered, he checked the position of the sun and decided it didn't help him one bit. North was that way. But so what? He had no idea if he'd leapt 1,000,000 miles to the north, south, or west. All he could be sure about was that he hadn't gone to the east, because then he'd be in the ocean. Unless he'd gone so far east that he'd ended up in a foreign country. He snorted. No way. Still, he felt completely lost. "Don't leap anywhere until you know which way to go," he muttered, grateful for the sound of his own voice in the otherwise silent, still air. The late afternoon sun hung low in the clear blue sky. The temperature seemed a little chillier than before. He turned in a circle again. This was getting annoying. Leaping vast distances should be a massive advantage, but it didn't help when he kept landing in unknown places, or worse, in peril, like the undersea chamber on the coast. A few yards higher, and he might have ended up half embedded in rock and half floundering in water, like that poor Yeti. "Guys!" he yelled. Yelling wasn't really necessary. He could probably reach out to his friends using only his mind, but yelling felt more real. He listened closely, seeking the merest of whispers from afar. Nothing. "Middle of nowhere," he grumbled. Images of Carter kept pushing their way to the forefront of his mind. His imagination, or some kind of projection from those witnessing the event? He tried in vain to look away from the burning, choking smoke and scorched houses and the triumphant dragons soaring overhead as they unleashed streams of lava onto the science building. "Stop, stop, stop!" Angrily, he clenched his fists and looked once more for the tiniest sign of life on the horizon. Anything would do. Any tiny settlement, a traveling salesman on a cart, even a hermit sitting outside a cave. Just somebody to ask for directions. Should he go north or south, or east as far as the coast, and then north or south? "East it is," he growled. "Just to the coast. No farther. Go to the coast, then look for signposts." Signposts would be nice, something like 50 miles to Carter, with a handy arrow pointing the way. Hal's heart thudded. He realized he was delaying his leap, and for good reason. He could literally kill himself if he messed it up. But he had to try. Rather than transform, he remained in human form and cleared his mind. He closed his eyes, breathed slowly, calmed his thudding heart, and allowed useful memories into his head, like what Willow Stump, the Bigfoot, had said about projecting to where he needed to go rather than leaping blindly. So he imagined Carter, with its quaint cottages and bustling market square, and lava, and belching black smoke, and terrified screams and the roars of angry dragons and— Hal snapped his eyes open and huffed impatiently. "Stop this! Okay, not Carter, but somewhere else. Somewhere calm and peaceful." He started over, scanning quickly over a list of places he'd been in the past. The Labyrinth of Fire, of course, but that was too far from where he wanted to be. Whisper Mountain was closer, though still way off. The Lake of Spirits might work. It was a little way to the west of Carter. It would do as a familiar landmark to aim for. When he transported, his stomach lurched as usual. He opened his eyes with a brief jolt of terror, then let out a shuddering breath once he knew he'd arrived safely. Arrived somewhere anyway. He stood still, puzzled. Dense trees surrounded him, with boggy ground underfoot. He slowly sank into the mud. The squawks of birds and cries of unknown critters filled the dank air. Vines stretched across his path, and a light mist drifted slowly in the subdued light. When he tried to extract his feet from the mud, it seemed to make it worse, and he sank faster. "Oh, come on," he muttered. "What is this place? The swamps of misery?" He figured it was highly possible, and it annoyed him. He'd imagined the Lake of Spirits and got the swamps of misery. Great. Growing worried, he stood still again as the mud pulled him deeper. Now down to his waist, he felt that moving made it worse, and not moving would kill him just the same. He needed to transform. Instead, he closed his eyes again. "Do better," he told himself. "I don't have time for this. Take me to the Lake of Spirits." He transported. The lurch was making him feel sick. He cracked his eyes open and squinted, then sighed with disgust. What now? He stood in a tight space between two cliff faces that towered high above. A narrow chasm, its walls too close for him to transform into a dragon and fly out. The blue sky above taunted him. This wasn't as potentially deadly as an underwater chamber, but he was still stuck unless he transported again. Had he been here before? It could be where he'd run afoul of hellhounds when pursuing an elusive fawn. He'd had her in his grasp, but they were stuck just as he was now, with no way to shift and fly them both out of there. He shook his head at the memory. She'd disintegrated him, and he'd reformed as a wyvern. Oh, the crazy adventures he and his friends had suffered through. Still, at least he knew where he might be, roughly speaking. If he could only climb out of the chasm, he'd be able to fly the rest of the way home. But he couldn't. "Here we go again," he grumbled. "Let's see." Before he could do anything further, a familiar voice made him jump. "Hal, is that you?" He jerked and blinked. "Fenton, where are you? You sound close." "If you say so. I'm going after a dragon." A dozen questions cascaded through Hal's mind. "Wait, what? A dragon? One of the lava dragons?" "Yeah. It went down in the trees. It came from Carter. Must have got hit by all that gunfire I heard. Tore its wings to shreds. It shot overhead and crashed down." "Show me," Hal demanded. He didn't waste time. Nipping into someone else's head was almost second nature by now, and he soon looked out of Fenton's eyes upon a scene vastly different from his own. He appeared to be sliding through the undergrowth, but his point of view was extremely low, so low that he navigated his way beneath bushes rather than going around. "You're in lizard form," he exclaimed, all his worries momentarily forgotten. "This is cool. I'm seeing what you're seeing." "Did I say you could barge into my skull?" Fenton hissed. "This is so weird. I don't like it one bit, Squirt." "Yeah, well, you're stuck with me for a minute. Where's this dragon?" Fenton sighed. "We're nearly there." He kept moving. Despite the lizard boy's short legs, he appeared to move at a fairly respectable speed, tireless and unstoppable, the thorny vines and prickly bushes no bother for his sleek, solid black reptilian hide. "Carter's in trouble," Hal said at last. "The dragon's attacked." "I figured with all those gunshots. How bad?" "I don't know. I was in the middle of a fight and got injured, and I transported away. I almost don't want to know. I'm scared to go look." "Well, the soldiers took at least one dragon down. Maybe more." "Yeah, but do you hear any more shooting?" Neither of them did. It had gone quiet. We're quite a way outside town now. Too far away to hear anything. We'd hear gunshots. They traveled in silence for a bit, until Hal could stand the awkwardness no longer. "Are you ever going to find a name for your species? Or what?" "What's that got to do with anything?" "Just making conversation?" Fenton sighed. "There are a few legends that kind of fit the description of a giant lizard. I'm not a giant yet, but one day I will be. There's a sulfur dragon and another called an unctehi, but the closest is still the gargouille, the giant lizard monster that rose from the Seine River in France and spat water everywhere, nearly flooding the place. The story fits, but Miss Simone wanted me to research it myself, because my kind is so rare that... Anyway, the word gargoyle comes from the French word gargouille, meaning throat and gargle and all that." Hal laughed softly. "The very first time I saw you in this form, you were hanging off the side of the lighthouse. I remember thinking you were like a gargoyle, spitting water down on us." Fenton snorted. "Anyway, gargouille is a stupid name. I prefer Fenegator." He paused and lowered his voice. "Shh! The dragon's ahead." As he moved forward with greater stealth, it occurred to Hal that they'd been having a simple conversation, despite Fenton's limited vocabulary of hisses and grunts. Being inside his friend's head certainly cut through all the nonsense, and worrying about being overheard was unnecessary. Fenton slipped through the bushes and weaved around trees. Before long, they could see a dragon's vivid red scales in the undergrowth. Judging by the labored breathing, the creature was in trouble. "Be careful," Hal warned. "It can still spit lava." "You think I'm an idiot," Fenton retorted. "Shut up for a minute. You're putting me off with all your yapping." Despite his harsh words, Hal heard fear in his voice. He clammed up, so Fenton could concentrate on approaching the wounded dragon with caution. Step by step, Fenton emerged from the cover of the bushes. Chapter 14. A Dragon's Blood. The red dragon lay on its side, chest heaving. One wing stuck upwards while the other lay crushed underneath. A steaming pool of lava had spread around the creature's head, forming a greyish crust as it cooled. Small holes riddled its body and leaked blood. The exposed wing was as shredded as a ship's sail after a terrible storm. Fenton moved closer. The dragon hadn't spotted him yet. It stared into the woods, unblinking while it struggled to breathe. Hal almost forgot he was still inside Fenton's head. "It's dying," he whispered. "I know, doofus." Though talking internally, Fenton hissed as well, and that caused the dragon to jerk and raise its head. Gazing at him, it rumbled a warning and snarled, despite the obvious pain and misery. The wing flapped feebly, and the tail thumped the ground. "I'm going to squirt water on its mouth and nostrils," Fenton murmured. "To put an end to its suffering, you know." The idea of suffocating the dragon gave Hal a horrible sick feeling. But what else could they do? He hardened his voice to mask his revulsion. "Do it. We can't stand around here all day." So Fenton moved a little closer, causing the dragon to snarl again. Its chest glowed a faint orange, and lava belched from its throat, adding to the pool and creating a fresh, sizzling plume of smoke. "Wait," Hal said. "Before you do this, let me try something." Fenton's relief was obvious despite his huff of annoyance. "Make it quick." Hal closed his eyes, mentally at least, and reached out to the red dragon. He wasn't even sure this was possible, since he already inhabited Fenton's head. Worth a try, though. He imagined himself retreating from his friend and stepping over to join the dragon, and their minds merging. At first he met resistance, or not so much resistance as an impenetrable wall, but gradually he pushed through. Inside the blackness, he heard a deep rumbling, and finally a voice spoke.
"Leave me be."
"I can't," Hal said, trying to penetrate the darkness. He thought he could detect light in his periphery, so he spun that way and moved toward it. "I have to know what your brood did to my town."
"Thunder,"
the dragon corrected him. "Brood, thunder, whatever. How much damage did you cause?" No response. Hal stumbled toward the light, which brightened as he neared it. The fuzziness sharpened into an image, a pool of smoking lava, trees all around, and a sinister red-eyed black lizard lurking nearby. Hal smiled grimly. He was now fully inside the dragon's mind and looking out through its eyeballs. "Answer me, dragon. What did you do?" The dragon replied with a question of its own.
"Where is our leader? Answer me that, human. We cannot reach him."
"Good!" Without him, he trailed off, realizing the thunder seemed perfectly well organized, even without their esteemed white leader. Still, it was worth trying a bluff. Without him, you have no idea which targets are important. You're wasting your breath on a town with no people. They've evacuated you, moron. Go ahead and burn the houses. See if anyone cares. The longer you hang around here, the better.
"You are lying. I sense your anguish."
Yeah, well, it bugs me that you burnt my house to the ground. I lost my favorite pillow. But whatever. The point is, humans are too smart for you. Everyone's gone into hiding. You can burn houses, but you'll find no one, so you might as well give up and go home. After a burst of inspiration, he added, "And your leader knew this. He told me the same thing right before I dumped him somewhere." After a pause, the dragon sighed.
"You think me a fool. You forget that my kind has absorbed countless stories of humans and their cunning. Since the day our nest formed, the magic in the mountain walls imparted generations of knowledge to us. Humans lived inside that mountain for 1,000 years before the cryptids arrived.
Yeah, and you know what? It was the cryptids, the Yetis, who froze you in ice so you couldn't wake up. Funny how you're going after humans when we never did a thing to hurt you.
The cryptids killed our mother,
The dragon admitted.
but it was also the cryptids who gave us the power to multiply and grow like no other species.
By accident, Hal yelled. They were trying to kill you. What do humans have to do with this?
Humans are an abomination. No other creature seeks to conquer and destroy like humans. We will rid this world of your kind.
Hal gave up. There was no reasoning with these beasts, not that he wanted to change their minds and make them go after the Yetis instead. Well, we've tried to talk to you, he said. We don't want to kill you all, but you're too dangerous to let live. Maybe a few of you would be manageable, but if you're going to multiply in a couple of weeks, then we have to end this now while we can.
And yet you delay my execution.
The dragon sounded smug.
You are weak. Therefore, humans will fail. For all your bluster, you are no match for the relentless might of dragons. You will receive no mercy from us.
Hal nodded to himself. Thanks for making it easier to end you. He abruptly withdrew. For a moment, he felt as though he drifted in limbo, but then he wormed his way back into Fenton's head and stared at the dying dragon. Do it, he whispered. Fenton sucked in a long breath, then blasted the dragon's face with a deluge of murky water. It splashed all over the creature's snout and into the open jaws. Immediately, the liquid began to harden. Fenton rushed closer and exhaled on it, his warm breath hastening the process. As the liquid congealed into a sticky, spongy mass, the dragon began to struggle. Though its nostrils were sealed, it could still breathe through gaps in its partially restricted throat. Fenton blasted more water in, and while much of it dribbled back out, a good deal pooled behind the tongue and slowly thickened. The dragon may have accepted its fate, but the reality of being smothered changed its mind. It thrashed and struggled to sit up, gagging and gasping as it clawed at the mess on its face. Orange flared in its chest, and lava erupted, but rather than spew out, it sprayed sideways from a remaining gap at the side of its mouth, and the sizzling droplets fell on its own scaly paw. With one wing flapping like mad and the other hanging limp, the dragon heaved itself upright and stood shakily, its many bullet holes oozing. Fenton retreated. I couldn't get it all, he said, dismayed. It's enough, Hal assured him, though he secretly feared the dragon would either take a long time to die, or worse, free itself from the suffocating mask and stomp away. The dragon threw itself down and rubbed its snout on the ground, then frantically clawed at the substance. It reminded Hal of a dog with an itch, only much larger and deadlier. Huffing and snarling, the dragon squirmed and wriggled for half a minute, until, gradually, Fenton's glue came free in chunks. As air holes reopened, the dragon's strength returned, and so did its lava. A stream of the stuff shot toward Fenton, and he scrambled into the bushes as it spattered all around. Yelping, he slithered to a safe distance and paused to look back. The dragon, a dash of bright red color through gaps in the bushes, roared triumphantly and sprayed more lava in the air. It came down like heavy drops of acid rain. Small fires and a blanket of smoke soon filled the woods. Well, that went well, Fenton growled. It's so badly injured, though, Hal said. It can't keep going with all those bullet holes. It can't fly either. One wing is broken, the other ripped to shreds. I guess we can leave this one alone and come back to it later. Nope. We need to kill it now while we can. Hal couldn't help agreeing. Fine, but how? It's too worked up to let you get close again. Then you do it. Fenton's attention turned inward. You said yourself it can't fly. So take it high into the sky and let go. This made Hal's stomach churn. Okay. Stand back while I transform. What? A split second before Hal shifted, he sucked in a horrified breath. He wasn't in his own body right now. His body stood in a narrow chasm. Whether he would actually have transformed or not was uncertain. But if he had... I nearly crushed myself between walls, he muttered. I can't transform. I'm going to have to get free of the chasm first. Give me a minute, then come and find me. He retreated from Fenton's mind. After a brief blackness, he snapped back to his own body and took a moment to acclimate. He felt light and free now, able to move around after being cooped up inside his friend's head. And yes, he remained standing in the narrow chasm, in human form. He saw nothing different in either direction, and the walls were impossible to climb. With a sigh, he craned his neck and focused on the slice of blue sky high above. That's where I want to be, standing all the way up there. After his stomach lurched, he found himself teetering on one edge of the chasm wall, looking down into the gap. He windmilled his arms and stepped back, then let out a sigh of relief. So that was the answer. No more random leaping. He only had to focus on a point he could actually see, and then he could arrive with accuracy. Well, in theory anyway. He chuckled at the weirdness of his new ability, then transformed and prepared to launch. Suddenly, Fenton's voice filtered into his brain. You there? Can you hear me? I can. Are you coming or what? He waited. Flying off into the sky might make it extra difficult for Fenton to find his way, so he stood still, trying to act like a beacon, or maybe a lighthouse in the fog. He glanced around, noting the barren plains and distant hills, and the forest to his south. Yes, he was fairly sure this was close to where he'd captured the fawn and transformed into a wyvern. Follow my voice, he called to his friend. I'm here, Fenton barked internally. Hal winced. Yep, I hear you loud and clear. Okay, let's go. He launched, shooting straight up and reaching for the sky. When he soared above the landscape, he circled around, looking for telltale signs of smoke rising from nearby woods, where an angry lava dragon might be found, spitting in all directions. First, though, his gaze fell upon a terrible sight to the south, multiple columns of black smoke that, combined, formed a dense smog over the town of Carter. It was then that he noticed the steady thump of 2 helicopters roaring into the midst of 24 dragons. The agile creatures darted in all directions, dodging a hail of bullets and doubling back to attack. They made it look easy, simply flying over the top of the helicopters and dousing them with lava. It didn't take long for the rotors to quit turning and for the engines and outer shell to catch fire and belch yet more black smoke. And after that, the helicopters began a swift descent. Carter's burning, Fenton hissed. I know, Hal growled, and we can't stop them. Try. You're a dragon and you're bigger. Every time I attack, I end up chasing one around while the rest carry on destroying stuff. And then I get in trouble and leap somewhere, and I have to find my way back. It's useless. Hal could barely stand, being so utterly unhelpful. If only his fellow dragons from the labyrinth would hurry up and get here. A sense of extreme, no-nonsense urgency swept over him. Right, that's it, he growled. He swung about to find the injured red dragon. Where were you just now, Fent? He demanded. Help me out here. Before Fenton could respond, he spotted a faint, wispy cloud drifting over the trees a little to his west, where a forest marked the end of the barren plains he hovered over. He kicked into high gear and shot off in that direction. So you're not helping Carter? Fenton complained. I just told you I can't. We're going to deal with that injured dragon instead, and then I'm going to find Burnflank. When he arrived over the trees and plunged into the smog, It became obvious where the source was. Numerous small fires littered the forest floor, along with streams of cooling lava and blackened ground. Amid it all lay the red dragon with its twisted wings and bullet-ridden body. It was dead. Hal thumped down anyway, noting how the creature's eyes stared unblinking, its tongue lolling out of slack jaws. He stomped closer and prodded the body just to be sure. It remained motionless. "Well, I guess that's that," Fenton said, sounding relieved. "Yeah, one down, 35 to go." Hal sighed. "I'm done here. Why don't you come with me, but hurry?" Fenton sounded puzzled. "I'm already with you." Then he broke off and clicked his tongue. "Man, that's weird. Okay, let me, grab my body real quick. Don't move." He disappeared, leaving a strange void in Hal's head as he returned to his physical form. A minute later, as time marched on and Carter burned, the sinister black lizard scampered from the undergrowth and clambered onto Hal's back. Now the two boys were actually together instead of camping out in one another's heads. Hal launched once more and angled north toward the labyrinth of fire. It took every ounce of effort not to glance backward. He couldn't face seeing his home burning. He was thankful Miss Simone had evacuated everyone. But still. Did the dragons even know they were wasting their time? He was pretty sure their mission statement didn't include purposefully burning down empty structures. Did they actually think people were hiding inside? Maybe they did need leadership. The White Dragon wouldn't have let that go on. He'd have insisted on seeking hundreds of evacuees who might be at this very moment filing through the woods toward the mines. When he thought of it like that, some structural damage didn't seem important. Some of Hal's desperation eased up. "You doing okay back there, Fent?" A moment later, Fenton responded as if he'd never left, his voice loud and clear. "Sure. Hanging on as usual, with my tail wrapped around some of your ugly, bony parts. I'm surprised you even need to hang on, with your gross, sticky feet." Hal rose higher and higher, searching the northern sky ahead, looking for a fleet of labyrinth dragons heading south. It could be a while before he met up with them, and that was assuming his route lined up perfectly with Burnflank's, but his eyesight was good. He could see for miles around. "Reach out to Darcy," he said at last. "She hasn't answered me yet, but maybe she'll answer you." "You think I haven't tried?" Fenton muttered. "Anyway, what if we're out of range?" Hal sighed. "Let's both try. We have all this amazing blue magic inside us, and we're not using it enough. Let's put our minds together and do this." And to their utmost amazement, the increase in power was noticeable. Instead of fumbling blindly, Hal felt far more focused, as if he were an eagle spotting a mouse in a distant field, though still in darkness, so maybe he sensed that mouse rather than saw it. He couldn't pinpoint its exact location, but he knew it was there. He felt Darcy's presence just beyond his reach. Out of the blue, her voice came to them from afar. "Whoa, who's that?" "Darcy," Fenton barked, making Hal jump. "We're here. Can you hear us?" "Where? I don't see you, but yeah, I can hear you. And who else is there?" "It's me," Hal said, growing excited. "This is awesome. We put our heads together, and the power was stronger." He gave it a moment's thought. "Not just two of us searching for you separately, but one mind with double the magic." The more he considered it, the surer he became. This was how best to use the magic. Not 9 individual minds, but one. A hive mind. They'd already been aware of the dragons mastering the skill, but hadn't appreciated how it applied to a group of blue-eyed shapeshifters as well. Darcy was rambling about something, so all I can do is use my dryad magic on the trees and plants to try to get the dragons all tangled up, but they'll just burn right through. What else can I do? I'm not much use." "I know the feeling," Hal muttered. "Where are you, Darcy?" Fenton snorted. Weren't you listening, Shorty? I was busy thinking. Darcy chuckled. I'm with some dryads learning some new skills. Hey guys, when all this is over, I might thatch some rooftops just by asking willows to weave themselves together on the rafters. Once they're as tight as can be, someone can chop the branches. It would save a lot of time. Assuming there's a willow growing next to every house that needs a new roof, Fenton said, with a little snark in his voice. Otherwise, we'll have to plant the trees and then build the house after, say, 10 years, she giggled. Well, let's hope we don't need new houses anytime soon. Both Fenton and Hal fell silent. She didn't know. She was talking to dryads in the forest, and she had no idea Carter was currently under siege. Hal mumbled. Do you want to deal with that, Fenton? Hal could sense that his friend didn't want to deal with that at all. But he did anyway, and as Darcy stifled a gasp and listened intently, Hal's thoughts once again drifted elsewhere. A combined effort. That was what they needed to strengthen their blue magic. If they all put their heads together, what could they achieve? A single hive mind at all times? Mass teleportation? Hal sucked in a breath. Mass teleportation. He knew it was possible for a group to hold hands, and for one geo-rock holder to transport them all somewhere. The Bigfoots and Yetis had shown that early on. What if Hal and his friends could transport a bunch of labyrinth dragons in mid-flight without physical contact? Could the shapeshifters make that happen by will alone? Was that even remotely possible? He chuckled. Of course not, but not so long ago, he never would have thought it possible to transport at all, with or without a geo-rock. If he could speed up Burnflank's journey to Carter, then maybe the siege of lava dragons could end sooner than he'd thought. Chapter 15. Dragons and Centaurs. Burnflank and his dragons could be anywhere. Without a definite visual target in the distance ahead, Hal was afraid to use his transporting power, so he flew as fast as he could, with Fenton hanging onto his back. Darcy stayed with them, at least in spirit. Her voice grew fainter, though, as she fretted over the fate of the town. Oh, I hope everyone made it to the mines safely, and I hope they took Biscuit. She sucked in a breath at the mention of Lauren's cat. He's been with her a long time, and he was always a fruitcake even back on the island, jumping in fright at the slightest noise. And our island was super quiet, without dragons or monsters or even many people. Well, that's his defense mechanism, Fenton assured her. If Lauren's mum and dad didn't take him to the mines, he's probably hiding in a secure spot in a basement or under some rocks. Still, Darcy worried endlessly, and Hal couldn't blame her. He also feared for Emily's dog, Wrangler, not to mention all the goats tethered in yards, and chickens that ran freely about the streets, and... The list went on. Cows, pigs, sheep, and horses were likely just fine roaming in the fields, but closer to home, with lava dropping on rooftops. He shuddered, but he couldn't think about that right now. Darcy eventually faded to a whisper, and Fenton had to cut in and tell her they'd have to catch up later. Then she was gone. "Whew," he said after a moment. "I'm not sure how much more reassuring I could manage." "You did good," Hal told him. "It's cool that we can talk like this. Like you and me right now. It's as if we're talking out loud, but we're really just thinking everything we say. I forget sometimes and hear myself growling." "Yeah, me too," Fenton said, along with a distinctive hissing noise. "See?" Hal scoured the sky ahead, still no sign of Burnflank. "Where is he? How long does it take to rustle up some dragons and get a move on? I thought he'd be halfway here by now." "Maybe he is, but we're nowhere near halfway to Lewis yet. We've only been flying for 20 minutes. Hal had to do a double take at that. Fenton was right. It was a good couple of hours by air and an hour to the halfway point. "What's the plan?" Fenton asked. "When we meet up with Burnflank and his dragons, then what?" "Then we try to transport them to the cliffs by the coast." Fenton paused. "Okay, but assuming that's possible, what's the plan of attack?" This was the kind of thing Hal's jumbled thoughts hadn't quite settled on. "It's not straight in my head yet," he admitted. I guess we go get Robbie's ogres as well, and Thomas's manticores, unless they fly there on their own, in which case—" Fenton sighed. "So you have no plan whatsoever?" "Do you? And how do you think you're going to lure the lava dragons to the coast?" Fenton challenged. "Ask them nicely to follow you?" Another jumble of thoughts surged through Hal's mind. He could make no sense of them. "I don't know yet. I'm working on it." Sounds perfect. After a moment, Fenton's tone softened. "Better than my plan, I suppose." Hal blinked with surprise. "You have a plan?" "Nope." At last, about 45 minutes into their journey north, Hal squinted and stopped flapping for a moment. A mass of dark specks had appeared on the horizon against the backdrop of pale grey cloud cover. He tilted to the right, marveling at how close his trajectory had come to meeting head-on with Burnflanks. "Is that them?" Fenton called. "Yep, has to be, either that or rocks." But it soon became clear it was indeed a massive fleet of dragons. Or was it a thunder? He shook his head. He'd call this one a fleet. "Burnflank!" he roared as he approached. He began a slow turn, intending to circle around and join them on their journey south. "Nice to see you." The dragon known as Burnflank, a rugged monster with burn scars along his side, grunted at him and veered closer.
"How goes it, kid?"
After talking to Fenton so freely in his mind, it took Hal a moment to interpret the rudimentary noises that came out of the dragon's throat, a series of gutturals. "Not good. Carter's been attacked. I don't know how bad it is, but everyone evacuated to the mines in time, so—" He left it at that. Hal flew alongside Burnflank and gawked at the fleet. There had to be 30 or more. The labyrinth dragons hung back a little way, a mass of green-scaled creatures with wings that thumped almost in unison. Under that noise came steady panting and occasional huffs. Eyes glared ahead. Their presence boosted Hal's confidence 100-fold. He couldn't remember if he'd mentioned the size of the lava dragon's army to Roughback, but it seemed the two sides were pretty equal. With an army like this, Hal wouldn't need ogres or manticores. These beasts were bigger and far more battle-ready, having had a lifetime of experience compared to that of the newly hatched lava dragons. Still, time was of the essence. Burnflank? Fenton and I were thinking of trying some magic to get us there quicker." "Whoa, hold on, Hal," Fenton muttered. "I'm not sure about this." Burnflank only heard Hal's side of the conversation. He responded with his usual chuffs and growls.
"Oh, what magic?"
"It's something we're learning. We have blue magic now." Realizing how vague that sounded, he shook his head. "Never mind that. Anyway, we want to try to, transport you all." Burnflank simply looked at him askance. "Teleporting," Hal clarified. "It'll save a lot of time. We're going to the coast where—"
"I don't like the sound of that,"
Burnflank said flatly.
"No teleporting for us. Even if I agreed to it myself, I wouldn't want to risk their lives."
He jerked his head backwards, and a chorus of rumbles swept through the air.
"See? They agree."
Hal felt deflated, but also relieved. "Fine. I'll save our magic for later. Okay, I'm going to lead the way. Keep up." He shot off, angling slightly to the east. When he glanced back, he was gratified and awed to find the entire fleet changing course to follow him. He'd never felt so proud and in charge, nor so utterly terrified of the responsibility on his shoulders. "I'm glad they refused to transport," Fenton mumbled. "Imagine the hassle if you ended up sending dragons to random places all over the world. Or worse, burying them under the ground." Hal huffed at his friend's utter lack of faith, though he privately agreed it would have been perilous. It took an hour to reach the coast. It wouldn't be long until sunset. For all Hal's impatience to speed things up, It seemed the armies were likely to come together right on schedule. Lauren's voice sounded in his head long before he saw her. "Oh my gosh, I can see you, Hal. My goodness, that's a terrifying sight. How many of you are there?" He picked her out in the sky, swooping around in circles. "About the same number as the lava dragons. We're going to land on the rocks." And so, after a quick word with Burnflank, he watched from above as 30-something weary dragons descended on the coast. They thumped down on rocky outcrops at the foot of the short cliff and immediately settled to rest their wings and recharge their strength. A few let off steam by blasting fire into the churning seawater and watching it bubble and froth. They seemed to find this amusing, and others joined in. A swirling white mist soon smothered the rocks and dragons. Relieved, Hal turned toward home. "Let's see the damage to Carter before we go find Robbie." "Aren't you tired?" Fenton asked. "Yep, but if I land, I'll never want to get moving again. I'll rest for a minute in Carter." Lauren shot past, then doubled back and settled on his back where he couldn't see her. "I'm coming with you," she called. "I'm tired of waiting here." Hal looked over his shoulder at the writhing mass of green labyrinth dragons on the dark-colored rocks. A powerful image like that would come in useful when he needed to return. On the way to Carter, he and Fenton instructed her on the subtle art of using her mind to communicate rather than talking out loud. Once she could barge in on their inner thoughts, she squealed a little too noisily at the wonder of it all. "I can understand what you're saying, Hal. And you too, Fenton. This is so weird." "Quit shouting," Fenton complained. "That's the thing about talking with our minds. We don't need to shout. Whisper." But she wouldn't whisper. She talked excitedly about what this could mean for future missions. And Hal had to remind her that the blue magic might become a problem in due course. "Don't get used to it," he warned. Their moods grew somber as they approached Carter. They'd filled Lauren in on the attack long before they spotted the black smoke hanging in the air. Everything was silent and still as they flew over. Lauren gasped in horror, and Fenton let out a low whistle. Hal simply growled, anger building in his chest. But despite a sickening number of blackened structures and eerie trails of cooling lava, he couldn't help thinking it all could have been so much worse. Large sections of the town were untouched. The damage was random, with some particularly nasty destruction in one unfortunate northeast corner, but otherwise some thankfully small targets throughout. A savage attack? Yes. But Carter was pretty big and sprawling, and the surviving dragons weren't the formidable force they should have been. An army of over 800 would have laid waste to the entire town. 3 dozen, though? Hal's anger abated. "I think we might have been lucky, guys." Fenton let out a hiss. "That's not luck, Hal. Molly wiped out hundreds before they got this far, and that was only because you trapped them on the island. And you smashed the lighthouse so they couldn't escape," Lauren added. "You did good. It could have been so much worse." "We need to find the others," Hal said. "If we have any hope of making use of our blue magic, we should be together. So, if you're all flying with me, we can combine our minds and—" "And what?" Fenton asked. "Think the dragons to death?" "Send them away?" Lauren suggested. Fenton's idea was ridiculous, but Lauren's wasn't bad. Hal had considered it earlier, but eventually abandoned it. "Send them where? Deep into the ground would work if we can control it. If we can't, then we'll end up scattering them across the countryside, where they'll secretly multiply and come back later." "What then?" Fenton asked again. Annoyance flared. "I don't know. Stop badgering me. How about you come up with some ideas? Why is it always up to me?" Fenton's simple, frank answer surprised him. "Because you're our leader." "Yeah," Lauren agreed, "and not just because you're a dragon." Hal was so taken aback that he floundered in the air for a moment. He continued circling the town while digesting Fenton's words. He'd always known the others looked to him for some form of leadership, but he couldn't remember anyone actually saying so out loud, at least not so seriously, and definitely not Fenton. Even Lauren's words surprised him. They considered him their leader for some other reason than being a dragon? Really? Maybe because he was the oldest of them all? Only by a couple of weeks, but still technically older. It definitely couldn't be because he was smarter, because he wasn't. Or braver. If anything, his most likely qualities for being their leader pointed toward his reckless tendency to launch into battle and get himself seriously injured. That wasn't bravery, that was stupidity. "Are you going to fly in circles all day?" Fenton griped. "Let's go find the others." Right." He set off. Somewhere southwest of Carter was a large ogre community where Robbie had set out to enlist some giant-sized foot soldiers. On the way was a patch of forest where Dewey was perhaps trying to get help from Centaurs. Hal urged his passengers to combine their thoughts and reach out to their Centaur shapeshifter friend. "Dewey!" they called, projecting their minds into the trees. An answer came back immediately, not just a faint whisper, but a clear, if somewhat nervous voice. "Whoa! Who's that?" Hal couldn't help laughing with glee. He quickly explained the situation and how they needed to join forces. Dewey sounded relieved. "Good. I've done everything I can down here. I could only get about 50 Centaurs to help. Sorry about that. But they're good archers. Maybe they'll be of use." Hal, Fenton, and Lauren were stunned into silence. Then Fenton burst out laughing. 50? Are you kidding? That's amazing, little guy. You did great, Lauren gushed. Those lava dragons won't stand a chance. "Oh, okay," Dewey said. "Good. They're marching toward Carter right now. Shall I tell them to go to the coast then?" Hal circled around, peering into the forest below. "Is there somewhere I can land? Where's the front of the line?" It took a bit of work to locate the long centaur procession among the trees, because the canopy was so thick. Then they had to find those in the lead. And after that, Hal hunted for a suitable place to land, a clearing not too far ahead of them. As he descended, he urged Dewey to divert the centaurs toward that clearing. He thumped down and told his friends to dismount. Together, they reverted to their human forms and waited for Dewey, chatting idly, speaking rather than using their minds. "I'm still not sure about this," Lauren murmured. "Same," Fenton grumbled. Hal fought to control his own uncertainty. "We have to speed things up. It'll take ages for a herd of centaurs to reach the coast, even if they gallop. It'll be long past sunset. We have to use our power." "But," Lauren said, then trailed off. Dewey arrived first, a little way ahead of the procession. He looked as nervous as always, but he approached Hal without hesitation, ready to do his part. "What shall I tell them?" he whispered. "The truth," Hal suggested. "We're going to use magic to transport them to the coast. They'll be there instantly, and they can wait with the dragons and harpies." Transporting was bad enough. The idea of waiting with dragons and harpies caused Dewey even more anxiety, but he nodded and clip-clopped restlessly until the first of the Centaur army came into view among the trees. Hal and his friends watched with interest as the procession halted, and Dewey spoke quietly with the imposing figure at the front, huge and bearded, with a stentorian voice that boomed even when in close conversation. His expression and his tone and general body language suggested displeasure with the idea of magic being used on the entire Centaur army. Dewey's hands spread in a placating gesture, and he continued to speak earnestly. "Let's listen in," Fenton suggested. Hal mentally kicked himself. Of course, he, Fenton, and Lauren joined minds and quietly worked their way into Dewey's head so they could overhear the discussion. "It'll be all right, Arik," the nervous boy said. "Hal's mastered the technique, and he's used it quite a few times already. It's easy, really, and it avoids a long march." "I don't like it at all," the towering centaur complained, his bushy eyebrows wagging as he looked down his nose at Dewey. "You know we oppose mining for geo-rocks. Now you're wanting to use that magic on us? There are no geo-rocks involved? Dewey reddened, as if realizing what a lame argument that was. It's a special kind of magic, and we all have it. That's why our eyes have turned blue. It went on like that for a few minutes more, with Eric folding his arms in a definitely not stance that gradually loosened into, well, perhaps, and finally, oh, all right then, but not without a lot of bluster and repeated warnings. If danger befalls even one of us, he growled, you may consider our alliance with your people terminated. Is that clear? At last, the wait was over. Hal was both elated and terrified. He quickly abandoned the idea of transporting them all without some form of physical contact. Better to play it safe while they could. Okay, so, everyone link hands. The Centaurs complained about this too. Annoyance rippled down the line as the words spread. But grumbling aside, they linked hands, and even Eric stuck out his meaty fingers for Dewey to grab hold of. Fenton joined up next, then Lauren, and finally Hal. More murmurs filtered from the rear of the procession all the way to the front. We are ready. Eric glared at Dewey, then at Hal. Do it. And be warned. Hal nodded. Don't hurt anyone. Got it. His palm felt sweaty, and he hoped Lauren didn't mind. Hers felt cold in comparison. Are you ready, guys? We're going to concentrate, join our minds, and think of the rocks near the coast. I haven't been there, Dewey piped up. Fenton huffed. Then let us lead the way. It seemed the moment had come, and Hal couldn't believe he'd put himself and everyone else in this position. Was he actually serious right now? Was he really going to risk all their lives to save a few hours of journey time? Then the image of lava dragons sprang to mind, along with the blackened mess and belching smoke left behind after they'd destroyed yet another small village. Yeah, time was wasting. Grimly, Hal closed his eyes and thought of the dragons on the rocks by the sea. He imagined Arik and the entire procession of centaurs arriving safely on the nearby cliff edge. Then he transported, taking 3 friends and 50 centaurs with him. Chapter 16. The Place of Reckoning. The lurching in Hal's stomach was far worse than usual, and the delay before arriving at his destination lasted a second or two longer, just enough to cause a rising panic. Where would he end up? It took all of his will to suppress his dark thoughts and remind himself of the target, the cliff by the sea, the cliff by the sea. He felt disoriented when the forest vanished, and a sudden blast of ocean air hit him. With the trees gone, he blinked in the sudden brightness, gripping Lauren's hand so hard she cried out. Then slowly he focused on his surroundings. His mouth fell open. Could it be that... had he actually... Well, I'll be... Arik boomed, breaking the silence. 50 centaurs stood in a line along the cliff, their hooves dangerously close to the edge as they gazed out to sea. All of them, along with Hal, Lauren, Fenton, and Dewey, released hands with the utmost caution lest they upset the universe and go spinning off to distant places. But nothing happened. Everyone remained safely on the cliff. Their journey was over. Lauren nudged Hal. Nice work. Yeah, not bad, Fenton muttered, though my stomach got turned inside out. Mine's upside down, Dewey said. Hal did his best to contain his utter relief and shrugged instead. Piece of cake. Privately, he was elated. He'd transported an entire army. Well, with the help of his friends anyway, their combined blue magic, but with his hands on the steering wheel. Okay, he said briskly, now we'll go find Robbie and his ogres, then Thomas and his manticores. And Emily, Lauren interrupted. Maybe she persuaded the Silver Naga to help. Hal doubted it. And Abigail. We're going to need Stitch Mitch too. He knows about blue magic. He might help in another way. They all gaped at him. Stitch Mitch? Hal brushed off the question. Never mind. Let's hold hands again. Somewhat less apprehensively than before, they linked up and stood in somber silence. Hal closed his eyes, thinking the words rather than saying them out loud. Picture a place to the southwest where ogres live. It's a huge open plain, in the middle of nowhere. Robbie's probably leading a bunch of ogres, stomping toward Carter like they did back when Lieutenant Briscoe first came to New Earth. We'll transport there, but we'll look before we land. Got it? Sure, Fenton murmured internally. This is so cool, Dewey exclaimed. Lauren clicked her tongue. Shh! Focus. This time, when they transported, the stomach lurch was nowhere near as bad. Apparently, the amount of weight they dragged along made a difference. With just the four of them, it seemed they shot through the air with ease. Hal imagined rushing across the landscape at breakneck speed, on the lookout for Robbie, with the wind blowing their hair and clothes. He tried to slow down, so he had time to search. Instead, they arrived in the blink of an eye. Stumbling, they caught their footing and released their grips. "Where are we?" Fenton said with a groan. They'd made it to the plains at least, but the flat, almost featureless landscape was vast. Low hills stuck up here and there in the distance. The dry, hard ground crunched underfoot. A strong breeze whipped about their clothes. Hal understood what had happened. "I think we need a definite place in mind, somewhere we've all been and can visualize. Getting here wasn't too bad, but our directions were pretty vague because only Robbie's been here, and we were going by a description he gave us ages ago." "Speak for yourself," Fenton retorted. "I was following you. The point is, we can get to places as long as we know exactly where we're going." Hal's heart thumped with excitement. "This is awesome. Okay, it'll be hard to find Robbie, but once we do, we can easily get back to the place on the coast because we've been there and can visualize it." Okay, Lauren said, "but first we have to find Robbie. Let's fly." That seemed the best solution. Once again, Hal transformed and took to the sky, this time with 3 passengers. And they spotted ogres a mere 5 minutes later, beyond some low hills. "You see?" Hal shouted, letting a blast of fire escape from his throat. "We were so close." When he touched down, around a dozen marching ogres lurched to a halt and fell into a crouched, defensive position. Several of them cried out with dull voices, while others scowled and raised their fists. In the front, a much smaller ogre, barely half the height, grinned and waved, then said something that sounded like a slurred greeting. Hal reverted to human form as soon as his passengers had disembarked. Puzzled expressions crossed the ogres' faces, and they straightened up and dropped their fists, no longer recognizing a threat. Robbie shrank as well. "Hey guys, look what I did! We have a gang of ogres on our side!" "That's all you could manage?" Fenton said rudely. "Dewey got us 50 centaurs, Lauren rustled up a bunch of harpies, and Hal brought in 30 or more dragons." Robbie's grin faded. "Oh, really?" "But this is great," Hal said quickly. "Fenton's only jealous because he's no help whatsoever." "Hey!" the big boy protested. Lauren jumped in before an argument could erupt. "Everyone's doing their bit. The thing is, Robbie, we're in a hurry." She shielded her eyes and looked west. "We don't have much daylight left." Robbie nodded. "We can make it to the coast before the sun goes down." Judging by the silence, Hal wasn't the only one who thought that was overly ambitious. "It's a long way, buddy. How about we transport ourselves?" He took a moment to explain how he and the others had joined forces to combine their blue magic and make quick work of the Centaur's journey. Robbie's eyes nearly bugged out his head. "Are you serious? That actually worked?" But he immediately looked worried. "I don't know, guys. Sounds dangerous." "Literally everything is dangerous today," Dewey piped up. "I think we should risk it." Hal, Robbie, Fenton, and Lauren gazed at him in surprise. Then Robbie shrugged. "Fine. If Dewey's in, then it must be reasonably safe." Before attempting anything, Robbie explained to the ogres what was about to happen. He had to grow to ogre form first, so he could speak on their far more rudimentary level in words they understood. But seconds into his speech he paused, frowned, and shrank again. "What's wrong?" Hal asked. Robbie looked sheepish. "Nothing. I just don't know how to explain such a complicated thing in ogre language." Fenton laughed. "What's complicated about it? We go from here to there in the blink of an eye. Simple." "All right. Enough talking," Hal complained. "Let's do this. Everyone join hands." At least that instruction was relatively easy. 11 ogres linked hands, and it didn't seem to occur to them to ask why. Hal, Dewey, Fenton, and Lauren joined up as well, and then Lauren reached for Robbie, who stood between the two groups. The problem was that he needed to stay in human form to retain his intelligence, which meant stretching for the nearest adult ogre's hand. The dim-witted giant automatically took hold and nearly crushed Robbie in his grip. "Ow!" he yelled. "Not so hard!" The surprised ogre jerked and stood up straight, but was too feeble-minded to let go, so Robbie ended up hanging limply, still yelling, and since he held Lauren's hand, he pulled her up onto the tips of her toes. "Go now," Fenton urged, "before it all falls apart." Hal closed his eyes and tried to shut out the yells and cries. "Focus," he murmured. "Everyone, give me a boost." He felt a surge of power emanating from Dewey's tingling hand, which he gripped tight. He imagined that extra power came from all 4 of his friends, even though Robbie wasn't paying attention. Simply being connected counted well enough. Once again, he imagined the cliff by the sea, where the Centaurs stood overlooking the rocks and crashing waves. He conjured up an image of ogres and shapeshifters standing way back from the edge, safe and sound, where the sound of the ocean was muted. He poured every ounce of blue magic into making the journey in an instant. The now familiar lurch told him it was happening. It was over in a split second, and he felt hard rock underfoot at the same time as being hit by a stiff wind and salty seawater. Triumphantly, he opened his eyes. To his horror, everyone around him fell. He alone remained standing on a solitary rock, protruding from the churning sea, while his 4 friends and 11 adult ogres went in with a collective splash. A powerful tidal swell yanked Dewey's hand from his grasp, and then all of them were gone, swallowed up by the water. It took all of Hal's balance to remain standing. It was actually a long wall of rocks he stood upon, though his jutted higher than the rest. Several heads and flailing arms appeared. "Guys!" he yelled helplessly. The ogres, being 30 feet in height, quickly regained their footing and rose out of the water. The sea churned around their waists. But the much smaller shapeshifters had no such footing, and the tide took them first away from the rocks, then back again, as a swell reared up and flung them this way and that. Dewey smacked against a smooth, slippery surface and grunted, then held on for dear life as the sea once more tried to drag him away. But Fenton transformed, and, in his lizard form, easily got hold of a low protruding rock and fastened his grip. He whipped out his tail as Lauren screamed nearby, and she grabbed at it like it was a rope. Hal felt so mortified that he froze, watching as his friends and 11 ogres struggled out of the water and over the wall of rocks to calmer currents, and from there to safer ground where they could stagger wearily up the shingle beach. Bedraggled, everyone dropped to their knees or collapsed on their backsides, panting and gasping. Suddenly aware of deep, rumbling, chuffing laughter, Hal scowled at the labyrinth dragons who lazed at the foot of the cliff. They had spread out in both directions, apparently enjoying the fine mist thrown up by the crashing waves. And up on top of the cliff, centaurs stared down with their heads tilted to one side, perplexed expressions on their faces. "Glad you think it's funny," Hal growled under his breath as he clambered to safety and joined his friends. What was that? Fenton demanded, who had reverted to human form even though Lauren still absently clung to his tail. Sorry. I tried to picture the cliff and nothing else, but I guess the sea kept popping into my mind. Surprisingly, Fenton nodded. Distracted by Robbie's whining, probably. Well, I guess no harm done. Dewey, you all right? The small boy had pulled up his sleeve and was gazing at his elbow, which looked red and tender. No big deal. He dropped his arm and frowned. Next time, we should all think of the destination instead of letting Hal do it alone. Maybe we'll arrive in one piece if we're all driving. Despite the misstep, they all agreed that they'd achieved something amazing with their blue magic. At this rate, they'd fully amassed their army long before sunset. Who's next? Lauren asked. Thomas? Hal quailed at the thought of it. Those manticores can fly. They'll be here in no time. I don't think we need to worry about them. Emily, then, Fenton said. That is, assuming she's organized an outing for her Naga friends. They can fly as well, but they're a long way away. We need them here soon. I'll go find her, Hal said. Do you want to stay here and dry off? They all shook their heads. We're with you, Robbie said, absently flexing his fingers. The ogre he'd held hands with had really done a number on him. Yup, Fenton agreed. Lauren and Dewey nodded too. Hal was amazed they wanted anything to do with him after what had just happened. Okay. So I guess we'll join up and reach out to Emily. They came together, this time in a circle, facing each other and interlocking their arms. They closed their eyes. Em, Lauren muttered, where are you? Guide us to you. The powerful surge of blue magic caught Hal by surprise. It was definitely stronger than before. Since Robbie wasn't distracted, there were now 5 of them focusing their energy and concentrating on the matter at hand. The surge was almost frightening, rather like the ocean swelling up around his chest. Any higher, and he'd start to flounder, or worse, it would yank him off his feet and engulf him. For the first time, he began to sense what Stitchmitch the fairy had warned them about. Wow! A voice blared in his head. It's like you're all stomping around in my dreams. Lauren gasped and laughed. Emily? Oh my goodness, where are you? Sorry, guys, I can't help with the Naga. They're not interested in fighting lava dragons, but they seem very interested in feeding me to the Ouroboros. I'm hiding right now. They're swarming about in the air, trying to find me. Get clear, Fenton told her. As soon as you're able, just leave. I'm so sorry, Emily said again. I really thought... Lauren broke in. You tried, Em, and that's all we could ask. Get here safely, okay? I was thinking maybe the Naga in the forest would help. I mean, they're good with bows and arrows, and they have powerful bites. We're out of time, Hal said. It's nearly sunset, and every minute we wait is more time for the lava dragons to demolish towns. We're going to finish this when Thomas gets here with his manticore friends. Okay, I'm on my way. As soon as these Naga get bored and leave me alone. I can't crawl from this hole in the ground until then. Hal suddenly had an idea. Hey, Em, I'm going to open my eyes. Tell me if you see what I see. He snapped his eyes open. Directly facing him was Fenton, with his eyes still shut. Over his shoulder lay the coastal scene, with the ogres sitting on the rocks and seawater lapping around their ankles, the dragons lolling at the foot of the cliff, and the centaurs looking down somewhat haughtily from above. The darkening eastern sky was clear, apart from a few puffy clouds. I see it, Emily whispered. What an amazing sight! Dragons and centaurs and ogres all together and not fighting. Harpies too, Lauren said. They're close by. And manticores on the way, Dewey added. After a pause, Emily said, Is it enough, though? Closing his eyes again, Hal felt the surge of energy between them. It has to be. Okay, this is where we are. Maybe you can find your way here. See you soon. I'm going to find the lava dragons." The connection broke as they all opened their eyes and released their grips. The group stared hard at him. "How?" Fenton asked. "Don't know yet, and I have to find the white dragon as well. I dumped him alone somewhere, but now it's time to bring him back, if he's still where I left him. Either way, they all need to be together. None of them can escape this." Fenton nodded, then asked again, "How are you going to lure them here?" Lauren began wringing her hands. "And what do we do when they get here? Oh my gosh, this is suddenly real." "It's been real all day," Robbie told her, looking grim. "We don't have a plan, do we? We're just going to wing it as usual." "We have to attack them as soon as they arrive," Hal warned, "before they even know what's happening. The Labyrinth dragons need to be ready to pounce." "To kill them," Fenton growled. Hal bowed his head. "We have to do this. There's no other way. We know they won't stop attacking. We know they'll keep multiplying and growing. This has to end, right?" All four of his friends nodded slowly. Each looked as grim and fearful as he felt. "It's what Miss Simone wants too," Lauren muttered. "All the adults would agree." "This is what we do," Robbie said, drawing himself up. "We're shapeshifters, and it's our job to deal with threats. Who else could have brought an army like this together? Dragons, ogres, centaurs, harpies, hopefully manticores. It's an odd bunch, but I'll bet it's the best army ever." After some somber nodding, Fenton frowned slightly. "Well, except maybe Lieutenant Briscoe and a load of tanks and guns and missiles." "Yeah, well, he's not here," Robbie snapped. "Quit ruining my speech." Hal stepped back from the group. "Okay, I'm off to find the lava dragons. See you soon." He transformed and launched into the sky to begin the most important mission ever, and perhaps the most dangerous. Lives depended on the outcome, his friends and parents among them. The enemy had to be stopped, no matter the cost. Chapter 17. Pursuit. The moment Hal set off after the lava dragons, he realized he had absolutely no idea how to find them. He flew east for a long while, calming his mind and trying to pick up a whisper from afar. If he could only put himself within their range. But they could be anywhere at this point. He scoured the landscape, searching for fresh columns of black smoke, a dead giveaway for such destructive creatures. Carter still burned ahead, which made him uneasy. Slightly north of there, he spotted wispy trails from the woods where the bullet-ridden dragon had crash-landed and died. Nothing new, though. He glided around in a circle, taking in the forests and grassy hills and distant mountains and the ocean he'd left behind. "Where are you?" he growled, projecting his mind outward. They might be resting, or they might have transported to the far reaches of New Earth. They had no real reason to stick around these parts. Or did they? What if they were reluctant to leave without their leader? For that matter, what if they were actively looking for their leader right now? Hal focused on that. Where had he left the sinister albino dragon? Now was the time to go fetch him. Only. It would be almost impossible to find that same random location again. "Oh, come on," he growled. "Show yourselves." He spent some time flying in different directions, but he refrained from transporting since he had no idea which way to go or how far to leap. Not without a sign. All he needed was a faraway murmur, the tiniest hint of a hive mind to latch onto. He would hold off until then. Peering down at the landscape from high above, he found it eerily peaceful, as if he could sense that everyone had gone into hiding. Word must have spread quickly via messengers and carrier pigeons. Settlements had evacuated, their residents taking refuge in caves or simply huddled in the trees out of sight. If lava dragons attacked, they'd destroy homes but not people. The region seemed oddly quiet because it was. A realization dawned then. Hal mentally slapped his forehead. If he could sense the emptiness below, then so could the lava dragons. Bent on killing humans, the needless destruction of houses didn't figure into their plan. The smarter white dragon would know that, and maybe the rest had realized that too. "So where'd you go then?" Hal muttered to himself as he looked toward the horizon and scanned from east to west. Which direction? He found himself soaring over Carter again. Growing impatient, he bellowed, "Where are you?" Though of course his words erupted as a ferocious roar. Almost instantly, something flashed into existence to his right. He jerked around, preparing for a blast of lava. Instead, a silver-skinned Naga creature rose toward him, tail curled like a hook, and bat-like wings flapping so fast they were a blur. "Emily!" he called. She obviously heard his thoughts, because her voice rattled noisily in his head. "Whoa! How did I do that?" Do what? Though he'd slowed to circle around, she struggled to catch up to him. "I heard you yelling and here I am. One minute I was fleeing a swarm of angry Naga, and the next—" "You transported," Hal confirmed. "Nicely done. I guess you latched onto my voice." She nodded, her eyes shining with excitement as she flew closer. "It was easy. I should have done that ages ago. Oh, Hal, I wish I could have brought a Naga swarm with me, but I think they remember me from before, and they're just not friendly. You should see them, though. There were hundreds coming after me, a massive black cloud that blotted out the sun, and—" All at once, she vanished. Hal blinked. Em? She'd obviously transported again, but to where? Back to the swarm? Maybe all that talk about a massive black cloud had focused her mind too much on that other location, and she'd returned there without thinking. If so, she'd better skedaddle before the swarm ripped her apart in mid-air. "Emily!" he yelled. "Listen to my voice! Come back!" And she did, briefly. She shot out of nowhere, screeching with fright, and behind her came a stream of other silver-skinned Naga creatures. Hal was so startled that he almost forgot to flap his wings, and he began to fall while 5, 10, 15, and yet more angry Nagas appeared out of thin air, intent on their pursuit. But then Emily vanished again, her scream cutting off. The moment that happened, it was as though the invisible portal she'd created the first time closed, and no more Nagas appeared. The 20 that had followed her through faltered and slowed, and then they too vanished. Hal was alone once more. He flapped his wings and flew around in a tight arc, bewildered at what had just happened. He understood part of it, that Emily had transported almost without thinking, lacking control. But the other part mystified him. Somehow she dragged a bunch of others along as well, without holding hands. "Emily?" he called again, and this time his dragon rumble came out uncertain. "Are you okay?" All was silent. Hal focused his mind. If she couldn't come to him, he would go to her. He pictured the flying Naga, a giant cloud of silver, making a tremendous racket as they hovered in the air. Then he adjusted his mental image. He didn't want to visit the swarm. He wanted to find Emily. He pictured her instead, screeching and flying at top speed with 20 others in pursuit. He had no idea where she was, but maybe he could transport and pick up her voice mid-jump. His stomach lurched, and his vision blurred. Instantly, he arrived, but not where he'd expected. An almost deafening hum surrounded him as he popped into existence in the middle of the Naga swarm. His sudden arrival knocked dozens aside, which caused chaos among the rest. The swarm of bodies exploded away from him, glinting and flashing in the sunlight as he resumed flapping and ascended. He didn't recognize the location, but he suspected he was close to a tower on the edge of a canyon, where he and his friends had brought the eye of the Kraken. Squinting, he thought he saw that tower not too far away. But a mass of silver creatures swarmed around him just then, blocking his view, and he focused on the threat. He couldn't tell if they were angry, Frightened, startled, curious, or what? Judging by how they edged closer, he guessed curious at first. But then, when they started zipping toward him and hissing, he decided angry was more likely. He could have rammed his way out of the swarm, but chose to transport himself instead. "Emily!" he rumbled right before he leapt. He appeared over a mirror-like lake surrounded by low hills, and he swooped around, trying to figure out what had drawn him here. He called for Emily again, wondering if perhaps she'd arrived earlier and was now hiding. She didn't answer. "Emily? Hal?" His heart soared. "Em, where are you?" Her head popped out of the water, causing gentle ripples to spread outward. Hal grunted and flew down for a landing on the bank nearest to her. He reverted to human form and waited while she swam smoothly toward him, cutting through the water without a sound. Emily was in her water-dwelling guise with no arms. She became human while wading out, her hair plastered to her shoulders and her silky dress sodden. Even before she got close, Hal noticed how bright and blue her eyes were now. Had they been that vivid before? He thought perhaps they had. But as she splashed out of the water and stepped up to him, he changed his mind. Her eyes shone so brightly that they glowed. They stared at each other for a long while. Then she swallowed and said, "Your eyes, Hal? What's going on?" He blinked. "My eyes?" He reached up to rub them, then studied his hands, half expecting to find residual magic on his skin. "Are they glowing?" She nodded. "It's freaky." Then she tilted her head. "Kind of beautiful, actually, but freaky." He had to agree. He felt compelled to stare at her, mesmerized. The blue glow lit up the highest parts of her cheeks and the bridge of her nose. He couldn't quite make out her irises. They were no more than a faint outline. After a minute of gazing stupidly at each other, the glows began to fade. Not all the way, though. Their eyes remained blue, but the hypnotic aura had gone, releasing them from their stupor. "What's going on?" Emily whispered, repeating her earlier question. Hal hazarded a guess. "It's our blue magic, obviously. It's growing. We're becoming more powerful, so we can do more with the magic." He decided that fit. "Yeah, that's it. And now you can transport others without holding their hands." She turned toward the lake. "I leapt 4 or 5 times, and the same group kept following me. I ended up here and dove straight in, thinking I'd switch to my other Naga form and stay underwater for a while. I don't know if they followed me here or not, but I never saw a sign of them." "Em, do you realize what you did?" Hal nudged her. "With that kind of power, we could bring your silver Naga friends to the lava dragons." He frowned. "Not that we should. There's no point if they're not willing. But anyway, it means we can—" She swung to face him. "Hal, I don't want this power. I don't like it. I feel like it's dangerous." He said nothing for a moment, remembering the warning he'd received from Stitchmitch the fairy. "We'll have to deal with it for now. We're shapeshifters, used to magic. Now look, I sort of got sidetracked. I'm supposed to be finding the lava dragons, but I have no idea where they are." "Did you look for black smoke?" Hal tamped down his sarcasm. Yeah, of course I did. But I think Miss Simone got the word out, and people have gone into hiding. The lava dragons know that, and they've moved on to somewhere else." "To Old Earth?" Emily suggested. Hal stared at her. "Well, I mean, yeah, maybe." The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and a horrible feeling swelled up in his gut. "Oh no, they could be a quick hop away, and I've been cruising around Carter, doing nothing for the past half hour." She gave him a sharp poke in the shoulder. "Then go. Now that I know how to transport, well, sort of, I'll find my way to that place you showed me by the coast. See you there." "Focus on the cliffs," Hal advised. "Think of the centaurs and dragons and—" Her eyes suddenly flashed bright for a second, that glow returning, and then she vanished again. Alone, Hal studied the calm lake and wished for a second that he could just sit and while away his time, maybe build a small campfire and sleep under a clear, star-studded night sky. But then he growled and told himself to get back to work. He transported, thinking of old Earth. The gut-wrenching leap dumped him over an unfamiliar town with crisscrossing roads, abandoned cars, overgrown railroad tracks, and ugly buildings. The moment he arrived, he flinched at the deafening noise coming from all around. Roars from lava dragons, distant screams and crashes in the streets below, an explosion or two. And the thudding of a giant helicopter directly behind him. He spun, flapping his wings in panic as the metal monster barreled toward him, its rotors chopping at the air and threatening to cut him into shreds if he stuck around. He was so close that, for a second, he stared into the terrified eyes of the pilot. Then the machine roared and pulled up at the exact same time that Hal dove out of its way. Lava dragons shot about in all directions, dumping streams of fiery liquid wherever they went. Each deluge fell in slow motion, spreading wide, then splashing down and sending up billowing smoke as every droplet spattered and sizzled on rooftops, old cars and road surfaces. To Hal's horror, people ran through the streets, trying to escape the deadly rain. The hammering of a machine gun made him jump. The helicopter's firepower tore into the nearest dragon, its wings shredding in an instant. The creature howled and tried to veer toward the old Earth machine, but it fell, flapping ineffectually. Hal, alerted by a roar, barely had time to jerk sideways to avoid a fresh stream of lava. He felt its intense heat near his snout, and then the dragon was upon him, claws outstretched, snarling in anger as it collided with him. It couldn't get a grip, though, and it bounced away, twisting as it went. Seconds later, it righted itself and corkscrewed upward. Rather than come after him again, it rejoined the battle. Once more, Hal felt utterly useless. The helicopter seemed to be faring well with its rattling guns, and dragons spiraled out of the machine's path. Some returned to attack, flying in from all directions to spray the thundering machine with lava. Smoke began pouring off the sides as paintwork blackened and peeled, and holes appeared even in the armor plating. Ordinary lava might not eat its way through steel, but this stuff sure did. Disoriented by the noise and movement all around, Hal accidentally plunged into a giant column of black smoke belching from a raging inferno below. A building had gone up in flames, and the heat was intense. When he came out the other side, 3 lava dragons shot past, diving in formation toward what seemed like a random building among many. 3 bright orange streams erupted ahead of the creatures and blasted the roof so hard that it exploded into 1,000 pieces. Again, smoke rolled up, and from within came the cries of innocent people. Hal's helplessness changed in that moment. It morphed into rage and boiled up inside. He stared down at the 3 dragons as they peeled off in different directions. Knowing he couldn't hope to catch all 3 at once in physical combat, never mind the rest of them, he channeled his blue magic instead. He barely gave it a thought. It surged within him, a powerful force bursting to be freed. He unleashed it, and it radiated outward like the blast of a phoenix in its final moments, a magical energy that swept through the sky and washed over everything in its path. One by one, in rapid succession, the lava dragons winked out of existence. The helicopter, caught up in the same blast, rocked and tilted alarmingly, its engines stuttering. But then it righted itself and flew on, small fires still belching smoke along its oddly warped sides. Gasping, Hal felt weak and almost blacked out. He could easily have dropped to the ground to rest, but something told him he had to pursue the thunder of dragons before they regrouped and escaped. So he went after them, transporting without thinking. It wasn't so much that he'd latched onto their exact whereabouts, more like he followed their ripples through reality. He arrived shockingly close to the ground, and he thumped down a second or two later on a pebbled river shore in the middle of an unrecognizable valley. Surrounding him, nearly 30 dragons descended in unison, confused and disoriented as they splashed into water or sank into mud. Some roared in fury, others squawked in bewilderment. But all of them fell silent, rested their wings, and looked about to assess the situation. Every pair of eyes turned toward Hal. Chapter 18. Overwhelming Power. The lava dragons slowly closed in, moving as one, a pack of hunters surrounding their prey, preparing for the kill. Hal tensed, ready to launch, but wondering how far he'd get before a deluge of liquid fire caught him. His wings would melt in 2 seconds flat. But he had another power now. He could feel the blue magic rising, filling his chest, bursting to be unleashed. The moment any of these dragons opened their mouths wide, he'd leap to safety. With that in mind, he waited. He counted 26 now. He guessed the rest were dead, cut down by bullets or missiles. Oh, but there was one more. As if reading his thoughts, a collective voice entered his head.
Where is our leader?
It was impossible to tell which of the dragons Hal should address, so he scanned everyone, his gaze flitting around the tightening circle. Why can't you just call for him?
We have tried.
Try harder.
Take us to him.
And why would I do that? Despite the brave words, his heart hammered. He stood in the center of a deadly fang-filled circle. The lava dragons pressed so close together that their wings overlapped. Chests flared bright orange, then dimmed, then flared again, over and over. Most of the creatures were vivid red. One blue and one yellow stood out bright in contrast, whereas the single black dragon in his periphery almost seemed like a shadowy gap in the wall. That beast stood taller than the rest and bulkier. "All right, I'll take you to him," Hal said at last. His statement caused several dragons to blink and tilt their heads. After a moment, their collective voice boomed in his mind.
Do it, and we will show you mercy.
Hal glanced around. "Can you follow me, if I magically transport?"
We have followed you before. We shall do so again. Lead the way.
Could it really be this easy? The plan all along had been to lure the dragons into a trap, and he'd been clueless as to what would draw the thunder after him. They'd presented the very answer. All he had to do was keep pretending a moment or two longer. "All right," he said. "Stay close. I'm going to leap in 3, 2, 1. He transported, suddenly desperate to put space between him and this angry mob. They'd follow, but not as close as they liked. His stomach lurched as he tore through reality and abruptly winked into existence on a different kind of beach, this time on the coast, where all his friends and allies waited. "They're here!" he roared. Even as numerous heads twisted his way, the lava dragons appeared around him, still in the same circle, still facing him, only now standing on the sandy beach in the shadow of the nearby cliffs. Everything happened at once. Labyrinth dragons uncurled from their slumber and rose to their feet. Ogres grunted and nudged each other. Centaurs yelled and began notching their arrows. Shapeshifters leapt up and transformed, and Lauren shot into the air, heading over the clifftop. The lava dragons were already turning outward to get their bearings.
It's a trap. Our leader is not here.
But because of their tight circle, they lost precious seconds bumping and jostling to get clear enough to spread their wings, and by then the labyrinth dragons were upon them. Hal retreated in shock at the flurry of flapping wings and roars. He couldn't go far, though, because several lava dragons blocked him. They immediately began snapping at him, and he went down under their weight. buried underneath. Maybe that was for the best, because the next few minutes were a terrible din, filled with clashing claws and fangs, crunching bones, the knocking and scraping of reptilian armor, thuds and smacks as tails whipped around, and the distinctive sound of splashing, sizzling liquid which elicited screams of pain and anger. The ferocity of the attack was so brutal that Hal couldn't think straight. He felt jabbing pain all over from numerous bites and gashes, then searing agony as lava spilled across his back. His legs and wings broke, and he realized in an instant that his life was over. This was it for him. There was nothing he could do. Then suddenly, he was somewhere else. He lay still, gasping in pain, listening to the sound of his own hoarse breathing. He couldn't stand, couldn't even feel his limbs. "Transform," he whispered. Slowly, he morphed into human form. The pain doubled. Crying out, he twisted onto his side, then cried out again and wriggled once more onto his belly. It hurt no matter what he did. His back burned. His insides burned. "This is getting old," he mumbled. He transformed again, and again, and again. Over and over, picking up speed as he went, each time hurting a little less. He focused on the grassy hill, dimly wondering where he'd ended up, anything to take his mind off the nausea that crept into his gut. Had he ever shifted so many times in succession? Yes, when a steamer dragon had bitten his fingers off, and a few other times, now that he thought about it. Still, this was a bad one. His vision kept blurring as his perception subtly altered from dragon to human eyes and back. He felt like he was on autopilot now, shifting without thinking about it. It was almost out of his control. Almost. He slowed after a while, then stopped altogether. In human form, he remained on his belly, his fingers gripping tufts of grass, his gaze still on the hill ahead. Tentatively, without moving, he assessed the damage to his body. He felt numb, but at least it didn't hurt. He wriggled a toe, then another. He moved a leg, then rolled carefully onto his side. No pain. Sitting up, he stared in disbelief at his tattered, smart clothes. Even the magical garments hadn't been able to keep up with his constant shifting. But he had healed. He lifted his hands and stared at them, then lightly prodded his abdomen and legs, searching for injuries. His back felt weird, like it had no sensation at all. It felt weird because he couldn't feel it. When he shakily stood, he realized he would live after all. He might not be fully healed, but he could function. Numbness rather than pain was new to him, but he'd take it for now. Though he wanted to sleep in the shade of a nearby tree, he gathered his courage and closed his eyes, thinking once more of the cliffs on the coast. A second later, he transported. As planned, he'd landed on the cliff top rather than on the beach, where he could look down on the battle rather than be squashed under the weight of it. He saw a writhing mass of green, leathery wings, tails, clawed feet, and long necks smothering the vivid red scales of the enemy. Ogres had joined the fight, huge and shaggy, gleefully wrenching jaws wide open and punching at eyeballs even as steaming lava erupted in sprays. Hal stood safely alongside a 50-strong army of centaurs, whose barrage of arrows showered the lava dragons with almost perfect precision, punching into red hides, and unfortunately, a couple of green ones too. None of the ogres were hit. Grey-feathered harpies swarmed in the air, screeching and hollering. Above them, ominous clouds swirled, blocking out the slowly setting sun and throwing the beach into a gloomy shadow. Small sandstorms began to pick up, tornadoes that zigzagged across the sand toward the writhing mass of dragons and ogres. When the first arrived, its powerful circular winds picked up an ogre and threw him aside. "Why are you going after ogres?" Hal wondered aloud. But the answer soon became clear. With the ogres shoved aside, the miniature whirlwinds attacked the lava dragons more forcefully. Whatever lava they belched swept upwards in a spiral to dissipate harmlessly elsewhere. As more whirlwinds moved in, the gale became so ferocious that the labyrinth dragons crawled up the beach to the safety of the overhanging cliffs. This left a mass of enemy dragons strewn closer to the water. Many twitched and wriggled, struggling to their feet. 8 others lay motionless. 2 green, the rest red. What had been dry yellow sand was now black and sodden, still steaming. Harpies flew in all around, cackling with laughter. Their whirlwinds came together and intensified, providing enough gale force to push or pull lava dragons toward the water. One lifted off the ground and floundered helplessly in the center of the vortex, while others tried in vain to crawl out of its path. The larger black dragon seemed alone in its ability to withstand the power of the wind. Like an unmovable boulder, it waited grimly while the rest tossed this way and that. It could only watch in anger as its brothers and sisters were forced into the water deeper and deeper while the sea churned and sprayed. Several ogres and labyrinth dragons pounced on the solitary monster, pinning it down while jaws snapped. Fire blasted directly in its face. Hal looked away, horrified. It was then he spotted Fenton huddled behind some rocks, high on the beach, a bit farther along. A good thing, too, as there was very little he could do to help. Lauren was likely flying about with the Harpies, and Dewey probably stood alongside his Centaur army. Hal returned his attention to the battle. The formidable wind and lashing seawater obscured most of the view. Here and there, flashes of vivid red and a bit of yellow caught his eye. The Harpies were sweeping the lava dragons out to sea with their weird and terrifying storm powers. Somewhere amid the tremendous waves and spray, the hapless creatures smacked against the lines of rocks. It was hard to see, but occasional glimpses revealed that they'd cleared the barrier and were now in much deeper waters, where they could not fly, and where their lava would be useless. "But they can still leap away," Hal muttered, his worry increasing. Awful though it may have been to witness dragons torn apart on the beach, at least some of them had been dealt with. They'd been tossed about with the survivors in the wind, and now they floated dead in the water. But simply dragging the rest out to sea risked escape. They had only to muster the energy and foresight to leap away with their blue magic, and then the ambush would have failed. Only... Hal stared in amazement as a fresh stream of figures appeared in the sky. They circled around and flapped closer, diving toward the churning sea. The Harpies immediately quit what they were doing and scattered. The winds died, and the waves lessened. As the clouds began to part, the day's last rays of sunlight streamed down, lighting up a couple dozen dragons floundering beyond the rocky barrier. Their bright red colors matched the equally vivid red-furred manticores that dove into battle with wings spread and scorpion tails extended. Hal knew firsthand that a manticore's poison-tipped quills would do very little to armor-plated giant reptiles. But the deadly stinger could do some damage if the aim was good, or perhaps if the thrust were hard enough. He could attest to that. Thomas had stung him on the belly once, and it had hurt. Roughly 20 manticores chose targets and rammed their stingers hard enough to penetrate several scaly bodies, then flew to safety amid a frenzy of furious roars. The venom went to work immediately, and the dragons writhed and screeched. The manticores returned for a second flyby, but this time the floundering dragons were well aware of them, and the battle quickly degenerated when lava sprayed. Smoke trailed from the roaring attackers as they flapped away in despair. "They're still not leaping," Hal said to the centaur next to him, not expecting a reply. "They have the power, but they're sticking around." "Why?" The centaur leader, Arik, boomed a command to release a fresh barrage of arrows. The projectiles were surprisingly long and weighty, fired from oversized bows that most humans could not wield, and they arced high and hammered into the water where the dragons floundered. Numerous splashes and roars filled the air, and a few streams of lava erupted. All at once, the entire thunder sank below the surface, leaving wooden arrows floating. Seconds later came a subtle flash of blue light deep below. All seemed to fall silent then. Centaurs stood motionless, watching. Manticores and harpies circled in the sky. Labyrinth dragons raised their snouts and sniffed. Ogres shuffled down the sandy beach. The wind ebbed further, more clouds drifted apart, and the ocean calmed. The sunset was truly spectacular, and for a moment it seemed to signify the end of the siege. Then the lava dragons surfaced, and there were more of them now. "Oh no," Hal whispered. By his reckoning, 26 dragons had followed Hal to the beach, of which 6 had been killed by labyrinth dragons and ogres. That left exactly 20. "There's 40 of them," he groaned. The centaur next to him frowned. "I concur. How is that possible?" The floundering creatures were all red, except for 2 blues, and there had definitely only been 1 blue before. "They're multiplying," Hal said. "That's not supposed to happen yet." They said it would be a couple of weeks before. He broke off and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "It's the blue magic. It's growing stronger." "You are not making sense," the centaur growled. Hal glanced sideways at the huge barrel-chested brute towering over him. "I am. You just don't know the full story." He abruptly retreated from the cliff edge and jogged along behind the line of centaurs, looking for Dewey. His friend's smaller rear end was noticeable among the others. "Hey," he said breathlessly. "Dewey, they've multiplied." "And they're escaping," the boy said softly, pointing. Dismayed, Hal glanced toward the sea to find that the mass of red-scaled dragons and 2 blue ones were winking out of existence. They vanished in groups until, suddenly, they were all gone. If there wasn't a calm before, there was now. Labyrinth dragons, ogres, manticores, harpies, centaurs, and several shapeshifters glared at the empty waves. The enemy had doubled in numbers and fled, leaving behind only their dead, some of whom floated near the rocks, while others lay on the beach. But the survivors had made a swift retreat and could be anywhere at this point. Dejected, Hal sank to his knees and hung his head. All their efforts gathering an army had been wasted. They were no better off than before. Probably worse, in fact. "We need a new plan," Dewey whispered. Chapter 19. Square One. With disappointment and anger in the air, all sense of comradeship between the various armies fell apart. Harpies screeched and flew away. Manticores roared and swooped about as if trying to decide whether they should start attacking the ogres, and the ogres beat their chests, daring them to do so. The labyrinth dragons grew restless, wings flapped, tails swished, and many looked toward their leader for permission to head home to the labyrinth. As for the centaurs, Arik had already given the command to march homeward. "Our duty to the humans is done," he said stiffly. Soon after, well away from the squabbling armies, the 6 shapeshifters regrouped on the clifftop: Hal, Robbie, Lauren, Fenton, Thomas, and Dewey. "Nobody said anything about dragons falling into the sea and multiplying," Thomas complained. He swung around to face Lauren. "Whose idea was it to pick them up and dump them in the water?" "I thought it would help," she protested. "I was hoping the storm clouds and gigantic waves would drown them." "Yeah, well, it didn't." Thomas huffed and shook his head. "Look, my manticore friends are done here now. There's no way I can get them to fight for us again." They all watched as the manticores, after shooting glares at the centaurs, headed off back to their range of low hills, their red wings almost translucent in the fading sunshine. Soon after, the labyrinth dragons launched en masse, a truly impressive sight, and began their long journey north. Only one hung around. Burnflank circled in the air as if to apologize for his restless fleet. Hal waved, then offered a thumbs up. Moments later, Burnflank let out a roar that echoed across the cliffs. Hal's eyebrows shot up. Huh? He said he's going to Carter, and we can find him there when we need him next. Lawrence smiled. He said all that in a single roar. Well, yeah. Seemed pretty clear to me. Fenton nudged Robbie. Since everyone's deserting us and the lava dragons are long gone, you might as well tell your ogre friends to go home as well. They look lost with no one to fight. Robbie nodded. I'll tell them. But what's next? Everyone looked to Hal. Well, he said slowly, we're back to a measly army of shape-shifting school kids, so I think we need to try something different. We should use our blue magic. They all stared blankly. I mean, those dragons just did something they didn't know they could do. They weren't supposed to multiply for a couple of weeks, but they did it anyway, out of desperation or anger. They were in the water, and they used their blue magic. Like the geo-rock pool at Yeti Mountain, Lauren said, her eyes wide. The Yetis put their blue rocks in the water, which somehow caused them to double and triple. I guess the dragons did the same thing. Also like the dragon eggs, Dewey said. They started out in water, just a few of them, and then there were hundreds. Hal nodded. Right. All of this started with blue magic, and it needs to end with it. Emily showed me she can transport other Naga without even holding their hands, and I blasted the dragons out of the sky before I came here. He briefly explained the frantic energy pulse he'd generated that had caused them to vanish, leaving only the helicopter. His friends listened with interest. Okay, so our powers are growing, Fenton said cautiously. Maybe we can do stuff we couldn't do before. But what exactly is going to help us? What can we do to the dragons to get rid of them for good? Blast them with everything we have, Hal said. His ideas had run dry. Or... Everyone studied Dewey, who had scrunched up his face in deep thought. After a moment, he reddened and continued. Or we do the opposite. Instead of trying to kill them with our blue magic, maybe we take theirs away. Keep talking, Fenton urged. I'm liking this. I'm not, Thomas grumbled. I'm with Hal. We join forces and blast them all out of the air. Shh, Lauren said. Dewey, go on. Dewey looked a little less certain now. I mean, there has to be a way to get rid of this power, right? We should go back to Yeti Mountain and ask the Yetis. I'm pretty sure they would have got rid of it themselves if they knew how, Thomas pointed out. Not necessarily, Fenton argued. They might like it. We don't really know. It's worth asking. Hal held up a hand to interject. There is someone we can ask, and it's not a Yeti. Like I said earlier, Abigail met a friend, a fairy called Stitchmitch, who apparently knows quite a bit. Maybe he can help. Thomas narrowed his eyes. I find that hard to believe. Find what hard to believe? Hal scowled. That he'll help us, or that he even knows how? No, I find it hard to believe anyone has a name like Stitchmitch. Oh, shut up, Thomas, Fenton snapped. Stop joking around. We need to find Miss Simone and the girls. Let's get the gang together and work this through as a team. Nobody could object to that. Leaving behind scorched sand and a sickening number of dead lava dragons, Hal and his friends put their heads together and transported. Holding hands, they arrived in the middle of a dusty street in Carter. All seemed eerily silent. Even at this time of the evening, there should be people out and about and cozy orange glows emanating from living rooms. Also, the oil lanterns dotted about the streets should be lit by now. Instead, all was gloomy and quiet. Why'd we land here? Thomas said. I'd have thought Miss Simone's lab would have been a better choice. Why here? Hal frowned. Sorry, I guess I was thinking of the town instead of a specific place. We can easily transport again. Grab hands, Thomas. But Fenton shook his head. Nope, it's just a short walk. Let's not mess about with blue magic unless we have to. So they walked at a brisk pace, cutting down alleys and hot-footing it to the science building on the outskirts of the town. Not a soul appeared the whole way. An acrid, charred smell tickled their nostrils as they emerged onto a damaged street. Torrents of lava had blackened the walls, incinerated the thatch roof, and odd grey lumps of cooled rock lay strewn about on the ground. Half a dozen homes on one side were ruined, and probably more in adjacent streets. Nobody said a word. The smoky smell grew stronger, then dissipated once they'd left the damage behind. They saw more evidence of lava showers as they hurried on, mostly hundreds of blackened holes in rooftops and scattered about on the ground, but there was also a solitary wooden cart that stood burned to a cinder, still smoking, within a large charred patch that looked almost like a giant oily puddle. Hal thought he heard voices at one point, distant and short, like someone barking an order and another replying. Probably goblins. They arrived at the science building. Once they saw it standing there, undamaged, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the mood lightened considerably. Hal realized they'd avoided talking about it, each privately thinking how awful it would be for all the sick patients and the doctors to be caught under a deadly deluge. All looks good, Lauren whispered as they headed inside. Though dark, white-coated doctors moved from room to room along the main corridor. There was no urgency. Everything appeared calm. The classmates made their way deeper into the building, knowing Miss Simone hung around the research labs rather than the medical wing. In fact, they found her listening to a nurse who was tapping her clipboard. As soon as Miss Simone saw the shapeshifters, she rudely held up a hand to the nurse and said, "Let's do this later," then approached the group with an intense expression. Well, Lauren started. Thomas cut her off. Total waste of time. We gathered an army, we lured the lava dragons into a trap, and we attacked them. We were winning. And then somebody interrupted and let them get away. He glared at Lauren. She glared back. We weren't winning? I saw maybe 6 dead. I thought I'd try something different, she said again, through gritted teeth. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Hal intervened before the argument got too heated. Miss Simone, they multiplied in the water. They were down to 20, and now they're back to 40. Miss Simone looked aghast. I thought you said that couldn't happen for a couple of weeks. Well, it did. And they'll keep multiplying now that they know how. Maybe not right away. It probably takes a lot out of them. But soon. She visibly sagged. This is awful. Carter is empty, but the residents can't stay cooped up in the mines forever. I'd hoped to send word to them this evening to say they could come home, but only after you killed every one of those dragons. Hal hung his head. Sorry. Fenton nudged him. Tell her. When she looked at him with her eyebrows raised, Hal did his best to explain. Our blue magic is growing. We're thinking we either hit them with our combined strength, or we take theirs away. I vote we hit 'em, Thomas grumbled. Robbie nodded. Gotta say, I'm with Thomas on this. Clearly, Miss Simone's cogs were turning. Even if you somehow took away their blue magic, and they could not leap vast distances or multiply, they'd still be lava-spitting dragons. Then let's use Molly again, Thomas said. Forget the blue magic. Let's just blast them with Molly's death gaze. It worked for the other 3 squillion dragons. Why not a few more? Miss Simone looked grim. I'll show you why. Come with me. She led the puzzled shapeshifters back down the corridor to the medical wing and into one particular room. There, she paused beside a bed and waved the others in. Hal, Robbie, Fenton, Thomas, Lauren, and Dewey cautiously crowded around the patient lying there. It was a woman, thin and gangly, with dark, curly hair and a veil-covered face. "Molly?" Lauren said with a gasp. "Oh my goodness, are you okay?" "She can't hear you," Miss Simone told her. "She's unconscious, completely worn out." She calcified 800 lava dragons back on that island, and even though she walked away from the ordeal, it caught up with her later, and she collapsed. And everyone stared at her as tears formed in her eyes. "Tell us," Dewey urged. Miss Simone swallowed. When she collapsed, she fell face down, moaning. I turned her over without thinking, and her veil slipped aside. She stared right at me. We locked eyes, and we just stared at each other. And then she blacked out, and she's been out of it ever since. "Wait," Fenton said, frowning. Yes, I know. She stared at me without her veil and didn't turn me into a statue. Her powers are so drained that her gaze is now completely normal." She looked so wistful that Hal hardly liked to interrupt. But important matters were pressing. "Okay, so no Molly then. We'll have to take away their blue magic." "Or blast 'em," Thomas argued. To appease him, Hal shrugged and said, "Maybe both. Blast 'em, and then take their magic away. But first we need to figure out how. And for that, we need Abigail's little friend. Where is she?" Miss Simone gestured vaguely. "With your parents. They refused to go to the mines, so here we are, hiding out in this science building, with the lights dimmed in case the lava dragons come back, waiting on word to confirm you've defeated them. Only you haven't, and we're no better off than we were earlier today." Hal was growing tired of her casual admonishments. She didn't mean it. She voiced her thoughts without thinking. There was no actual blame, but Hal wanted no more of it. "Let's go," he urged his friends. Abigail threw herself on him the moment he and his group walked into the room reserved for parents. Literally everyone leapt up and exclaimed loudly, but nobody was faster than a girl with fairy wings. She didn't ask how the battle went. She simply hugged him tight and kissed his cheek, her relief obvious. And then parents surrounded him and the others, and the noise in the room grew. "Quiet!" Miss Simone hissed from the doorway. Somehow she cut through the babble and silenced everyone in a heartbeat. "Not only are you disturbing the patients, it's possible the lava dragons will hear your racket if they're flying over the town looking for people to slaughter." Don't mince your words, Hal thought. After that, they got down to business. Darcy appeared from the crowd, and she hugged Fenton. That left just one missing shapeshifter. "Where's Emily?" the Stantons asked, both looking fearful. Hal rushed to assure them she was okay. "Em's been busy with the winged naga. She's fine. We'll catch up with her soon." Secretly, though, he worried for her safety. It did seem odd that she hadn't made it to the coast, nor back to Carter. Hal ushered his friends to one corner of the room, away from everyone else. "Let's get our heads together and find her." So they stood in a circle and closed their eyes. As one, their minds strengthened into a powerful tool, with Hal at the helm. He reached out by voicing her name. "Emily, where are you?" A second later she responded, "Whoa, stop shouting! Are you trying to deafen me?" "Sorry," Hal whispered. "Are you okay? We're all at the lab and need you with us." "Yeah. So, I'm having a bit of trouble shaking these guys off. At first I thought the Naga were mad at me and wanted to tear my arms and legs off, but now I'm not so sure. I think they want to catch me." "Why?" Darcy exclaimed. "Because of my blue magic. They can sense it in me or smell it. After transporting everywhere this afternoon, I think they want the power for themselves. Anyway, I've tried hiding, and I've tried outpacing them by leaping 100 miles, but they keep following me." "But they don't have blue magic," Robbie retorted. "If they're following you, it's because you're dragging them with you." I know, Emily said sheepishly. I'm still learning how to control it. They seem to be stuck to me like a dingleberry on Wrangler's rear end. Anyway, that's why I've stayed away from Carter. I don't want to drag a bunch of flying naga with me. Fair enough, Fenton said. But you have to do better. Get rid of them. We don't need them anymore. The lava dragons escaped, and they're multiplying, so we're going to try getting rid of their blue magic. But blasting them first, Thomas added. And this is assuming I can lure them a second time, Hal muttered. Emily was silent for a moment. Okay, let's meet at Yeti Mountain. You go first and be ready. Then I'll come, and you can scare away the nasty naga when they follow me through. Hal nodded, though nobody could see it. Fine. We'll meet where we first found the dragon eggs. Let's end this where it started. Chapter 20. Yeti Mountain. Abigail transported first. I'll go get Stitch Mitch and see you soon, she said, before vanishing. With Emily still missing, that left 7 shapeshifters. Hal and his friends joined hands and leapt to Yeti Mountain. They arrived and gathered their wits, barely able to see each other in the gloom. With any luck, they'd arrived exactly where they'd planned and not deep in the Earth's core. As their eyes adjusted, they made out a familiar zigzagging crack in the rocky wall, starting at the smooth floor and widening much higher up. From where they stood, they couldn't see through the aperture to the other side. If they could, they'd look out on a star-studded early evening sky. This was the right place, a giant, sprawling cavern with a domed ceiling illuminated by hundreds of pinpricks of light resembling stars. In fact, they were glowworms. Without them, everything would be pitch black, or perhaps not. A curious blue aura hung in the air, like energy-charged mist. The remains of an ice bridge lay strewn across what had once been a shallow but vast pool. Refrozen lumps stuck up like miniature glaciers. This was where they'd first encountered the lava dragon's eggs, over 900 partially embedded in the ice, the hatchlings in some form of suspended animation. And Hal had accidentally woken them. He didn't think he'd ever stop kicking himself about that. The shapeshifters released their grips on each other and spread out in awed silence, their focus on a smoky black portal pulsing quietly in the middle of the solid pool, only its top half showing. It led to a lower chamber. There was nothing down there except dead dragons. Speaking of which, even more littered the cavern. It would be really smelly in here if it weren't for the sub-zero temperatures, Hal murmured. Look at all the corpses. They lay strewn here and there, motionless, as frozen as the pool. It actually didn't feel cold inside the mountain, but old Hydra magic was at work here. With the recent threat of hatching dragons, a 6-headed Hydra had fought a losing battle to refreeze the eggs in time. In the end, it hadn't survived the deluge of lava. Still, in the days after all that tremendous heat, the pool had chilled again. It was as though the Hydra's dying breath had seeped into the rock and supercooled it for another decade. You'd think the Yetis would clean up the mess, Thomas murmured. Fenton scoffed. Most of them haven't been down here for years. Why start now? Speaking of the Yetis, Darcy said with a shiver, do you think we should announce our presence? She jerked a thumb upward. Way too much hassle, Thomas retorted. No, let's get this done. Hal squinted at him. Get what done, though? Do you have a plan? The red-headed boy scowled. Who needs a plan? Bring the dragons here, and then we'll blast them with our blue magic. Simple. Several pairs of eyes rolled. Robbie spoke first. Again. Do you have a plan? You can't just say we'll blast them with blue magic without being specific. What exactly are we going to do? Are you saying we send them somewhere far, far away, bury them deep in the ground, tear their wings off, blow everything to smithereens? Tell us your glorious plan, Thomas, just so we're clear. Thomas waved his hands airily. I don't know. We just blast them. Fenton took charge. Okay, guys, let's get serious. We need to practice. We need to focus and make sure we all know what we're doing. Maybe we should join forces and see if we can do something useful, like getting rid of that portal. They all looked once more at the huge smoky dome. Close it, you mean? Lauren said, sounding doubtful. Exactly. Fight magic with magic instead of trying to blow things up. Dewey nodded furiously. Yes, if we can take away the magic of a portal, maybe we can take away the lava dragon's magic as well. Thomas huffed and shook his head. Lame. Well, let's give it a go, Darcy said, sounding as uncertain as Lauren. What's the worst that can happen? The shapeshifters approached the pool. Since it was frozen solid, they could probably walk across it and get a little closer to their target. But they remained on the rocky rim, standing side by side. Everyone automatically reached out to grab hands, but this time Hal dismissed the gesture. We don't need to do that anymore, he said. And listen, instead of channeling through me, how about focusing on the portal yourselves? Send your blue magic straight at it, okay? So we're all going to imagine the portal closing. Let's put a timer on it. I'll count down from 10 to 1, and when I get to 1... Blast it! Thomas interrupted. Hal smiled. Right, blast it. Dewey murmured. Shouldn't we try closing one of the smaller portals first? They all glanced up. High above, nestled against the cavern's dome ceiling like a trapped balloon, was a second portal. And a third was embedded in the wall near the zigzagging crack. Both were wide enough for dragons to fly through, but tiny compared to the giant black dome over the pool. All three portals had come about when Hal and his friends had lobbed geo-rocks to bring the mountain down on the lava dragons. It hadn't worked. Fenton shook his head. If we're going to do this, let's go big. We'll close the giant one. Hal thought it was pretty cool that they were trying out their skills on something as enigmatic and powerful as a portal, especially this one. Nobody would miss it. Focus, Fenton said softly, and all the murmuring stopped. A complete silence descended on them. A slow but steady drip echoed from the far reaches of the cavern. Maybe the Hydra's supercooled dying breath hadn't extended beyond the pool itself. It could be warmer around the edges. Focus, Fenton said again. Hal, are you going to count down? Hal cleared his mind. Rather than close his eyes, he stared deep into the hypnotic, pulsing portal. 10, he began. 9. Fenton continued talking, his voice still soft. Remember, we're going to close the portal. 8, 7. Hal felt the blue magic taking hold. It started in his chest, but seemed to curl around his toes as well. Or maybe that was the effects of the ice-cold floor seeping through his flimsy, smart shoes. 6, he went on, narrowing his thoughts and trying to block out everything else. The portal had to close. It would close. 5, 4. Be ready, guys, Fenton said. All together, on the count of 1. A nagging doubt struck Hal then. The counting rhythm was vital, but was it 3, 2, go, or 3, 2, 1, go? There was a huge difference. He voted for the latter. 3, 2, 1, he intoned, and then shouted, now! But a few of his friends blasted the portal with their magic a second before Hal and the others. He gasped as the power surged through him and then wrenched from his chest. 7 blue fireballs slammed into the portal, an initial 3, followed by 4 more. They caused flashes, but were otherwise silent, except for a muffled crackle of energy. The smoky blackness seemed to explode within, and the shapeshifters squinted and recoiled from several more dazzling blue flashes, coupled with arcing, zigzagging bolts. And then the portal imploded. It was there one moment, gone the next. It shrank in an instant with a deafening pop, and Hal felt himself dragged closer as though a vacuum needed filling. He and his friends slid a yard onto the icy pool's surface, and then the suction eased, and it was over. Wisps of black smoke curled away amid a few more crackling arcs of blue light. "Well," Darcy exclaimed. "We blasted it," Thomas said, sounding happy for a change. "That was so cool." The portal had gone, leaving an unblemished icy pool, its surface mirror-like compared to the frosted covering all around. "I can't believe it," Lauren whispered. "We actually did it." Hal grinned at his friends, then paused. It was clear they'd suffered the same surge of energy he and Emily had experienced not so long ago. Eyes glowed brightly, their faces lit up by ethereal auras. As everyone exchanged glances with a mixture of awe and alarm, the effect dimmed only slightly. Feeling a little nauseous, Hal cleared his throat. "Okay, so that went better than I expected. Next time, let's agree on 3, 2, 1, go. Maybe it didn't matter this time, but we kind of divided our power in two." They all nodded, too gobsmacked to argue. At that moment, Abigail appeared out of nowhere, a tiny figure about 6 inches tall perched on her shoulder. The fairy, with his mop of white hair and a wispy beard, shyly buried himself in the crook of Abigail's neck and tried to arrange her hair in front of him like a curtain. She absently flicked it aside, and he ended up in full view of everyone. "This is Stitchmitch," she said cheerfully. "He's agreed to coach us on using our blue magic." She paused and frowned. "What happened? Why are your eyes so bright?" Robbie was the first to speak. "Well, that'll be because we closed that huge portal just now." Darcy hastened to elaborate, while Hal and the others stared curiously at the fairy. His wide eyes suggested he felt vulnerable and out of place. Still, he gradually eased away from Abigail's neck and relaxed, putting on a brave face and glaring around. Abigail looked suitably impressed, and it seemed Stitchmitch was too. The tiny figure spoke, but his voice was too high-pitched and subdued to hear. So she repeated his words. "He says well done, but now we're all on the verge of succumbing to the power. He says we should work on getting rid of it instead of trying to use it as a weapon." "Maybe we can do both," Hal said. "We'll use it on the lava dragons and take their magic away, and we'll give ours back to the mountain." Thomas emphatically shook his head. "Nope. What if we mess up and wipe out our own magic, but accidentally let the dragons keep theirs? Then we'd really be up a paddle without a creek." Stitchmitch shot to his feet and waved his hands frantically, jabbering something in Abigail's ear. She winced and blinked, then said, "He's seen this stage before, the glowing blue eyes, the aura. He says it's ready to manifest, and the next time we use our powers could be the last." She paused, listening. "He says we should channel our blue magic into the mountain's walls. It's where it comes from and where we should return it to. We should place our hands on the wall and expel it from our bodies." After a startled pause, Darcy said, "And that will work?" Stitchmitch's brief reply came soon after. "He has no idea," Abigail said simply. "He's never seen it done, but that's because people leave it too late and lose themselves to the power. He says we'll be lost as well, unless we get rid of it now." The warning bothered Hal, his friends too judging by their expressions. It was true he felt a little strange, not just nauseous, but tingly. No, more than that. He could feel the magic creeping throughout his body, down his limbs, reaching into his fingers and toes. Rather than scary, he found it warm and comforting, which in itself unnerved him. He imagined it would be easy to allow the magic to take over his body. It felt good. It felt reassuring, as though he was slowly becoming invincible and all-powerful. Abigail walked among the group, peering at everyone. "Yeah, guys, you all look like you have moonlight shining out of your heads. Thomas, hold up your hands." He did so, puzzled. In the wan light, his fingers sported a faint luminescence. "We're not giving this away," he said with a scowl. "Not until we've dealt with the lava dragons. If we mess that up, then we'll all die anyway." He had a point. Several of the shapeshifters nodded, clearly in agreement. "Should we practice some more?" Hal asked. The fairy buzzed off Abigail's shoulder and flitted about before coming to hover in front of Hal's face. This time, he clearly heard the creature's raised voice and understood the words.
"One more time, and it's over. Do you hear me? One more time. I've seen it. The magic is bursting to get loose. It's alive, and it's waiting for you to conjure it again. When you do, it will take control. And if it takes control, you won't be able to focus enough to destroy the dragons, and all will be lost."
While everyone crowded closer, trying to make out the fairy's high-pitched squeak, Hal strained and listened carefully.
"If you value your lives,"
Stitchmitch went on,
"channel the magic into these walls right now while you have a chance. You can do it slowly, carefully, with great focus. Drain yourselves of the power. I am certain this is possible, but you have to be willing and of sound mind to do so."
"What's he saying?" Fenton asked. "I can't hear a thing." "Yeah, repeat his words back to us," Robbie urged. Hal opened his mouth to speak, but the fairy continued, buzzing even closer. He seemed to have decided that Hal was in charge here, or maybe Abigail had given him that impression.
"Don't think you alone can overcome this challenge. Shapeshifters, pah!"
The fairy spat, then wagged a finger.
"Cryptids are far stronger-willed than you, yet many have succumbed. The Yetis have survived for so long because they know better than to use the blue magic without anchors. They use it sparingly for travel and communication, but they use anchors, small grounding rocks, to absorb some of the power. Without those rocks, too much power is allowed to surface. The rocks act like dampeners. Do you see?"
Hal experienced a small epiphany of sorts, or perhaps a clarification of what he already knew. Right, that's why every Yeti and Bigfoot can travel around with a single geo-rock for years without draining it. Because they're not actually using the rock's power. They're using their own power, and if anything, the rock ends up even more charged after each use. "Huh?" Thomas growled. Too excited to explain further to his friends, Hal addressed the fairy. "What if we use geo-rocks ourselves, so we have dampeners of our own?" Stitchmitch wrung his hands.
"Fine, but understand this. Using dampeners, you won't have the power to defeat the dragons. That's the point of grounding rocks, to limit the output to a safe level. You can communicate and you can flee, but you cannot destroy the dragons with limited output."
Hal's heart sank. "So, we can't use blue magic at full power without killing ourselves, and if we use dampeners, it won't be powerful enough to defeat the dragons." The fairy's face lit up.
"Exactly. You understand at last. So do as I say and release the energy into the walls where it belongs. Do it now, while you can."
He clammed up after that, apparently weary or frustrated from his dramatic speech. He buzzed away, looking like he might be on a mission to explore the chamber from one end to the other. This left a bemused crowd of shapeshifters who stared expectantly at Hal and waited for him to repeat every word. Before he could begin, Abigail turned to face the others and recited, almost word for word, everything Stitchmitch had said. Either she'd somehow heard the entire dialogue just now with super hearing, or Stitchmitch had already explained it to her before their arrival. "So," she said at last, "we use it in battle one last time and risk our lives, or we get rid of it carefully now and—" At this, she spread her hands and left the sentence hanging. "And completely fail in our mission," Lauren groaned. "Everyone dies because we're too chicken to risk our lives?" Thomas snorted. "You know what I think. We lure the dragons here and we blast 'em." "We have to try," Dewey piped up, his eyes big and round. "All or nothing." Hal gazed at his friends. All but Abigail glowed softly in the gloom. If Emily were here, she'd probably glow softly as well, if the magic hadn't already overwhelmed her. "I'm in," Fenton said with a nod. "Me too," Robbie agreed. Darcy and Lauren both said yes at the same time. That left Abigail. She simply shrugged and said, "I just got my dad back, and we still have a lot to catch up on. I'm not letting a bunch of hotheads ruin that." Thomas frowned. "Wait, are you saying we're hotheads?" "No, you idiot. The dragons are the hotheads. I'm saying we attack them. What do we have to lose?" Put like that, there really was no choice other than to go all in and use their blue magic to its fullest. No dampeners, just a concerted effort to hit the lava dragons hard with everything they could muster. To blast them, as Thomas would say. Hal smiled. "I'm in too, but we have one more vote to count." He frowned. "Where is Emily anyway? She was supposed to be right behind us, dragging her dingleberries with her." They raced to the zigzagging crack in the wall, suddenly fearful that the silver-skinned creatures had already appeared out of nowhere and were about to swarm the cavern. Lauren transformed and flapped up to where the gap was wider, then scrambled through to take a look. Meanwhile, the rest of the shapeshifters waited in the darkness below. It occurred to Hal that his earlier plan had been to send the Naga scurrying with a burst of blue magic, as he had done with the dragons over the city in Old Earth, an energy wave meant to knock them out of the sky. But now he feared that doing so would allow the magic to overwhelm him too soon. He'd just have to get rid of the Naga the old-fashioned way, as a fire-breathing dragon. Dozens of thoughts raced through his mind. What exactly did it mean to be overwhelmed by blue magic? Would he end up a quivering wreck on the floor while his power manifested and escaped, or would it use his body like a puppet while his consciousness receded into the background? Worse, would he turn against his friends, becoming some kind of supervillain? "Where's Stitchmitch?" he asked Abigail. "I have questions." "He's—" Just then, Lauren reappeared above, a breathless, shadowy figure poking her head out of the opening. "Guys, they're coming!" Hal sighed. "Okay. Lauren, give me a boost. I'll go out and take care of the Naga as soon as Emily's clear." Lauren shook her head. "That's not what I meant. When I said they're coming, I didn't mean the Naga. I meant the lava dragons." Chapter 21. Multiplication. Lauren fluttered down from the high opening in the wall and folded her wings. They retracted into her back as she reverted to human form. Hal snapped out of his shock. "We're not ready. We need to figure out how we're going to—" "Hide!" Abigail ordered. Her barked command sent all of them scurrying for cover. There were plenty of fissures and a tunnel or two in the cavern's walls, so they huddled together, crouching low. Hal half expected the lava dragons to spill out of the zigzagging crack like an infestation of giant rats. But it was far too narrow for that, so they transported their way in with blue magic, almost like phasing through solid rock. They appeared in groups of 3 or 4, barely half a second between them, and touched down on the cavern floor. The entire thunder was present in short order. A mass of red-scaled creatures spread out across the enormous space, grunting and growling as they shuffled about with their claws clicking on the ground. Some stood on the frozen pool among the fragments of 900 eggs and more than a few frozen corpses. The rest edged onto the ice. The dragons had returned to their birthplace. It seemed fitting to end them here. "What's the plan?" Fenton hissed. He glowered at Thomas. "And don't you dare say we blast 'em!" Everyone looked to Hal. He sighed and shrugged, trying to think of some clever way to describe what they needed to do. In the end, he whispered, "I guess we treat them like a portal. We focus on them and close them down." Thomas raised an eyebrow. "Close them down? They're magic, I mean. Take it away." "Steal it for ourselves?" Robbie said. "No. We don't want it. We just need to get rid of it." Hal realized that a place to dump the magic would be handy, somewhere to channel their concentration, and it was important to be clearer with his instructions. How about we lift it out of the dragons, make it rise above their heads, then throw it at the wall on the far side of the cavern behind them, and we throw ours too while we're at it. The hushed murmur of approval suggested he'd hit on the right idea. He warmed to it himself. It was obvious, really, like killing two birds with one stone. Still, the risk was terrible. They had one shot. What were they supposed to do? Stand in the open and count down from 10 so they could channel their power together as they had with the portal? Meanwhile, the dragons would drench them in lava. No, whatever they did had to be quick. Or... Hal smiled and leaned closer to his friends. We can do it from here. We'll just crouch right where we are and blast them with our power. They won't know what's happened until it's too late. It seemed such an obvious solution. They shuffled into better positions so they each had a good view of the dragons. Their concentration and focus had to be perfect, and it wouldn't do to have Thomas's hair sticking up in the way or someone's shoulder jostling at a crucial moment. As they quietly spaced themselves an arm's length apart while staying deep within the shadows, Hal realized what the lava dragons were doing. They too were spreading out, then settling down for what seemed to be a nap in an upright position. The scene was oddly familiar, and after a moment, Hal caught on. "They're about to grow," he hissed. "I've seen this before. They did the same thing in the woods, and they grew to twice the size." "I thought they were already at full size," Lauren replied. Hal had thought so too. As he puzzled over it, Abigail sucked in a sharp breath. "Why are they melting the pool?" It did seem like the dragons were putting out a lot of heat. Their throats glowed a soft orange color, and the ice around their feet gently sizzled and hissed, letting off wispy vapors. Soon, a blanket of mist smothered the entire pool, and the dragons slowly sank. "Maybe they want a bath," Thomas muttered, but he and everybody else already knew what was happening. "They're going to sit in the water and multiply," Hal said. "They learned how to do it in the sea, completely by accident, and now they're here to form a new army." It all seemed so obvious. 40 dragons would soon become 80, and if they stuck around and multiplied again, it would be 160, and then 320, and so on. By morning, they could be setting off on the same mission as before, only more determined and in far greater numbers. All of Molly's Death Gaze efforts had been for nothing. Gathering armies to battle them had been a total waste of time. "Are we doing this or what?" Fenton grumbled. "Look, they're going into a trance. We can do this while they're sleeping." Hal nodded. "We have to try, but guys..." He looked sideways at them. "Even if we do this right and take away their blue magic, there'll still be a bunch of dangerous dragons that can chew us up. We might not escape." His somber words caused them all to cast their eyes downward. Despite that, their hearts were set. All 9 of them, no, 8, because Emily was still absent, would give it everything they had. What else could they do? "Ready?" Hal called softly. "I'll count down from 10. Focus on the dragons. Imagine sucking the magic out of them so a huge cloud of crackling blue energy hovers overhead. Then direct it at the walls, and throw in our own magic as well. Let's get rid of it all at once." In the pool, the steam was so thick by now that only the top halves of the dragons were visible, shrouded in a swirling, hazy mist. Water bubbled and spat. The creatures remained motionless, eyes closed. "Here we go," Hal urged. 10, 9, 8... He murmured the countdown while clearing his mind and fixating on the slumbering dragons. Remove their blue magic. Lift it out. Make it hover above their heads. 7, 6... He could almost feel the intensity of his friend's collective willpower, and he could feel the blue magic stirring again. Not just stirring, but churning and boiling. Its power unnerved him. It was like a sentient being trying to get out, manifesting. 5, he droned. Fuh. The 4 never quite emerged from his lips. He suddenly felt so lethargic that he lacked the energy to speak anymore. It didn't matter. His friends could count. Besides, he had a constant roaring in his head, and if everyone was suffering the same noise, it would drown out whatever he tried to whisper in hushed tones. The number 3 lingered on his tongue. Then he closed his mouth and frowned. His vision had turned blue. A ghostly aura swirled before his eyes, shapeless and erratic, expanding and contracting, stretching and twisting. "Now!" Abigail yelled suddenly. Her shout startled Hal. He blinked rapidly, and it was only then he fully registered the pulsating mass of energy floating before him. 8 of them, in fact, because it seemed each shapeshifter had successfully invoked their inner demons, which snapped and snarled like angry animals. "I said now!" Abigail yelled again. Dazed, Hal remembered their task, but none of the dragons had been affected. All the energy floating in the air belonged to the shapeshifters, and to throw it at the walls now would mean they'd end up powerless to stop their deadly enemies. Still, several shrieking demons suddenly shot through the air and across the cavern. They passed straight over the steamy dragon nest and on toward the wall on the far side. Seconds later, blue flashes lit up the darkness like bolts of lightning. "All of you!" It took a monumental effort for Hal to evict his demon. He wanted to invite it back in and let it take up permanent residence. Even though it hissed like a whirlwind of vipers, he felt it would calm down once he'd accepted its presence. It reminded him of the yokai in that distant place Emily had called the Sea of Legends. He'd had one of those spirit creatures in his head, and it hadn't been too terrible. Maybe this ball of blue energy would... He felt a slap to his face. Blinking, he glared at Abigail, who at some point had crawled around to kneel beside him. "What was that for?" "Get rid of the blue magic," she yelled in his ear. Another demon shot across the cavern. Hal wasn't sure who had sent it, but he suddenly felt cold and uneasy, and the globulous, pulsing mass of energy struck him as frightening and dangerous. He focused and looked past the slumbering dragons to the cavern's far side. "There," he told his demon. "That's where you're going. Back into the wall." 2 more of his shapeshifter friends expelled their demons. Like the others, they hurtled past the dragons toward the distant wall. At first, Hal followed their trajectory, waiting for the flash of blue. But then his focus snapped back to the dragons. He blinked and leaned sideways to look past his own floating, pulsating mass of energy. Even when it expanded to block his view, as if vying for attention, he peered through its translucent, wispy trails, staring in horror at what was happening in the pool. The dragons were already multiplying. It explained why they'd ignored all the ruckus. Even now, Abigail was yelling at him to get rid of his blue magic. The dragons would have heard if they weren't so busy dividing in 2. The roaring in Hal's head increased. Part of it was the blue magic, like 1,000 tortured souls screaming in anguish. His friends were just as noisy. They crowded to his sides, a sea of faces and a chorus of warnings. "Get rid of it! What are you waiting for? You're the only one left, Hal. Send it away!" And then who'll deal with the dragons? On impulse, knowing it was a stupid and dangerous thing to do, he stepped toward the remaining mass of writhing blue magic, the last of the demons which had festered and grown within him, and puffed out his chest. "You want to stay? Okay, but I'm in charge." Immediately, amid the yells of his friends, the demon rushed closer and engulfed him. His world turned blue, and the light was blinding for a moment. Everything tingled, and his muscles tightened all over. He rose off the rocky floor and hovered in midair, while his ethereal aura expanded and shrank, over and over, until it finally sank into his flesh and went quiet. Gasping, Hal suddenly felt weak. He dropped to the floor, wobbled, and nearly fell, but Abigail grabbed him. "Hal?" Fenton demanded, sticking his face in front of his. "What happened? Why didn't you get rid of it? Are you still with us?" Slowly, the roaring in his head receded. He regained control of his mind and body. A calm settled over him. Yeah," he mumbled. But something wasn't right. "Why didn't you throw it across the cavern?" Abigail cried, gently smacking his shoulder. "The rest of us managed it. We're free. Why aren't you?" He stared at her, then passed her to the dragons. "Someone has to stop them." They all swung around to face the pool. Almost lost in the mist, the lava dragons were in the throes of something fascinating and gross. Each one had torn down the center, literally splitting in two from head to toe, skull and bones included. The two halves glistened, and sticky goo stretched from one to the other as they split and separated. Before long, the halves peeled sideways and teetered, only just maintaining balance. Hal and his friends stared with open mouths as the figures began to flesh out, repairing their dissected bodies. Half-dragons quickly became whole. They quivered and shook, the slimy substance oozing down their bodies. "This is nuts," Thomas moaned. "It's impossible," Abigail said. Darcy shook her head in disbelief. "I mean, we know they did this in the sea, but I thought they just... I don't know." "Split in half?" Hal offered. "How else would they double their numbers so quickly?" "This is ridiculous," Darcy cried. The protests went on, but Hal tuned them out. He was too busy with a personal crisis. His vision still had a weird blue hue, and he kept seeing soft flashes of light. Deep inside, he could feel a presence shifting about. He had the distinct impression his demon was trying on his body like an old jacket, sticking its incorporeal arms into his, tugging the garment tight. He shuddered. "Remember, I'm in charge," he warned. There was no reply, not even a hint that he'd been heard. "Okay," he said, taking a deep breath. "Since the rest of you got rid of your blue magic without dealing with the dragons first, I guess it's up to me." The silence from his friends suggested they were a little wounded by his harsh words. After a moment, Abigail and Lauren stepped closer and studied his face. "You're really glowing," Lauren muttered. Abigail nodded. "Yeah, your eyes are shining bright, and you have that weird aura, stronger than we've seen before. I can see it even through your clothes." Hal had no time to dwell on that, though he did raise his hands briefly to check she wasn't messing with his head. Yeah, they glowed. And when he waved his arms from side to side, the aura trailed slightly behind, like an afterglow. "They're about cooked," Fenton warned. 40 lava dragons had become 80, and they had almost finished healing their dissected bodies. Each had a newly formed half with misshapen flesh, glistening scales as if not yet hardened, and one puffy eye that was swollen shut. But these odd deformities were rapidly being fixed. Seconds later, many of the closed eyes began to pop open. "Hal," Fenton warned again, "if you're going to do something miraculous, now's the time to do it." Hal nodded and shoved his way past Abigail and Lauren. He ventured out of the shadowy hidey-hole and approached the misty pool. None of the dragons faced him, yet. They were too busy for the moment. Steeling himself, he prepared to blast them with his blue magic. He had zero idea how this would work, or even if his inner demon would cooperate, but he couldn't stand there and do nothing. He let out a slow breath, then clenched his fists. He tried to imagine energy shooting from his hands and engulfing the pool, drawing out every ounce of magic from the dragons, and then combining all of that magic and throwing it toward the far end of the cavern where...
"Stop!"
He paused, confused.
"I sense what you're plotting, Hal. Don't do it."
Hal tried to speak, but his throat suddenly felt dry.
"You left me behind and I've been lost, trying to find my brood. Now they are a thunder, and their energy is strong. I sense you too, Hal. I am drawn like a moth to a light. Wait for me. I will be there momentarily.
Hal, what are you doing? Fenton called in a fierce whisper. Get on with it. The white dragon, he breathed softly. He's coming. Abigail buzzed alongside, at full human size, so she could talk to him. Hal, you need to get on with it. She gestured frantically as the lava dragons waded out of the pool. They're about to wipe us off the face of the planet. Dragons quickly spread out to surround them, their blue eyes gleaming in the steamy gloom, lava dribbling from their jaws. There were so many. Stand behind me, Hal ordered his friends. They did as they were told, shuffling into a tight group just outside of his periphery. A pair of hands gripped his shoulders, and he guessed they were Abigail's. His vision had lost some of its eerie blue glow. Still, he felt as though a ghost possessed him, exerting strength throughout his body. The dragons seemed to understand that the shapeshifters had no chance to escape their fates. They took their time, shuffling closer until their bodies pressed against one another, blocking all hope of a frantic exit. Even if Lauren and Abigail flew directly upward, it wouldn't take more than a few of these creatures to bring them back down. Focusing, Hal clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and pictured the scene. A tornado circling the dragons, causing them to stumble in surprise, and their blue auras slowly being dragged free, tugged upward to form a single mass above their hands. And then his own magic joining it, and then... When a sudden blast of wind ruffled his clothes, he cracked an eye open and was surprised to see that a mysterious gale had indeed picked up within the cavern walls. It whistled with increasing force, gusting against Dragon's wings so hard that they fluttered like sails. Is this actually working? He doubled down, narrowing his eyes and glaring at the dragons. The gale increased, and they growled and hunkered lower, trying to tuck their wings in tight. Suddenly, a haze of blue light appeared around each of them, rising upward from their heads and backs as though tugged by some invisible force. "You're doing it!" Fenton urged. "Keep going, Hal!" Abigail squeezed Hal's shoulders. Encouraged, he poured all his attention and effort into the blue energy, tugging harder on it, yanking it upward. A single cloud-like mass had formed just as he'd imagined, and as it grew, it took on a life of its own, sucking the rest of the magic out of the confused dragons. "I've got this," Hal thought gleefully. The dragons began to howl. They reared up on hind legs, clawing at their auras as if trying to snatch them back. But the glowing, wispy substance rose like lost souls, snaking out of the reptilian bodies to swirl around in a pulsing, flashing cloud hovering overhead. And then Emily appeared out of nowhere, screaming with terror as a massive swarm of silver-winged naga burst into view behind her, hot in pursuit. Chapter 22. Transfer of Power. Distracted, Hal almost stood on Abigail's toes as he stumbled backward. The dragons spun in unison toward the shrieking girl and the flapping of the bat-like wings. Coupled with the whistling wind, the noise was deafening, and it only grew louder, because this wasn't just the 20 naga Emily had been trying to escape all day long. In fact, several hundred of the creatures crowded the cavern, streaming around in a circle, their snake tails hanging like giant hooks. "Run!" Emily shouted as she whipped closer to the shapeshifters. But nobody moved. They all stood rooted to the spot as the dragons snapped and lunged at the serpentine creatures, spraying lava. The naga screeched, but so many filled the cavern that it was difficult to see much of anything, just a mass of blurred wings, silver bodies, flashes of red scaly hides, and a glowing cloud of blue energy. The naga hadn't been interested in fighting dragons at the battleground on the coast, but they certainly seemed game now. Ignoring the swirling blue magic, they darted everywhere, clung to backs, dug in with their fangs, wrapped their tails around necks, and worked to bring down the dragons through sheer overwhelming numbers. And the dragons, utterly confused, found themselves unable to focus on spitting lava. They went down under the weight of the ferocious Naga swarm, and then something changed. The Naga realized that the mysterious, crackling cloud of blue energy was exactly what some of them had pursued Emily for. It surrounded them, and once they got a taste of its power, they crowded even tighter, vying for a piece, drawing it in, then darting away with their prize. The cloud of blue magic slowly diminished in size as more Naga rushed in and snatched a bite. It reminded Hal of piranha fish attacking a slab of meat. "Guys, run!" Emily urged again. The shapeshifters broke from their paralysis and hurried over to the wall where they'd first entered. Lauren switched to her harpy form, grabbed Darcy in her talons, and lifted her up to where the vertical crack angled sideways and widened. Emily hovered nearby, her Naga wings buzzing. "They're stealing it all!" Hal glanced back and gasped. Blue-eyed and gleeful, Naga winked out of existence one by one, transporting themselves to some unknown place. It could be right outside the mountain or to a distant location. Maybe they'd gone home. The rapidly diminishing Naga swarm jostled for the ebbing cloud of energy, ignoring the snapping jaws of dragons mere yards below. Before long, the last vestiges of blue magic had gone, leaving maybe a third of the silver-skinned swarm, frustrated and devoid of special powers. They screeched, and realizing they were no longer a match for the angry dragons, fled through the widest part of the fissure from which Lauren had just flown clear. Darcy, who was by now crawling deeper into the opening, yelped and ducked as a few dozen of the creatures barreled past her, wings flapping like crazy, long tails whipping from side to side. All went quiet for a moment. Then the dragons roared with fury and disbelief. Hal couldn't help a jubilant laugh. They'd had the stuffing knocked out of them. His laugh dried up as the dragons charged. Screaming, Lauren yanked Robbie and Dewey straight upward, while Emily flew in and grabbed Thomas. Abigail took hold of Hal under his arms and buzzed into the air. Hal dangled helplessly, watching as Fenton shifted into his lizard form and scrambled easily up the wall to safety. Once they'd all jammed themselves into the horizontal opening in the zigzagging crack, they hurriedly scurried deeper in, away from the cavern and out toward the open air and night sky. Behind them, dragons leapt for the wall, their claws scrabbling to get hold. The noise was terrible, a stark reminder that just a single creature could melt them all with lava if it could only climb high enough. This part of the mountain wall was as thick as a house. The fissure was jagged under their hands and knees, but the fresh breeze beckoned. A tiny figure zipped by. Stitchmitch. "Hurry!" Thomas griped. Since none of them could stand upright in the tight space, he'd switched to his manticore form. Scampering on four legs was simple, but he quickly grew impatient with the others. Fenton remained a lizard, and he found it easy too, being so low-slung. And Abigail buzzed at speed in her tiny fairy form. The rest of them made their way rather painfully. Hal took up the rear. "Careful at the front," he called. "Darcy, are you first? There's a slope you can crawl out onto, but it's a long drop." The resulting moan told him she might not be the best person to be leading this escape. "I don't like heights," she wailed. "You know what's worse than heights?" Thomas retorted. "Swimming in lava. Hurry!" Before long, they all made it to where the fissure opened up to the outside world. Every second of the way, including right now, Hal felt sure a stream of steaming lava would pour over his legs and hands as he crawled. How horrible. But the dragons couldn't follow them through such a narrow space. The shapeshifters edged outside onto the sloping rock, where the wind whipped at their clothes and hair. They lay flat on the cold, hard surface under a starry sky. Now they were terrified for a new reason. "We're 1 billion miles up," Robbie groaned. "Even half a mile is bad," Lauren reminded him. She sounded far more relaxed. "If you fall, I'll fly down and grab you." They waited, catching their breath and listening to the awful din made by furious dragons trapped inside the cavern. For a moment, Hal felt elated. The creatures really were trapped. They'd entered using blue magic, but they couldn't exit that way because they no longer possessed such a power, nor could they fit through the zigzagging fissure. There was literally no way. But then he remembered the 2 small portals, one high in the mountain wall, the other in the cavern's ceiling. Both led to old Earth. The one in the ceiling might not be much use, most likely leading to solid rock. But the other led straight outside to freedom. It was how Hal had guided them from the mountain in the first place. They knew this. "They're going to escape into old Earth," he said at last. "All we've done is take away their multiplying power." "That's better than nothing," Dewey murmured. "If they were a virus, it'd be contained." Abigail still buzzed about, a high-pitched whine. With her was the other fairy, the tiny, white-bearded Stitchmitch. While she was all smiles, he looked agitated and flustered. Apparently dangerous missions didn't agree with him. Emily poised on the very edge of the sloping rock, her tail dangling over the side and her wings at the ready. Lauren, too, remained with her wings extended. Fenton hung on the wall over their heads, stuck fast. And Thomas sat easily, his red mane ruffled by the constant night breeze. Only Hal, Dewey, Robbie, and Darcy remained in human form. Despite their precarious position lying spread eagle on a sloping rock surface with a sheer drop on 3 sides, this was far preferable to the alternative. The dragons had gone quiet inside now. Or maybe they'd already escaped through that portal. "There are still 80 lava-breathing monsters to deal with," Hal said at last. "I'm just glad they can't get us right now," Darcy said in a low, shaky voice. "I can't even open my eyes. Please, someone, take me away from here. I need to feel the ground under my feet." "Is rock not solid enough for you?" Thomas taunted her. Hal was about to mention the other problem they now had, that of the magic-infused Naga swarm, when a voice whispered in his head.
"I am here."
He jerked and squinted into the night. "Where?" he croaked. "Where what?" Robbie said. "Shh," Hal hissed. "I'm talking to the white dragon." He paused, listening. In answer to his question, orange light exploded directly ahead of him, a shower of lava in mid-air, which fell in thousands of droplets to the forested mountainside below. Even after the deluge, a faint glow remained visible within the creature's throat. It faded a second or two later, but the darkness didn't seem as black now, and Hal could see the white wings beating steadily as the dragon hovered. Everyone gasped.
"Do you see me, Hal?"
Yes."
"Good. Know that I will lead my dragons in battle despite your interference. Also know that you will see none of it, because this is where you die."
Hal could tell by its tone that it was tired of banter. Now it meant business. "I have to deal with this, guys," he said, climbing to his feet. Abigail buzzed close to his ear and landed on his shoulder. He gently brushed her off, then launched himself forward off the slope. He transformed in an instant. It occurred to him that if he wasted time circling around to prepare for a mid-air fight, the white dragon could easily kill his friends with one blast of lava. With that in mind, Hal shot straight toward the enemy and attacked. Now that he was in dragon form, with superior vision, he could see his opponent more clearly. He breathed fire, pumping his wings to close the gap as quickly as possible. The white dragon reared back, startled at Hal's boldness. Then it twisted away to escape. Hal slammed into the white dragon and dug his claws in. He bit down on his neck and grabbed at a wing. He entangled his tail around the others and clawed at his belly, all the while throwing the two of them into a tumble. They began to plummet. Hal breathed fire, and the white dragon spewed lava. They spiraled downward in a fiery blaze, and Hal tore at the scaly hide and sank his fangs into warm flesh. The white dragon roared in pain and squirmed under his grip. All of Hal's earlier reservations and squeamishness were gone. His thoughts were filled with what would happen the moment this monster escaped his clutches. It would swoop back to the mountainside and spatter the shapeshifters with deadly liquid fire. Abigail and the rest would die in a horrific manner. He bit deeper, yanking his head from side to side. Blood started to flow. The white dragon flapped in panic, but Hal stilled his wings. And because he was bigger and heavier, there was nothing the white dragon could do to keep them aloft. Well, except that he retained his blue magic, and Hal felt a surge of energy that he recognized as the precursor to transporting. "Oh, no, you don't," he growled through his teeth as he wrenched harder. A large chunk of flesh tore loose. The white dragon bucked and screeched, too distracted to leap. They continued falling until they crashed down in the trees. Branches snapped as they plowed through without stopping. Hal bore the brunt of it because he was on bottom, but he rolled sideways, and this helped for the last half-second or so. Then they both slammed down on a steep, grassy slope. Fueled by adrenaline and determination and absolutely no regard for his own safety, Hal leapt back on top of the white dragon and breathed fire, directing it straight into the mouth and down the gaping throat. Flames raged and flesh melted. The white dragon's scream cut off. Still he struggled, but Hal tore into his chest, raking it open and plunging his jaws inside so he could get hold of something vital. The ferocity of his attack shocked him, and he felt that he was simply along for the ride, while his dragon form did what dragons normally did: attack without mercy. His vision had turned crimson. He no longer felt anything and was only dimly aware of raking the white dragon wide open to get at the organs inside. Thankfully, the moonlight didn't filter through the canopy, so Hal saw very little in the darkness. His other senses worked overtime, though. He heard the cracking of bones, the wetness of blood and gore, his own frantic huffing and growling, the snapping of his jaws. Sometime afterward, maybe 30 seconds, but it felt like minutes. He paused, breathing hard. His adrenaline ebbed, as did the pounding of his heart. Slowly, he eased back and clambered off the corpse. Dark though it was, he could tell he'd torn the white dragon asunder. He couldn't remember exactly when the creature had died, but he was most definitely done for. No amount of blue magic would heal those injuries, which was saying something considering how 40 dragons had recently split in two and survived. Hal retreated a little more, hot and trembling, his skin burning where lava had splashed across his back. He flexed his wings and found them to be intact, but one rear foot hurt badly. Though he couldn't face returning to his friends just yet, a gust of wind might sweep them off the mountainside if he didn't hurry. The pain was creeping in now, and he winced as he hobbled into a clearer spot a little farther down the steep slope. Once away from the trees, he launched and headed straight up. It took a while to find his friends. Darcy let out a scream as he approached. There was no room to land, so he flapped and hovered while Lauren began carrying others across to his broad back. Once Fenton, Thomas, Robbie, Dewey, and a whimpering Darcy were safely situated, Emily and two tiny fairies buzzed across as well, and then Lauren. Hal felt their added weight one by one. "We're all on!" Emily yelled. Hal grunted and rose into the night sky. Everyone remained quiet. Hal couldn't tell if the silence was from general exhaustion or because they disapproved of what he'd done. Licking his scaly lips, he realized his snout must be coated in gore. No wonder Darcy had screamed. On the one hand, he felt sick with horror at how deadly his attack had been. The smaller white dragon hadn't stood a chance. He hadn't even been able to focus long enough to use his blue magic. On the other hand, Hal had saved his friends' lives and his own. "Take us down," Abigail called. Judging by her voice, she was back to her usual size. Hal did as she suggested and descended toward a river running through a small grassy valley at the foot of Yeti Mountain. The moonlight reflected off the water as he landed on the bank to one side. His claws dug into the soft earth, and he winced again at the pain in his rear ankle. Once his friends had clambered off, still silent, Hal waded into the water. He sank below the surface as best as he could, aware that his wings stuck out. In the murky gloom, he watched trails of blood wash away from his snout. He remained submerged for a while. The coolness of the water felt good, allowing him a well-earned sense of calm. A tiny bearded fairy buzzed nearby, a comforting sound in the moonlight. After Hal had vigorously rinsed his face, he rose from the river and carefully waded out, limping as he went. His friends lurked in the gloom, watching him. The ethereal blue glow was now missing from all except Emily. At last, Hal reverted to human form and stood wet and shivering. "I don't want to talk about it," he mumbled. Abigail moved toward him. "You did what you had to. We're all glad you finally let the dragon in you take over. We'd be dead otherwise." "Yeah," Robbie added, "sometimes you just got to let the animal lead the way." Thomas rolled his eyes. The dragon boy finally made a kill. "About time." Fenton roughly nudged him. "Shut up, Thomas." Wincing again, Hal hobbled up the bank and sat with his foot sticking out. "I think I broke my ankle, and my shoulders hurt." He let Abigail fuss over him. She exclaimed about the charred material and the burns on his skin, while Darcy knelt and studied the ugly bruise on his swollen ankle. The rest of them flopped down in the grass and leaned back. "How late is it?" Robbie asked. "I'm starving." The idea of food sounded amazing. "It'll have to wait," Hal said with a sigh. "We still have dragons to catch, and what are we going to do with the Naga?" "Why do we need to do anything?" Emily asked. She shrugged as everyone peered at her in the darkness. "I got to thinking. See, I couldn't shake off that small group of Naga—" "Your dingleberries," Fenton broke in with a chuckle. "Right. I'd planned to bring them to the mountain so you might chase them off, and then it hit me. They'd had a taste of the blue magic already, and they wanted it so badly that I suddenly realized we had a new army on our side after all. An army willing to battle the dragons and take the magic from them. They just didn't know what they were getting into." "So instead of leading 20 Naga to us," Abigail mused, rubbing her chin, "you actually went back to the swarm and—" "What? Bargained with them?" "Heck no," Emily said with a nervous laugh. "I just showed up. The swarm came at me straight away, and I thought they'd tear me apart. But as soon as my dingleberries appeared, I transported again, and most of the swarm came after me into the cavern. And at the perfect time," Lauren said, "exactly when every ounce of the magic was floating in the air, ripe for the picking." Emily grinned, her blue eyes glowing brightly. "You're welcome. And you asked what we're going to do about the Naga, now that they have blue magic? Honestly, I don't see a need to do anything. Let them have it. The Bigfoots and Yetis have it, so why not a nest of Naga? As long as they don't bother us, I'm good with that." Heads began to nod. "But you still need to get rid of yours," Lauren said. Emily's face fell. Really? I mean, it might be useful for one of us to—" "Not happening," Fenton interrupted. "Too dangerous. That little fairy told us all about the harm it can cause if we keep it for too long, and I think we all felt that at the end there. It was like—" "Demons," Hal muttered. "Like demons were coming to life." Again, heads slowly nodded. You have to get rid of it, Fenton said again. And this time, Emily gave a heavy sigh and agreed. Okay, Hal said. So then we just have 80 lava dragons to deal with. They don't have blue magic, but they're still bent on destroying human life. I can't attack them like I did just now. Abigail hugged him. Nobody's asking you to, and it's not all on us to deal with anyway. The dragons are in Old Earth now. That's where the military is. They can take care of the problem. Despite her conviction, Hal glanced sideways at her and raised an eyebrow. 80 dragons, Abby. That's a lot. Nobody spoke again on the matter. What was the point? They'd failed again. Even though the thunder of dragons no longer possessed the ability to transport and multiply, there were still 80 of them. I'm tired, Darcy said. Can't we just go home and sleep? Dewey spoke up. Where's home? Carter? Or some evacuation cave somewhere? That reminder sent a groan of dismay through the group. Their mission hadn't ended. Nobody could go home and sleep until they dealt with the dragons once and for all. Chapter 23. A Shift in Mindset. The night was so dark that they all had to strain their eyes to see each other. After some brief discussion, they'd agreed with Emily that she should transport them across to Old Earth to catch up with the dragons before the trail grew cold. Abigail argued that using a portal would be safer, and nobody disagreed with her. But there weren't too many around these parts aside from on Yeti Mountain, and Hal had no desire to go back there. We don't want the blue magic to overwhelm you, Emily, Abigail said again as they stood in a circle and linked hands. Stitchmitch, whose white beard stood out even in the gloom, shook his head vigorously and squeaked something. Since the tiny fairy perched on Abigail's shoulder, she heard what he said and relayed his comment. He agrees, and he thinks we should be focusing on getting rid of the blue magic, not continuing to use it. Yeah, we know, Fenton said, rolling his eyes. Look, Emily, it's up to you. If you don't want to... Hal's stomach lurched. He blinked a few times, then realized the valley river had dried up. An eerie silence had replaced the gentle trickle of water. Other than that, everything appeared to be the same, though the air had that familiar Old Earth staleness about it. Well, I guess that answers it, Fenton finished. Emily grinned around at them, her blue eyes glowing alarmingly bright. It's a good thing one of us held onto this power. We could easily have used a portal, Abigail griped under her breath. When Stitchmitch started yelling into her ear, she grimaced and tilted her head to one side. Yikes! He's mad that we brought him here. He wanted to go home. Don't we all? Robbie said. Hal moved away from the group. Enough chit-chat. Let's go find some dragons. He transformed, then waited while everyone climbed aboard. He noticed that Thomas was quieter than usual, and Dewey looked half asleep. It had been a long day, and it wasn't over yet. Launching straight up into the sky, Hal immediately scoured the surrounding countryside, on the lookout for telltale fires and explosions. He saw nothing at first, but then Dewey let out an exclamation. Left! To the left! Hal angled his wings and swung in that direction. Squinting, he spotted what Dewey had seen and gave a grim nod. Sure enough, fires raged on the ground, and just above, a mass of dark shapes swirled around and around, releasing thin streams of bright orange lava. The dragons were just about done with that unfortunate village. Even as Hal picked up his pace, the murderous creatures left the burning houses behind and took off toward the north. Their precise direction didn't seem coincidental either. So the lava dragons were returning to the same city on the coast they'd attacked earlier? Well, maybe that was for the best. At least the residents could hunker down with a strong military presence. Hal followed them at a moderate pace, keeping them in sight, but unwilling to tackle them in the air. He'd wrangled with that decision too many times now. He couldn't win in simple airborne combat. All he could do was look for an opportunity to trap them. "What are we going to do?" Thomas yelled. His earlier sleepiness must have worn off. "How are we going to stop them?" Emily spoke up. "It has to be me, right? I'm the one with the blue magic. It's almost like destiny has already decided." "Destiny?" Fenton scoffed. "I hope you're not planning on anything dangerous, Em," Darcy said. "Don't go exploding or anything." Emily gave a nervous laugh. "Well, that might do the trick. I can get in between them and—" "No sacrificing yourself," Lauren warned her. "That's an order. If you have to use your blue magic, then fine, but do it safely." After a pause, Abigail frowned. Stitch Mitch just shouted that there's no such thing as doing it safely where blue magic is concerned. Fenton groaned. "He keeps saying that, yet Emily's still with us. Her eyes are bright, but otherwise she seems normal." "Yeah, still trying to organize things," Robbie agreed. "Instead of a picnic, she's taking charge of the proper instrumentation of a mass execution." "You mean implementation?" Abigail corrected him. Hal had to laugh. Still, his inner mirth wore off moments later. The situation was too dire to be distracted for long. 80 dragons were heading for a city where they would burn more structures, which seemed futile considering their goal was to wipe out humanity. Futile, but still dangerous. Further discussions and arguments ensued, but nobody came up with a plan other than Emily somehow using her blue magic. She was right. It did seem like destiny that she would be the one to save them. Hal wished he still had the power to talk to his friends using his mind. That was definitely a talent he'd miss. The transportation thing, not so much. He shuddered at the near misses he'd experienced when he might have been forever stranded in a chamber under the sea, or worse, embedded in rock. No, he preferred flying, but conversing internally with his friends had been amazing. What other powers had come with the blue magic? Mind-speak, transporting. Oh, and that time over the city when he'd blasted a pulse of energy and swept the dragons out of the picture. That had been cool. It occurred to him that the dragons had performed several other tricks as well. First, they'd matured rapidly. Second, they'd multiplied. Or was it the other way around? What came first, he thought idly, the dragon or the egg? Ahead, the dark specks in the night sky frequently lit up with orange glows, making them an easy target to follow. Yet Hal was most likely invisible to them, even if they glanced back. Tall buildings loomed. They stood out in the dead of night because of numerous lights in the windows. Fires still burned in the streets. And the rumble of a helicopter somewhere in the distance assured Hal that the military had stuck around. They were probably watching, waiting. The dragons veered slightly to the left, away from the city. Hal frowned. "Where are they going?" Robbie called, breaking the last 10 minutes of silence. Nobody had an answer. The dragons had something on their minds, or their single collective mind, and steered clear of the city. But they seemed uncertain as well, like they had a plan but weren't sure how to implement it. Or instrument it, as Robbie would say. "What are they looking for?" Dewey said quietly. Again, nobody had an answer. Thomas sighed heavily. "Come on, Hal, you must have an idea. What would a bunch of dragons be circling around for?" "Food," he said without thinking. Naturally, nobody understood his grunt, but he frowned at the idea. Could it be food they sought? They had to eat, but he rejected the idea. He would bet these particular creatures were still hungry for human extermination. But where, if not the city? The thunder of dragons descended suddenly. They'd spotted something of interest, and Hal felt a sense of dread. He dove after them, dangerously close now. The last thing he needed was to be attacked. His passengers wouldn't stand a chance. But he had to know what they'd found, so he spiraled down, straining to see in the darkness below. He saw torchlight on the ground and heard screams of terror, confirming his fears that a group of humans had become a target. He steeled himself for battle. But no, he couldn't, not with his friends on his back. He pulled up and hovered, agitated and undecided. Then he dove again and paused once more. What could he do? The scene unfolded in slow motion. He watched in horror as what looked like 10 men and women, some of them carrying torches, ran for their lives. Words floated up, but it was hard to hear over the sound of 80 excited dragons and the flapping of their wings. Those nearest the ground swooped overhead with triumphant roars, then arced up and around, allowing the rest of the creatures a chance to thunder past. No lava, though. Hal circled some more, afraid to get any closer. The group of humans ran in silence now, perhaps knowing they were already dead. Where did they think they were going? Nothing lay ahead. They were out in the open, following a trail through an open field that led to a rocky hill and some trees. "Are they playing with them?" Abigail gasped. The dragons swooped again, lower this time, letting off roars and blasting a few streams of lava. But although the deadly molten liquid lit up the area, none of it splashed down on the humans. "They're letting them run," Robbie squawked. "They're not just letting them run," Fenton said grimly. "They're making them." "But why?" Darcy wailed. Whatever the reason, every second counted for these poor people, and Hal knew he had to act now, before the lava dragons grew bored with their game and went in for the kill. The only plan he had was to land in front of the frightened group and get them to climb on, then fly away before they all got roasted. Even as he rocketed closer, he knew the plan would never work. If he were one of the terrified humans running from a mass of dragons, the sight of yet another landing in front of him wouldn't help matters. "There's a portal!" Robbie's yell caused Hal to blink with surprise. A portal? Where? Oh, there. Yes, right there, low on the ground, just ahead of the group, where a couple of portal guards gestured frantically. That was where they were going. They planned to escape into New Earth. The lava dragons allowed it. They swooped over a third time, and when they came around again, the humans had disappeared to safety along with the guards. But the dragons had seen them vanish through the smoky black cloud. They flapped in for a landing, surrounding the portal and eyeballing it with interest. They'd seen portals before, of course, so their curiosity about this one seemed odd. Some drew close and sniffed at it. Then they sniffed at the ground. The chuffing growls suggested they liked what they found there. Hal was aware that some dragons glanced up at him as he flew over. They'd seen him at last. But he was too busy worrying over the horrible thought that had popped into his head. Until now, the dragons had been blindly destroying buildings and discovering them empty. Their attempts at ridding the world of humans had been sadly lacking. They had to be smarter about it. What if they'd finally figured out where their prey was running to hide? It's just one portal, Hal thought in desperation. It's just one group of people. They've gone through to New Earth and are making for the trees. But he had his doubts. Judging by the way the dragons had sniffed at the ground, many humans had passed this way recently. There might be a much larger group huddled together on the other side of the portal. Without further hesitation, he made a dive for the smoky cloud. It wasn't big, and he doubted he'd make it without smacking his wings against its sides. But he dove anyway, letting out a terrible roar and breathing fire as he went. Several dragons flinched in surprise, swinging around to face him, but he soared overhead and plunged into the portal. He scraped low on the grass so he wouldn't decapitate his screaming passengers. As expected, his wings were too wide for the pulsing sphere, and they whacked painfully against some unseen force. This caused him to slide the rest of the way through and skid to a halt in a forested part of New Earth, in the middle of a trail lined with torches. Groaning, Hal knew he'd broken his wings yet again, the third time that day, but a few shifts would take care of it. He reverted to human form right away, and all his friends tumbled free with shrieks and yells. "Run!" he shouted at them. They ran. Hal's ankle still hurt, and so did his lower back. He hobbled after his friends the best he could. Just ahead, the narrow woodland trail ended at a rocky hillside. The frightened men and women were just now disappearing through an odd doorway. Seconds later came the distinctive noise of a heavy metal gate clanging shut. Hal had no time to think about it. He urged his friends onward, and they tore along the trail at a frantic pace, glancing over their shoulders as they went. The portal was silent, but dragons would be coming through any moment. The torches at the sides of the trail lit their way. As they ran, Hal stared ahead at the strange entrance the people had vanished into, and the gate that now blocked it. "They locked us out!" Robbie shouted. Hal abruptly veered sideways, into the trees. His friends followed him without question. They all dove for cover in the bushes, and within reach of each other, hunkered down to hold their collective breath. "What is this place?" Lauren hissed. "I know where we are," Robbie said grimly. "I came here once." "Oh no," Abigail suddenly said. "Is this—" Hal gripped her hand. "Yeah, our people have been marshalling everyone out of Carter to the mines, but they've also been on the lookout in Old Earth, watching for dragons and trying to help stragglers. Looks like they found a few and brought them here." "Wait," Darcy said with a gasp. "Are you saying we're at the mines? That's the entrance?" Hal nodded. "That's the entrance. There are hundreds of people in there, everyone from Carter and a bunch from Old Earth as well." He glanced back along the trail toward the portal, where the first of many red snouts emerged, fangs gleaming in the torchlight. "And it looks like the dragons are here." Chapter 24. Dragons in the Mines. The shapeshifters crouched low at one side of the torchlit woodland trail, peering around tree trunks and over bushes. Just ahead, the forest butted up to a shallow, rocky hill, and it was here that the trail widened and abruptly ended outside the entrance to the mines. Hundreds of evacuees had entered earlier that day, crowding into the darkness of a square-cut tunnel framed with thick wooden beams. A metal-barred gate was all that stood in the way of a procession of shuffling lava dragons. The first to arrive sniffed at the bars, chuffing and growling. Others muscled in, like a pack of dogs growing excited at a scent in the air. It was obvious they smelled humans, but getting through the gate and narrow entranceway wouldn't be easy. The leading dragon rammed its snout against the bars, shook its head, then tried again. The gate rattled, but refused to budge. A couple of dragons used their claws to try to wrench it free of the hinges. Then the leader grew angry and slammed an armored shoulder at the iron frame, all to no avail. "Hey, we might be in luck," Abigail whispered. "There's no way they're getting through that gate," Thomas agreed a little too loudly. Several others shushed him. Next, the dragons tried melting the bars. The leader and a couple of others aimed their jets of lava, and the metal quickly glowed red, then a pale orange. Smoke rose off it, and molten drips sizzled on the dusty ground. But when they hammered it with their tails, only a small section bent inwards. The rest of the gate remained stubborn, blocking their way even with severely contorted bars in the middle. "Yes!" Robbie hissed, grinning and punching the air. "Who'd have thought a stupid gate would save the day?" Hal's heart thudded with hope and excitement. Miss Simone's suggestion to evacuate to the mines had been the best possible call. Solid rock walls, just a couple of entrances, narrow passages. And without blue magic, the dragons couldn't transport their way inside. "Now that they're all grouped together," he whispered, "I wonder if we can trap them somehow." But Fenton snorted. "Trap? Let's see. They can turn around and run back the way they came, or they escape into the trees, or they can fly straight up. I'm not sure the word trap means what you think it means." "All right, fine," Hal said. "We can't trap them, but they are all grouped together. Might be a good time to hit them." "Hit them with what?" Emily asked. Her eyes shone blue in the gloom. "Listen, I'm the only one of us with blue magic, so maybe I could try to—" "Maybe we should open the gate and let them inside," Thomas mused, interrupting her. Everyone gawked at him. "Your brain seems to have developed a fault," Abigail said. "No, I'm serious. If that gate wasn't there, they'd all wander inside one by one, squeezing along the narrow passage, expecting it to open up a bit deeper in." "Which it does a bit," Robbie muttered. "There's an entire network of old caves and tunnels, even a stream." Thomas nodded. "So, what if they wander all the way in and come up against a conveniently placed roof fall? But by then, every one of them is inside the passage, and we block it up after them, so they're trapped at both ends." "Oh," Darcy breathed, "that's actually smart." But Hal had his doubts. "First, we'd have to open the gate, which is hard to do with all those dragons standing there. Second, we'd have to get inside and cause the roof fall ahead of them. And third, even if we trapped them, then what? Leave them stuck forever? Standing around in a tunnel until they die of old age?" "They'd die of hunger first," Dewey pointed out. But Abigail shook her head. "Actually, they'd die of thirst." "Unless Molly gets well before then," Lauren said. Hal frowned. "She couldn't go into a tunnel full of dragons and turn them all to stone. That would be way too dangerous." They pondered the problem. Meanwhile, the dragons continued spitting lava all over the bars, heating them to such a temperature that they glowed white. At last, the impossible happened. The gate warped and began to melt into a molten pool oozing around its base. "How can lava be so hot?" Emily whispered. "And how does it not melt their throats?" Abigail agreed. She glanced over at Hal. "Explain, Dragon Boy." He shrugged and spread his hands. "I don't know how. I can breathe fire even when I'm human. Maybe it's not really hot until it's out in the open." He wasn't sure he believed his own lame explanation. The dragons somehow belched up endless molten liquid that was, without a doubt, the real deal, comparable to actual lava from a raging volcano, maybe even hotter. It pooled in front of them, oozing down the slope into the tunnel, a glowing, steaming floor. And now a liquefied iron gate sank into it. "They'll be through any minute," Fenton warned. "We have to do something, guys. Think." The silence was palpable. With the gate fully melted away, the dragons waited with obvious excitement, shuffling from side to side, but not once pushing forward. The lava-covered passage floor still glowed and oozed, steadily darkening to a vivid red, then scarlet mottled with blackened patches. Hal knew the dragons could walk on it sooner than most creatures, probably as soon as it crusted over. He peered around at his friends. Each one of them stared with wide eyes, terror on their faces. What could they do? They were no match for 80 of these monsters. "Robbie," Hal hissed, "if Lauren flies you to the hill above the entrance, do you think you can dislodge some rocks or something? Try to block the door again?" He could tell by Robbie's expression that it was a poor plan. Dislodge which rocks? Nothing stood precariously on the edge waiting for an ogre to come along and give it a shove. "No," he said, "all I can do is stand in their way." Hal glanced at him again. His friend had gone completely white and was trembling, yet he rose slowly, his fists clenching. Lauren immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him back down again. "Don't be an idiot. You won't last 3 seconds." "They're on the move," Thomas hissed. The first of the dragons tentatively put some weight on the cooling floor inside the entrance, then, after a moment, snatched its paw away. Despite that, the creature hunkered low, tucked both wings tight against its body, and squeezed into the passage. It had absolutely no way to maneuver, but it could go forward. With a rumble of glee, the rest of the dragons surged after their leader. One by one, they disappeared from view. A vision of Carter residents sprang into Hal's mind, terrified and huddled against the walls as dragons invaded the tunnels and sprayed them with lava. Hundreds and hundreds of people, utterly defenseless, dead in seconds, unless— Is there a back way for people to get out? It was Robbie who answered. Probably. But we'd have to find it first, then go inside and find everyone, and lead them out. And that'll take time. Hal clenched his fists. I know, and we don't have time. It's up to me, isn't it? Emily said weakly. Everyone gazed at her. Her eyes shone even brighter blue than before. I have to transport inside and get everyone to run for the back door. Maybe I can slow down the dragons with whatever you did to them in the air, Hal. The pulse of energy, he said. Take me with you then. I can help. Take all of us, Fenton ordered. Join hands. Without a word, they all took hold. Emily, near the center, closed her eyes and frowned. Hal tightened his grip on Abigail and Robbie. They arrived in near darkness, where the temperature was at least 10 degrees lower. A torch flickered on the wall inches from Hal's head, and he jerked away. They all released their grips, stumbled a little, and turned to get their bearings. Where are we? Robbie whispered. We're inside the mines, Thomas replied. I know that. But where? How far from the entrance? Where are the dragons? Where's everyone else? Shh, Abigail hissed. Stop panicking. Emily, where are we? Emily's eyes glowed brighter than ever, an eerie effect, considering they were all mere orange-tinted silhouettes against the flickering torch hanging on the wall. She didn't need to respond, because the awful sound of shuffling paws and hungry growls echoed down the passage toward them. They were close. The tunnel the shapeshifters stood in was wide enough for Hal to transform. Maybe he could simply block the way instead of Robbie. He shuddered at the idea. Besides, would his death really help? If the dragons could melt their way through iron bars, he doubted his scaly hide or even his skeleton would last long. They'd incinerate him and keep moving. Get everyone out, he urged his friends. One of you, go now and find our people. A moment later came the sound of quick, receding footfalls as Dewey took off at full speed. Emily pushed her way past Lauren and Robbie, then gripped Hal's arm. Tell me how to do this magic pulse thing. Hal nodded. Okay, watch out, everyone. Side by side, he and Emily peered up the square-cut passage that led up and out to the entrance. On the floor, in the light of several neatly spaced torches, were thin trails of cooling lava that had spilled down the slope. The air was smoky, too. The shuffling and growling increased. The dragons would be upon them in moments. How long is this entrance passage? Hal whispered over his shoulder. Robbie seemed to know all the answers. It takes about 10 minutes to walk down. Maybe half a mile? Long enough to fit all 80 dragons inside at once? Sure, I guess. So what do I do? Emily squawked, still gripping Hal's arm. You blast 'em. Realizing he now sounded like Thomas, he frantically tried to explain what he'd done in mid-air over the city in Old Earth. You send out a wave of energy. Like splashing in a pool. Pretend you're a water naga, Emily. No, better still, be a water naga. Without question, she transformed. But Hal already regretted his suggestion. What good was a slender naga with no arms? She looked so weird. Her dress clung like a second skin, and she swayed and bobbed like she needed to dive into Hal's imaginary pool. It was too late to backtrack now, though. Pretend you're deep underwater, he told her, as the first of the dragons appeared far along the passage. There's only one way out of this tight space. You can't go backward. You have to go forward, and you can't because there are dangerous fish in the way. What? She squawked. Picture it in your mind. You have to push through the fish. You have to hit them with a giant ripple. The ripple will send them somewhere else. Where? His mouth flapped up and down as he searched for inspiration. Then, sideways. Sideways? Sideways, he urged. Do it, Emily. Look, they see us. A dragon roared. It picked up its pace and thundered down the sloping passage, a hulking brute that was hard to discern in the gloom except for the distinctive gleam in its eyes. A fiery glow lit up its throat, silhouetting its fangs. "Do it!" Hal yelled. Emily let out a scream and launched herself forward. As she did so, twin bolts of dazzling blue magic shot from her eyes and lit up the passage. Hal blinked and shielded his face as energy danced and rebounded off the walls in a brilliant, crackling display, way noisier and far more dramatic than what he'd achieved over the city. She tore off up the passage, screeching maniacally. Dragons roared in anger. The blue light continued to flicker and flash as she went, accompanied by arcing zaps and snaps. Temporarily blinded, Hal lost sight of her and groped in the sudden darkness she'd left behind. At his rear, the rest of the shapeshifters yelled and screamed. Emily had gone, taking the chaotic magic with her. Her screams receded into the distance, along with the roar of dragons and violent zaps of energy. Blue light flared one last time, then dimmed. A gradual silence enveloped the rest of the group. Hal had a weird ringing in his ears. He fought to control his panting and thudding heart as he searched for any sign of movement in the utter darkness. He rubbed his eyes again. "Emily?" "Our wall lights have gone out," Abigail whispered from behind him, her voice shaky. Hal quickly conjured up some fire and relit the nearest torch. Once it was glowing a comforting orange light, he stared ahead, still seeing nothing but darkness, even in the square passage. He edged forward, breathing a little more fire as he went. "Emily?" he called softly. A sudden scuffle made everyone exclaim, but it was only Dewey. He sounded breathless. "There's no other way out. This is it." "Doesn't matter now," Hal muttered. "It looks like the dragons are gone?" Aware that his friends trailed close behind, Hal traipsed up the sloping passage and lit the next torch. Then another, and another. That lava dragons hadn't attacked him gave him hope. He heard nothing from them. The passage seemed empty. But where was Emily? He continued up its slope, lighting torches. It was then he spotted a strange lump embedded in the right-hand wall. He paused, then shuffled closer. The lump started at the floor, bulged out several inches and widened, then dipped back in nearer the ceiling. It had red scales. Hal stared in disbelief for long seconds. Then, shuddering, he moved on past. He ignored the gasps of his friends as they took their turns identifying the anomaly. He was too focused on the next ghastly sight, which was a large reptilian foot sticking out of the rocky wall, absolutely still. He lit more torches. The way ahead showed numerous other signs of bodies embedded in the smooth rock. All were motionless and silent. The farther he climbed the slope, the more nauseous he felt. He hadn't been counting, but he guessed half the lava dragons were on permanent display in some form. A shoulder here, the tip of a wing there, even part of a tail. After 10 minutes of threading his way past ghoulish horrors, he reached the top end of the passage where the remains of the gate poked up out of mounds of cooling rock. Thankfully, not one of the numerous embedded dragon parts had been a sightless, staring face. That would have been too awful to bear. Hal suddenly realized his feet were hot, not because of his shock at the sight of so many dead dragons, but because he'd been walking on uncomfortably warm and slightly soft ground. He hurried past the melted gate and outside, and then stood waiting, breathing in the fresh air while his friends caught up. One of the girls kept saying, "Ugh," and Thomas continually grumbled under his breath about how nasty that had been. But Hal scoured the torch-lit woodland trail. "Emily?" he called. Before long, all the shapeshifters joined in the search, spreading wide and peering into the trees at both sides of the trail. "Emily!" they yelled into the darkness. Chapter 25. The Aftermath. They found her shortly after. She was sobbing somewhere in the shadows just off the woodland path. "Oh, Emily," Darcy called, sounding like she might start sobbing herself. "Where are you?" Emily didn't answer, but they tracked her to a clump of bushes, behind which she coiled tightly in Naga form, with her face buried out of sight. Hal lit up briefly, his flames illuminating the scene. Then Lauren rushed in and dropped to her knees, tentatively placing her hands on Emily's thick, reptilian tail. Emily jerked at the touch, then uncoiled and reared high, her face deathly pale compared to her dark hair. "I killed them!" she wailed. As Darcy, Lauren, and Abigail tried to comfort her, Hal glanced sideways at Fenton, Dewey, Thomas, and Robbie, expecting to find one or more of them looking away and shuffling awkwardly. It was always difficult to see a girl crying. Instead, they edged closer. "It's okay, Em," Fenton said gruffly. Thomas nodded. "Yeah, you did good." Emily swung to face them. "Did you hear me?" "I killed them," she glowered at Hal. "You said to push them sideways." "I thought you meant other caves or something. They ended up buried in the rock." He opened his mouth to respond, then paused. "Wait, your eyes. They're not blue anymore." Whether Emily cared about his observation wasn't clear, but Abigail did. She sucked in a breath and grinned. "This is great. Emily, you did it. You saved everyone and got rid of your blue magic. You're a hero." Emily brought her face close to her and hissed, "Hero? I'm a monster." A chorus of protests ensued, and it took a while to convince her she was nothing of the sort. She finally stopped wailing and calmed herself, and then she frowned and blinked rapidly. "Why can't I wipe away my... Oh, I have no arms." Blushing, she reverted to human form. Apparently, being coiled up tight as she had been was the equivalent of kneeling in human form, and she remained like that as she rubbed her hand across her face and smeared tears across her cheeks. Then she sighed and climbed to her feet. "All right, I'm okay now," she said rather sheepishly. "Sorry about that." Darcy grinned and hugged her. "No need." Emily looked again at Hal. "Did you mean for me to push the dragons sideways into the wall? I thought you meant they'd get trapped in little chambers and caves with no exits." Hal raised an eyebrow. "And that's better how? At least this way they died quickly." She gazed at him. "But don't you care? Or did tearing that white dragon apart change you?" Her words stung. Others sucked in their breath too. He swallowed and licked his lips. "Of course I care. But I care more about our lives than theirs. I care about the lives of everyone in the mines. There are hundreds of people in there, Em. Those dragons would have sprayed lava over them and murdered every man, woman, and child. That's what I care about." Anger rose in him. "We didn't start this. I might have accidentally helped them hatch from those eggs, but I didn't create them, and I didn't put the idea in their heads that all humans had to die. We tried everything to stop them. None of us wanted them dead, but in the end, there was no choice." In the darkness, all eyes were on him. His anger ebbed, and he sighed heavily. "Tearing into the white dragon like that? It wasn't me. I let my own dragon do what it had to do, to save you all. And what you just did, Em, saved me, saved us, and everyone else. Okay?" His voice dropped to a whisper. "And guess what? Do you know why you feel like a monster right now?" Emily continued gazing at him, clearly unsure how to answer. Because I..." He interrupted. "You feel like a monster because you're not a monster. Don't you see? If you didn't care, then I'd be worried. Only an uncaring, unfeeling monster could do something like that and not be affected by it. But you do care, which makes you a good person. It means you're a normal human being." Tears welled up again, and Emily absently wiped her face. After a long pause, Thomas said, "Well, normalish. You're pretty freaky, Em." For once, his tactless comment was just what the moment needed. They all chortled softly, and that escalated into open laughter. Even Emily smiled, and she rolled her eyes and jabbed a finger at Thomas. "Nobody is as freaky as you, Freckleface." Hal felt a great weight lifting then. It was hard to believe the lava dragons were finally gone. Every one of them had been put down. He grimaced, then shook his head and stepped out into the middle of the woodland path. The night sky didn't offer a whole lot of light, but the reassuring torches still burned. Everything was peaceful. The siege was over. "I guess we can go in and tell the people they're free to head back home," he said over his shoulder. Emily exclaimed loudly, "I'm not going in there." Several others said the same, and Hal sighed, realizing it was down to him to traipse inside that narrow entrance and walk past endless dead dragons sticking out of the walls. He set off immediately, wishing to get it over with so he could go home and crawl into bed. Abigail buzzed after him. "Do you think I'd let you have all the fun?" she said, sounding anything but excited. She retracted her wings once they entered the mines. From that point onward, they said nothing at all the whole way down the sloping passage into the heart of the tunnel system. Hal tried not to look too hard at the eerie, scaly lumps and mounds. His mood lightened once they'd left the horrors behind and entered the wider tunnels deeper in. "I can't wait for bed," he said dreamily. "I don't care if it's early. I'm going to sleep for days." "I think we deserve the rest," Abigail agreed. "I mean, we did okay, right?" She sounded worried. Hal glanced at her as they walked. "You think we didn't?" "It's all just so—" She shuddered, then huffed. "We did what had to be done. That's it. End of story." Though Hal agreed, he couldn't help feeling that he and his friends wouldn't let go of this easily. They found Stitch Mitch quivering in the shadows. He leapt onto Abigail's shoulder and yelled angrily in her ear, and she blinked several times at the ferocity of his complaints. "I understand," she said soothingly. "It's all over now, though." A bit farther in, they found the residence of Carter. It was almost creepy the way Hal and Abigail came upon a sizable chamber and realized with a jolt that at least 36 people stood or sat in absolute silence. The flickering light of 3 torches subdued enough that they looked like shadowy statues. Upon entering, a man near the front moved, stepping toward the shapeshifters. "What's going on?" he whispered. "Your friend was here earlier. Said dragons are coming. Then there was a whole lot of noise." Hal opened his mouth to respond, but Abigail beat him to it. "It's over. The dragons are dead. We can all go home." Her simple words sparked a dramatic ripple of surprise and delight throughout the chamber, and as the words spread along short tunnels into adjacent chambers, an even louder babble of voices arose. There didn't seem to be much more to be said. Hal felt a mixture of happiness and surprise that all these people had simply accepted Abigail's word that the siege was over. It looked like everyone was already climbing to their feet to start marching out. Hal held up his hands as the crowd began to surge toward him. Hold on a minute. Just one thing." Gradually, the noise died off, at least in this first chamber. "What is it, son?" The man who'd first approached Hal and Abigail held up a torch that someone else had just passed to him. He looked vaguely familiar, but whoever he was, he'd ended up as the spokesperson. Probably the last man in, "There are, dead dragons in the tunnels." Hal jabbed a thumb over his shoulder. "Is it true there's no other way out?" After a pause, the man said, "Not an easy way, no. Not after a roof fall years ago, which blocked the second exit. There are still vents for airflow. There's a shaft for an old winch, and a tunnel you have to crawl through on hands and knees. Oh, and a running stream, which is fine if you're a mermaid and can breathe underwater." Hal idly wanted to correct the man and tell him mermaids didn't actually breathe underwater. Instead, he focused on the problem. Okay, well, the normal way in and out is fine, but there are, look, you just need to make sure all the young kids keep their eyes shut. The man nodded slowly. Understood. I'll pass the word back. He paused. It's really over? He sounded wonderstruck rather than disbelieving. It's over, Hal said. We'll see you in Carter. And with that, he and Abigail turned to leave. Behind them, the babble of voices started up again. If he hadn't been so exhausted, Hal would have liked to explore the mines, to see just how far back all those adjoining chambers and tunnels went. There had to be an endless catacomb for so many townsfolk to hide. It would be a long march for them all, from the mines and along the woodland trail. Carter wasn't far, but there were many people, including young children and even babies, and supplies to cart back home. Not my problem, he muttered as he hurried outside with Abigail. He grinned at her. We're done here. Let's go home. It was with a great deal of relief that he transformed and allowed his friends to climb aboard. Then he launched from the woods and into the sky. Carter sprawled before him, unusually dark and silent tonight. His cozy bed beckoned. But of course his parents and Miss Simone were still at the science laboratory, and they had to be told the good news. There was no going home just yet, and when he veered in that direction and began to descend, nobody complained. Thumping down on the grass, everyone dismounted and surged inside the building. Hal hurried to keep up. They all blinked in the light as they tore along the corridor. They passed goblins, white-coated doctors, nurses, and others, all of them staring as the shapeshifters raced past. Word of their arrival got ahead of them, and Miss Simone appeared in a doorway. "Well?" she demanded. This time, Robbie got to blurt the news first. "It's over! The dragons are dead. Everyone's safe. You should have seen us, Miss Simone. We fought them with blue fire and made them explode into a million pieces." Abigail clamped a hand to his mouth. "Robbie, shut up. There's a good boy." She shook her head. "What he means is, the dragons are dealt with. Emily saved us." Miss Simone's reaction was a little disappointing. Instead of a huge smile and excited shouts, she simply looked around at the shapeshifters, then closed her eyes, gave a nod, and said, "Very good. I'll send word to the mines." "No point," Thomas piped up. "We just came from there, everyone knows, and they're heading home." "Even better. All right, why don't you run on home yourselves and get some well-earned rest? Your parents are in a room down the corridor. We'll talk tomorrow." Hal and Abigail exchanged a glance. "Everything okay here?" she said. Miss Simone had been about to disappear back into the room, but she paused and looked over her shoulder. "I'm worried about Molly. Go home, please, and well done." She softly closed the door. The mood had lifted throughout the science building, yet Hal and his friends felt decidedly less happy than a few minutes ago. So Molly's condition was still bad? Worsening. "She'd better not die on us," Fenton griped as they wandered back down the corridor. Before anyone could reply, parents spilled out of a room to their left. They'd just heard the news and were all smiles. Once again, they overwhelmed the shapeshifters with hugs and claps on backs, but it wasn't long before Molly's situation loomed in their thoughts again. "You can tell us all about it tomorrow," Hal's dad said, speaking for the adults. "I'm sure Simone will order a debriefing in the town hall. And don't worry about Molly. She's a strong woman, and she'll pull through. The doctors will do what they can for her. For now, let's all go home." And home they went. Everyone headed off their separate ways. Abigail and her parents tagged along with Hal's family until they reached the split in the path, and then they told each other good night. Stitchmitch chose that moment to leap out of Abigail's pocket. He yelled something in his high-pitched voice, then zipped away into the night. She opened her mouth to call after him, then sighed and looked sad. "Well, bye then," she muttered. What on earth? Her mum said. Was that a fond farewell? Hal asked with a smile. Abigail grimaced. Not exactly. He mentioned something about never wanting to see us ever again. The families parted ways. The town's lanterns still hadn't been lit, so the path was dark, and Hal had to breathe fire a few times to illuminate the way to the front door of his home. Oddly, his parents seemed fascinated by his ability, and he realized he took his fire-breathing for granted, whereas they'd rarely seen it. My boy, his dad said, squeezing his shoulder. Put your dirty clothes in the laundry basket, his mom warned. Wait, on second thoughts, put them in the trash. Hal grinned and headed to bed. The sheets felt amazing. The pillow was soft and cool. He snuggled down and closed his eyes. The siege of dragons was over. Everyone was safe. Well, except Molly, who... Hal opened his eyes. Now that he'd thought of her, sleep seemed impossible. She'd calcified hundreds of dragons, and such a massive abuse of her power was bound to affect her. He'd felt depleted himself after transforming over and over. And she was older, her ability already weakened. If using her death gaze too many times was a form of injury, she might never fully heal. He drifted off eventually, his ankle and back still hurting, and his mind filled with writhing snakes, brightly glowing blue eyes, oozing lava, and corridors distorted by snapping dragon jaws. Chapter 26. The End of an Era. Hal woke to a blue sky. Sunlight streamed into the window because he'd been too sleepy last night to close the curtains. It was nice, actually, lying with his eyes half closed and the sun's rays on one side of his face. And he felt healed, too. He'd fixed his ankle and back while asleep. He dozed some more and eventually dragged himself out of bed. Both his parents were home. His dad had already been out earlier and tended to the cows, and now he was back for some breakfast. He squeezed Hal's shoulders before sitting down at the table. He smelled of manure. It's a beautiful morning, son, he rumbled. Everyone feels it, like the start of a new era. Good, Hal's mom said as she dished up some scrambled eggs, because the last one was awful. Hal grinned, then frowned. Any news of Molly? No change from last night, his dad said. She's an amazing woman, that Molly. Her husband's back in town this morning. He's visiting her right now. That pleased Hal no end. His name was Dale, and he'd been accidentally calcified many years ago. After Blair had revived him and other victims in Molly's rose garden, the couple had spent a few laughter-filled days together. And then he'd set off on a journey, claiming he wanted to rekindle his academic work in natural medicine. There was probably some truth to that, but Molly had returned to her somewhat grumpy, self-deprecating, lonely self and said he was better off without the likes of her anyway. Dale always liked to travel, she said. But now he was here in Carter, visiting her in the science laboratory, and that was where Hal wanted to be right now. He rushed through his breakfast and stood up to leave. Whoa, hang on, son, his dad said. Debriefing at the town hall first. Simone's orders. There's a lot of people there. You and your friends are heroes. Again. Hal had no interest in an official debriefing. Given the chance, he could explain everything to Miss Simone in a few brief words while walking in the street. To be fair, she'd probably prefer that too. He went along anyway. With everyone back from the mines, it took some time to weave through the crowded, jubilant throngs. The town hall was packed with townsfolk, councillors, goblins, parents, and other shapeshifters, his friends and Orson the Pegasus, Blair the Phoenix, and Felipe the Labyrinth Dragon. He spotted Ryan as well, his weasel friend from Old Earth, a virus survivor who'd found a new home in Carter. Despite the familiar faces, he had very little patience for the meeting. He only half listened as councillors droned on about the dragon attacks and how, thanks to fast evacuations, less than 10 in Carter had been seriously injured or killed. But oh, how extensive the damage was. A man stood to report on thankfully very few casualties in other villages, despite one settlement being completely obliterated. Then a woman rose to her feet and went into great detail about the coastal city in Old Earth and its colossal mess of cooled igneous rock and fire-ravaged structures. It was all very tragic and horrible, but Hal found himself bored out of his mind. Finally, the topic moved on to the origin of the dragons and the involvement of the shapeshifters. Hal and his friends were supposed to stand up and tell their stories. And they did, but even Robbie kept his tale short and to the point. As Hal listened to him, he gazed around at his friends, who sat in various rows along with their parents. Each had the same bored expression, but more than that, they seemed tired. When it was Hal's turn to speak, he kept it simple. The blue magic helped, he said, moving swiftly onto that subject. We could jump from place to place and talk to each other in our heads. In Old Earth, I blasted the dragons out of the sky. He even grew bored with his own voice as he went on with the rest of his story. Dewey and Darcy were a little more animated, and they took over with some of the details. But the rest of the shapeshifters chipped in as little as possible. Emily barely said a word, and Hal ended up glossing over her involvement. He could see the pain on her face when he talked about the dragons embedded in the walls. The meeting dragged on and on until every detail was covered. Even Miss Simone looked about ready to explode with impatience by the end. Afterward, Hal and his friends fought with the crowd to escape the town hall, and they gathered outside away from their parents. "Is it just me who thinks we need a break from all of this?" Abigail said softly as she took Hal's hand. Hal stared at her, then he nodded slowly. "That's exactly right." He gazed around at the others as they huddled closer. "I'll be 14 next week. We'll all be 14 soon. We've been doing this shapeshifter emissary thing for nearly 2 years, and I think we need a vacation." Judging by the pursed lips and quizzical expressions, he realized that wasn't quite accurate. After some more thought, he snapped his fingers. "No, not a vacation. What we need is to get away from Carter and go traveling, exploring, like Dale." Some of his friends looked blank. "Dale, Molly's husband. He's back in town and at her bedside. The point is, I feel like I want to go off exploring. See parts of this land other than Carter." Lauren smiled sweetly. "Yes, because we haven't been anywhere. I mean, except for the mountains where the Yetis and Bigfoots live, and a strange pocket realm with a castle and queen and a labyrinth and volcano, and a faraway haven at the edge of the world, and a castle by the sea, and the home of a Norse god, and—" "Yes, yes," Hal interrupted, as the rest of the group broke into chortles. "Okay, so we've been to a few places, but I want to travel just for the sake of traveling, not to go on a mission and save people." Abigail nudged him. "You don't want to save people? Well, maybe you'll have to, while on your travels. You won't be able to stop yourself from getting involved." He studied Emily, who seemed the least amused by their banter. "You okay, Em?" She sighed. "Sure, but I'm kind of done here too. I enjoyed going on missions before, but now I realize that was mainly because it was way more fun than going to school." "You don't like school?" Robbie scoffed. "You always score top marks." "I hate to break it to you guys," Lauren said, "but if you think our parents are going to let us head off into the wild yonder on our own, you're crazy. We do have school, and anyway, we're not old enough to do what we want." "Not old enough?" Thomas scoffed. "I lived for 6 years on my own, from the age of 6 to 12. And look at all the stuff we've done these past 2 years. We can take care of ourselves." "As a group, yes," Fenton reminded him. He slowly put an arm around Darcy and pulled her close. "As a group, we're strong. On our own? Not so much. So if any of you are talking about going off alone, forget it. It's not just about being shapeshifters either. Going on a 2-day mission means we take a few supplies and sleep out in the open for a night. Being a traveler, though, well, we'd have to survive every single day, find food, buy things, have places to stay. Boring stuff. After a silence, Hal sighed. Spoil sport? Yeah, Robbie said grumpily. I got all excited for a minute there, and now you've shattered my dreams. Still, they threw ideas back and forth, talking openly about leaving Carter and setting off on their very own personal adventures. Lauren was right, of course. Their parents would never let them. But there would come a time when they were old enough to make their own decisions. We're sticking together, right? Abigail whispered to Hal as the group wove through the streets toward the science building. You and me? Hal considered for a moment. Well, I mean, we have to. If we really saw our son in the future, the memory of that real-life vision still plagued him occasionally. A gemstone had supposedly created a link through time. He'd tried to put it aside, but it was hard to forget a boy his age calling him Dad and talking about stuff he couldn't have known unless he really was from the future. Abigail snorted. If you only want us to stay together because you feel we have to, then you can think again, Buster. Anyway, there's no reason we can't go our separate ways and meet other people and then get together when we're older. There might be some other handsome boys out there in the meantime. He stared at her, jealousy immediately setting in. No way. You're with me, girl. She raised an eyebrow. You're not the boss of me. Smiling, he nodded and turned away. Fine, you win. I'll see you around, Abby. For that, he received a smack on his shoulder, and then they dropped the subject, linked arms, hurried to catch up with their friends, and continued onward to the science building. As the group approached its front doors, Hal whispered to Abigail, You know when we saw our future son. It blows my mind that he already knew whether Molly survived this or not. If we could only talk to him again. She said nothing for a moment. What a weird thing to say. We'll know soon enough ourselves. They entered and marched along the corridor. Miss Simone hadn't made it here herself yet. Stuffy counselors had probably waylaid her back at the town hall. That meant nobody stopped the shapeshifters from entering Molly's room. A man sat on one side of the bed, holding Molly's hand. He looked up when the group shuffled in, and his face flickered with recognition. Hello, he said. I remember some of you from the Rose Garden, and I've seen you in town. Sorry I never stuck around to meet you. I'm Dale. He gently released Molly's hand and rose to greet them. He was tall and shockingly handsome. Hal remembered him with a bit of a potbelly when he'd woken from his statue state, but he seemed leaner now. Since Emily remained quieter than usual, Darcy did the honors and introduced them all. The whole time, Hal kept looking over at the unconscious patient. At last, Dale gestured and said, She's sleeping. It's a deep sleep, but I'm confident she'll wake up soon. Judging by the way he swallowed and looked away, it seemed he was telling a white lie. Anyway, crowd around her and talk. Maybe a pack of noisy kids will get under her skin. He grinned. Just joking, but be as loud as you like. She's had plenty of rest. It's time she woke up. He offered a gentle wave and ducked out of the room, saying he'd be back shortly. That left the shapeshifters alone with an unusually silent Molly. She still wore her veil, of course. Doctor's orders. She lay stiffly, arms pinning the blanket tightly to her sides. Hal studied her curly dark hair, looking for signs of those coils beginning to wriggle like a nest of vipers. He saw nothing of the sort, though. Molly, Darcy called softly, it's us. Lauren took hold of Molly's hand and patted it. She spoke quite a bit louder. In case you haven't heard, the dragons are gone. It's all dealt with. You got most of them yourself, but Emily took care of the rest. Everything's okay here. Thomas chimed in. We attacked them near the sea. I had a massive army of flying manticores, and Lauren had some harpies, and Dewey brought a few centaurs. Oh, and Hal persuaded a bunch of labyrinth dragons to join in. Don't forget the ogres, Robbie pointed out, shooting Thomas a glare. They were way more helpful than a load of winged lions. A gentle squabbling immediately broke out, but none of them tried to break it up. Everyone contributed to the argument, raising their voices over one another, deliberately aiming to be that pack of noisy kids Dale had mentioned. They couldn't keep it going forever, though. After a while, the argument ebbed, and a near silence fell. They all stood around, awkwardly trying to think of what to say next. Hal cleared his throat and stepped closer. We were talking earlier about leaving Carter and going off on our own adventures, traveling the land, helping people that might have never even met shapeshifters before. You know, like you and Blair and others did. Spreading out instead of all being grouped together. Anyway, Miss Simone won't need us as much now that the shapeshifter program works so well. She can create more shapeshifters on demand. The more he spoke, the more he realized it was true. Aside from his age and the tedious requirement for school, he would definitely be more useful out in the wild, somewhere far from Carter. "You're still thinking about that?" Lauren asked him. "Like, really?" Hal nodded. "I really am. Maybe I'll talk to Mum and Dad and ask if I can go off on my own for, I don't know, a few weeks, just as a test run." Robbie laughed. "A test run? Well, if you do, then I will too. I'll come with you." "Me too," Abigail said. Others started chiming in, and Hal had to raise his voice again. "Stop! Look, you idiots! The whole point of going off on my own is to go off on my own." He froze, realizing Miss Simone had appeared in the doorway. She arched an eyebrow at him. "Did I hear you're planning to go off on your own, young man?" she said with a half-smile. "I'm not certain your parents will agree to that." Hal deflated inwardly. "I know," he groaned. She stared at him for a while, then smiled more broadly. Actually, they already did. They were grumbling earlier about how their children always end up in the middle of danger, and they demanded a break from it all. A break from me, mostly. I agreed and suggested you travel for a while. No missions, no dangerous tasks, just simple exploration of our land, with perhaps a few goblins along for company. 9 mouths dropped open. "What?" Abigail gasped. "Seriously? Do you mean as a group or—" "Well, we can work out the details of who goes with whom. Your parents will have a lot of input there. But honestly, you've earned the right to choose your own destinies. Think of this as the start of a new era. I suspect that wherever you go, and whoever you're with, you'll do what's necessary to help when the need arises. You'll use your shape-shifting powers wisely no matter what. So why restrict you to Carter? You'd do as much good out there as you would here." She beamed at each of them, and several of the group exclaimed softly in appreciation. Hal had mixed feelings about her suggestion. It was great to have her support and his parents' blessing, but it still seemed like another mission. He sighed inwardly. Oh well, at least it was a step in the right direction. He'd get to travel and avoid schoolwork. A new era, indeed. "You okay, Em?" Fenton said, changing the subject. Everyone faced her. She had tears in her eyes. With everyone's gaze suddenly on her, those tears broke free and ran down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, I can't get it out of my head. I killed 80 dragons." She wailed those last few words, and then the shoulder-shaking sobs returned. Darcy hugged her tight, and they all chewed their lips, uncertain what to say. "You saved hundreds of people in the mines," Abigail reminded her, "and countless thousands across the land if they'd flown off afterward. You have to let this go, Em." "I don't think I can," she cried, her face buried in Darcy's shoulder. "It's just so horrible. I didn't sleep a wink last night. I've never killed anything in my life, and now this. 80 amazing dragons." "Amazing?" Thomas repeated in a low voice. That's not the word I'd use. But Hal understood and appreciated her sentiment. It was true. The dragons had been amazing, beautiful and magnificent, with vivid colors and an incredible ability to conjure endless lava. If only their minds hadn't been so warped. "I heard some goblins saying they were going to have to scrape them out of the walls," Emily went on, her voice shuddering as she gazed tearfully at them all. "And think of the dragons in the sea around our island, all those thousands of lumps of stone lying under the water. What a waste! Why did they have to be so dangerous? Why were they so determined to murder humans? Why did they make me murder them?" She broke down again, and it seemed nothing would ever stop the flood of tears. Hal felt awful. He wished he could go back and make some different decisions. He should have been the one to retain the blue magic at the end, not Emily. He should have been the one to send that blast of energy up the tunnel, the magical pulse that knocked them sideways into the wall. "Emily," he said, reaching for her. Just then another voice spoke up, a woman's voice, loud and commanding. "Emily Stanton, look at me!" Everyone froze. Even Emily's wails paused. Just for a second, Hal assumed Miss Simone had used her most stentorian voice. But no, she was just as surprised as the rest of them as she looked toward the bed. They all followed her gaze. Molly was sitting bolt upright. Through the veil, her eyes glowed softly. "Molly," Emily croaked, "are you okay?" "Oh, my dear, never mind about me. Come here, you poor thing." Emily ran to her, and Molly leaned sideways and wrapped her long arms around her. They stayed that way for a minute, while everyone else crowded the bed and gawked in delight. Molly was back. When at last Emily quit sniffling, pulled away and wiped her face, Molly reached out to tilt her chin up. "My dear Emily, if I understood correctly, what you did was absolutely necessary. But let me tell you something. No matter how necessary it was, you will never feel better about it. You'll simply learn to compartmentalize, and you'll live with it. Ask me how I know this." It took a moment for Emily to respond. "How?" "Because I'm a Gorgon and have accidentally calcified numerous people over the years. Some were my friends. One was my sorry excuse for a husband, wherever he is right now. He just went to—" Dewey started. Yes, I know." Molly looked again at Emily. "The point is, my dear, that I understand how you're feeling. Now, in my case, they woke up, but I had no idea that was going to happen, so I spent years mourning their loss and beating myself up about it, cursing my terrible death gaze and my carelessness. You, on the other hand, weren't careless. You were incredibly brave and did what you had to do to survive. Emily, you and I are going to get through this together, all right?" Emily nodded, tears welling once more. "All right. Thank you." Molly sighed and looked around at the others. "Good. Well, that's settled then. Now I've rested enough. Would someone go fetch Dale and tell him I'm awake? I'd like to get out of this place." Miss Simone, still standing by the door, smiled and said, "I'll fetch him. It's good to see you awake, Molly." "It's good to be back," she agreed. "I feel that my death gaze has returned to full force, though. Anyone care to check for me?" She fingered the bottom edge of the veil as if preparing to lift it. Everyone averted their gazes, both horrified and amused. "Don't you dare!" Darcy exclaimed. Molly chuckled and let go of the veil. She hugged Emily again, then climbed unsteadily off the bed. "Speaking of traveling, I think I might tag along with Dale for the next few months. I've earned it too." Hal stood back, watching as his friends laughed and joked. Robbie and Lauren stood side by side, leaning against each other and whispering. Thomas kept poking Dewey in the back, generally being annoying. Fenton had a hand loosely on Darcy's shoulder as they listened to what Molly was now complaining about. Emily's face was red and tear-stained, but she looked happy for the moment. Miss Simone lingered in the doorway a while longer, smiling. Then she headed off to find Dale. Abigail slipped her hand into Hal's. "Penny for your thoughts?" He sighed and shrugged. "Nothing, I'm just—" "Looking forward to traveling?" she suggested. wondering about all the places you could go, the amazing things you'll see. After some consideration, he shook his head. Honestly, I'm just amazed we're still alive. She frowned. Really? That's it? That's the most positive thought you can muster? Hal nodded, and in a soft voice said, Okay, I'm happy we're alive, and I'm looking forward to many more dangerous adventures together. How's that? Abigail smiled and hugged him tight. Better. This marks the end of the Island of Fog series. But never fear. Look for the 5-book Island of Fog Legacies series, set 20 years in the future with a new generation of shapeshifters. Thank you for tagging along on this journey.